Crest of Power. Future's Birth, Volume 5. Written and narrated by S.J. Saunders. Copyright 2020 by S.J. Saunders. Production copyright 2020 by S.J. Saunders. Chapter 1. Final Diversions. Tanner let the cool, refreshing touch of the beverage on his tongue slide slowly down his gullet, his elven eyes drifting to the fingers coiled about his tankard as he set it down on the grimy bar top. One appeared to be missing. "Looks worse than it is, I guess," he thought, retrieving the hand to examine the single missing digit of his little finger, a souvenir of his brief time with Eramis. An involuntary shudder shook Tanner's body, nearly toppling him from his bar stool, as he recalled the burn-scarred face of the human man who'd hunted Tanner and his kind to near extinction. Though his time as Eramis's captive had been over almost before it had begun, Tanner could still see the cold fury in the man's eyes, the malice in his grating voice as he demanded to know the location of the girl. Like a warm, ever-shifting cloak over his own heart, Tanner felt his sister, Okizi's presence, lash out in response to the memory, threatening to overwhelm Tanner's control over the wellspring of fire always seething inside of him. "It's all right," he thought, closing his eyes as he tried to exude comfort and security toward his sister's fractured psyche. "Eramis is dead. He can't hurt us anymore." Okizi's response shifted to confusion at this, seemingly unable to grasp the guilt that caught in Tanner's throat. And he was there again, shifted fully into his foxen form as he stood over the helpless, snarling Eramis. He could hear himself shouting, "You must burn!" before a blinding torrent of flame erupted from his toothy muzzle, enveloping Eramis in an agonizing, screamless death. "Otuli?" said a voice from beside him, causing Tanner to start and glance over to the image of a man who looked very much like himself. "Are you well?" "Yeah," Tanner said, almost inaudible above the chatter of the tavern around them. He cleared his throat. "Yes." Forcing a smile toward his obviously unconvinced companion, he clapped the other man on the shoulder. "But I appreciate your looking out for me, Jotagan." He motioned to Jotagan's own mug that sat untouched in front of him. "Drink up. This is the best cucumber beer I've ever had." Jotagan raised a skeptical human eyebrow, and Tanner spared a thought to congratulate himself on such a convincing illusion. Inspired by Taraki's staggering display of the ability weeks earlier in the elven ruins of Kadason, where the Crockblood had not only manifested an army of her kin, but draped a convincing image of their warmongering leader, Garich, over Jotagan, Tanner had attempted to fine-tune his own illusory magics in recent days. It was a simple matter to cloak his own pointed ears with more rounded human ones, while in his elven form. He'd done it for years, never even realizing it. Masking Jotagan's foxkin features in a human face that would hold up to basic scrutiny, however, had proven slightly more difficult. Tanner glanced about, noting once again the lack of other half-breeds in the small, bustling tavern. Jotagan had been reluctant to enter the township at all, even so far away from the beacon of civilization awaiting them in Falcon Crest. Neither of them may have been vermin, how the enduring major races of humans and gnomes referred to the Crockbloods, goblins, snakebloods, and lizardkin that had rallied to Garich's army. But the climate of a world already strained against half-breeds had fallen even further into paranoia since Garich had grown bolder in his declarations against the city-dwellers. He may not have attacked any settlements yet, to Tanner's knowledge, but, with the war between Volkrit, Blade Master of the Samanir, and Mevod, the unhinged King Treligon's power-mad grandson, even Tanner had had to admit that plucking at a world tensed for danger might not have been the best idea. Still, He'd wanted to share a drink with his cousin, and so had offered up the illusion as a compromise. Jotagun had reluctantly agreed. "You remember his face," said Tanner's cousin, jarring him from his thoughts. Tanner blinked, meeting Jotagun's knowing gaze. "What?" "I remember it too," the other man said without explanation, his eyes growing furrowed and distant. "I recall all of the faces of those whom I murdered for the slaughter of our people. Revenge does not absolve us of the weight we must carry. It merely gives us the strength to do what we must, and to bear the darkness that it brings." Shifting uneasily on his stool, Tanner glanced to his other side, where an armored Gefnar had lain his gnome-sized shield and helmet on the bar top, his wide eyes looking past Tanner to where Jotagun had fallen silent. Clearly holding his own tongue, Gefnar returned his attention to his own, much smaller mug, sipping quietly at the contents. Tanner sighed. Since the directionless Jotagun had joined the group following the battle with the Wolfkin at Kadason, Gefnar had spoken far less than before. And he wasn't exactly chatty to start out with, thought Tanner with a smirk. As Tanner and Jotagun would converse, catching up for all of the lost time between them while maneuvering their horses through trees, along pathways, and over the wide swaths of grass and farmlands to surround them over the past few days, Gefnar had taken to riding silently at Jack's side at the head of the column, where Jack's enormous wolven mount, Ember, kept his keen eyes on the trail. At times, Tanner would catch Gefnar glancing in his direction, a strange sort of jealousy in his eyes. It was as though the gnome was glad for Tanner to have the opportunity to reconnect with his long-lost family, but was still wistful for the first leg of the group's cross-continental journey, when it had been Gefnar with whom Tanner had chatted all day. Realizing this, Tanner had made efforts to include his gnomish friend in the talks he shared with Jotagun, but it was difficult when he and his cousin proved to have so much to talk about. "What do you think, Gef?" Tanner piped up, motioning to his friend's drink when Gefnar looked up, nearly choking on his last mouthful. "What? Oh, it's fine, I guess," said the gnome, smiling weakly. "Does make me miss the temple wine cellars back home, though." Horror sprang to his face as he spun to look down the bar to meet the grizzled human barkeep's pointed stare. "Always love new experiences, though. Absolutely delicious." Unsure whether he felt like chuckling or sighing again, Tanner performed an odd blend of both, downing the last of his own drink. Clearly Jotagun was uncomfortable, surrounded by people who would scorn his real face, and Gefnar, despite the invitation, obviously still felt like an intrusion. "Come on," Tanner said after a final gulp, pushing back from the bar and motioning for the others to follow. "Let's get back to the ladies. I've got first watch tonight anyway. Might as well get an early start." After dropping a few coins on the counter, Tanner led the other two toward the tavern door. As he reached for the handle, an inebriated patron at the nearby table carelessly knocked her drink from its perch beside her. A grin flashed across Tanner's face as he focused his magics onto a single point, attempting to catch the spilled mug and hold it aloft in the air. Rippling shimmers manifested below the mug, like the heat from a campfire that caused motes of ash to dance overhead, only far less blistering. Tanner knew from the times he had used the technique to cause fallen leaves to fling themselves into the air, unscorched. Despite Tanner's efforts, the mug clattered to the floor, mocking his focus. No one even seemed to have noticed the attempted magic at play. Tanner sighed, trying not to think of why he'd tried to master this skill so intently over the band's long months of travel. Tried not to recall the sight of a bloodied Crexus flung from the temple bluff to smash into the rocks and waves below. He fought back another shudder. With a sheepish grunt, Tanner tried to smirk off his failed efforts as he strode from the tavern into the gathering nightfall that swept over the simple homes and farmlands beyond. Now he shuddered for a far simpler reason, trying to sink further into his cloak. He'd lived through some biting winters back in Dragon's Nest, but, given how mercilessly the cold winds buffeted them this soon after the harvest, this one would probably be worse than any Tanner had known. "Eesh," he gasped, glad of the ability to send tendrils of magical flame along his limbs. It didn't keep the cold at bay entirely, but it certainly helped. "Can't wait until we reach Falcon Crest. Things should be milder on the coastline." Neither of his companions voiced a reply beyond Gefnar's uneasy nod, and the three passed into the night in silence, leaving the torchlight and sounds of laughter and camaraderie of the township to dwindle behind them. "Otuli?" Jotagun said at last, using Tanner's foxkin name. "Yeah?" said Tanner, wincing in apology as his cousin gestured to his still human features. "Right, sorry." With a flourish of his numbing fingers, Tanner dispelled the illusion, leaving Jotagun's true foxkin features to stare back at him in the moonlight. "Thank you," Jotagun said curtly. Then, scowling, "Why do you feel you must wear their face?" "You're starting to sound like Curtis," Tanner said apprehensively, looking to Gefnar for help. His other companion merely responded with a grimace of sympathy, but there was also a hint of curiosity. "I guess everyone wants to know," Tanner thought, tamping down his frustration. There was a long pause before Jotagun said, "That is not an answer." "Was hoping you wouldn't notice," Tanner said with a sigh. Reaching out to his sister's presence, he felt their souls blend in a calm, swirling fusion, and he shifted comfortably into his foxkin form. "I don't feel like I have to," he said after a moment. "I mean, I guess I did for a while back home. It was just easier making myself look like everyone else, once I learned that I could." "And is it not simply a matter of convenience, even now?" said Jotagun, fixing Tanner with a sidelong scowl. "There is no law declaring that you must bear the appearance of the major races in order to interact with them." "No," said Tanner, finding that there was a sharpness in his tone now. "But now might not be the best time to go prancing around human and gnome settlements with a half-breed face, particularly an endangered one." It somehow hurt to admit it out loud, that his people were scattered and nearly extinct, further souring his mood. Jotagun's eyes narrowed. "So, it is out of fear that you hide your heritage?" "Hey, I'm an elf too, you know," said Tanner, gesturing between them. "But you cloak that as well," said Jotagun, gesturing to his own ears. Tanner bit the inside of his lip, letting his temper subside before retorting. "Well, you let me disguise you, too." Jotagun shrugged. "Because you insisted I go along, and I am at least willing to admit that I fear what prejudiced attentions we might earn. Anyway, I am not the one who insists on engaging with them. I'd be quite content to confine our journey to pathways that skirted any potential encounters." He glanced past Tanner to the silent Gefnar. "No offense intended." "Oh, none taken," the gnome responded. "Unfortunately, it makes sense." "Look," said Tanner, finding himself oddly perturbed to see Jotagun and Gefnar in agreement. "Sometimes it's necessary to encounter civilization." He gave a considering pause. "Maybe not for drinks, but other times." "Ah," said Jotagun, nodding. "This mysterious mission of yours that leads us to the Samanir stronghold." Tanner shot Gefnar a wary look, the gnome responding with an innocent shake of the head, as if to affirm that he hadn't told Jotagun anything more about their goals in Falcon Crest than anyone else. It was in Falcon Crest, the seat of power for Volkret and his order of Samanir knights, that Tanner and his friends were to look for a craftsman with the skill to realize the blueprints they'd unearthed in the ruins of Varbius Keep months earlier. Plans for a pair of large, dragon-like wings. If all went as planned, the wings would then be affixed to the body of their sponsor, as well as threatening taskmaster, in the whole affair. the dragon Veledrock. An enormous red-scaled beast, robbed of both her wings and her fire breath, Veledrock claimed to have been betrayed by Kelavost, lord of the dragons, near the end of the last age, sealed away in the caverns beneath Dragon's Nest. The irony was lost on no one. All Jotugun had been told of the mission was that Tanner and his companions were under orders to secure the craftsman's services. Though Tanner had felt more than a little guilty about beginning his relationship with his cousin with a lie of omission, he and the others had decided long since that the fewer people who knew of Veledrock's existence, the better. Even if Jotugun didn't have a vested interest in the well-being of Dragon's Nest, anyone would be entitled to a panicked reaction upon learning that the dragons hadn't been eradicated at the end of the war, as most people believed. "I am sorry we can't tell you more," said Tanner, hoping that Jotugun could see the sincerity in his eyes. "At least for now. You'll just have to believe me. It is important." Tanner was unable to keep the memory of a similar conversation with Curtis about the very first mission Tanner had undertaken on behalf of his hometown from springing to mind, as well as Curtis's dry grunt of response. The old bearkin's mannerisms had been known well enough to Tanner to read the message behind the sound. "It always is." Setting aside his ponderings as to just what secrets Curtis's past held, a past that seemed to have intersected with that of the imposing bearkin king, Ledorog, Tanner offered Jotugun an apologetic smile. "I understand if you feel like we need to part ways." Jotugun was shaking his head before Tanner could finish. "No. You and Okizi are my family, Otuli. Very likely the only family I have left. Until such a time as our paths must diverge, I will remain at your side and endeavor to keep you alive." "Well, you've done an impressive job of it so far," said Tanner, clapping his cousin on the shoulder as he recalled their first meeting. During his brief stint as Irimiz's captive, Tanner's mind had been overwhelmed by Okizi's, rendering him a raging fire entity with no control over his body's assault on the human man. Okizi had no experience in battle, however, and was soon subdued by Irimiz. Tanner had little doubt that his captor would have ended both him and his sister, had it not been for Jotugun's timely intervention. Even though Jotugun had been bested by Irimiz's prowess with a sword as well, the arrival of Tanner's companions shortly thereafter likely would have been too late. Jotugun, however, seemed to feel differently, scowling intently at his feet as he walked. "I failed in a straight fight with our enemy. I must continue to hone my skills if I am to be of any use." "Irimiz could have beaten any one of us," Gefnar chimed in, sending Jotugun a reassuring nod. "We don't have to be better than the enemy. We just have to be smarter and work together. High Priestess Entohika used to tell us temple initiates that there were dark forces in the world that no person could hope to fight alone. That's why even the greatest warriors and wizards of old would stand together to safeguard their people." He turned sheepish at Tanner's smile. "She told it better, I guess." "You told it fine," said Tanner, giving the gnome a playful nudge. "Could we all please stop doubting ourselves and just appreciate what we've managed to accomplish?" The question was meant as rhetorical, and he was glad when neither of his companions attempted an answer. Tanner was feeling a bit hypocritical. He could feel his sister's presence fidget inside of him at his own unease, like a sleeping puppy disturbed by sunlight. I guess we're all feeling a bit nervous in the face of the unknown. Allie tried to focus on her meditations as she sat almost uncomfortably close to the campfire before her, eyes closed as the cold of the early winter night settling in left her back prickling with goosebumps beneath her cloak. "Half roasted, half frozen," she thought in exasperation. "I thought meditation was supposed to help take my mind off things." The conflicting bites of hot and cold weren't the only present distractions, however. She was also doing her best to tune out the nearby conversation, feeling fairly certain that it wasn't intended for her ears. Thank you for understanding, Huntress, Taraki was saying, audibly bowing before Jack. My time in your company has been a great honor, but I feel we are now pressing close enough to civilization that my presence would soon become a liability. Though Allie gnawed at her own lip at the reminder, she had to admit that Taraki was probably right. Having a crockblood at your side wasn't the best way to make friends with the major races who made up the bulk of city dwellers in the world, especially given Garich's recent declarations against everything non-half-breed. Allie peeked out from behind her eyelids to see that Jack had rested a hand on the shorter Taraki's shoulder, a conflicted smile on her face. May the day soon come when that is no longer the case, my friend. Taraki gave a grateful nod, hoisting her half-repaired staff, shifting the bulk of her cloak on her shoulders as she prepared to disappear into the night. Now or never, Allie thought, fully aware of her bad timing as she eased up from her knees, raising a hand to halt Taraki's retreat. Taraki? The crockblood turned to her with a respectful nod. Yes, Lady Allie. Allie fought the urge to roll her eyes as she drew near. Despite her many assurances to the crockblood that simply being a companion to the great huntress didn't make her anything remotely resembling nobility, Taraki still insisted on referring to everyone in the party by some honorific or another. I've been meaning to ask you, Allie pressed on, shrugging aside her discomfort as she motioned to Taraki's staff. How did you settle on what to use as your spell focus? Taraki cocked her head, her scaly snout twitching as she studied the staff in her grasp. The way most magic wielders do, I imagine. I sought to recreate a staff much like my master's, as he did, as did his masters before him. Over time, these things become symbols of status, or of a revered order. Right, Allie said with a nod. Taraki's experience seemed to align with many of the magic wielders Allie had encountered during her time under Lethold's tutelage at Aranek's sanctuary. Well, how did you go about making it then? The usual methods, said Taraki, her eyes growing distant as she called up the memory. I painstakingly crafted my staff from the branch of a tree planted by a mage long before even my master Aglek's time. I then threaded refined memory stone along the length of it before spending many weeks in focused meditation, that I might form a bond with the memory stone, allowing me to channel my spells more effectively through the magics now carried in the staff. Glancing to Jack, she added, Why do you ask? Allie sighed, extending her hand as, vanishing from its sheath beneath her cloak, her curved dagger, Biryak, manifested in her grasp. Because of this. From what I gather, having one of these isn't normal. Taraki's brow furrowed. Your focus? It is true that most mages utilize staves, as they are most common, also being the simplest and most versatile to wield with spells, but you should not feel yourself an oddity for pursuing a focus with which you identify more deeply. That's the thing, said Allie, her eyes falling to the flat of the gleaming blade. I didn't pursue it. It just kind of happened. Taraki blinked, doing an admirable if not entirely successful job of cloaking her surprise. I see. That is admittedly more uncommon. But not unprecedented? Jack chimed in, draping an arm over Ember's large woven form as he trotted up to stand beside her. No, said Taraki, shaking her head. It does, however, carry a certain stigma. Allie grunted. I guess I can understand that. I imagine I'd be a bit irked if I'd devoted years of my life to study and meditation so I could craft the perfect focus, only to find that some amateur mage had had the dumb luck to have one fall into her lap. It is not only that, said Taraki slowly, seeming to ponder how much she should say. The handful of records that indicate a similar experience are often related to unstable individuals. It is even said that the Dwarven king, Gamondel,
whom the dragon served in the eponymous war, wielded a great maul as his focus, striking with blows both physical and magical that could shatter bedrock. The maul had merely been a simple weapon, merely enchanted to keep its form with strands of memory stone, as many weapons of quality are, before Gamandel claimed that it had called to him. Other tales of such bonds serve only to enforce many mages' mistrust of such things.
Trying to stem her panic with a calming exhale, Allie flicked the dagger about in her grasp. The weapon hadn't called to her. It had been a gift, one of which she hadn't realized the significance until it was too late. Crexus, a temple guard to whom she'd grown almost eerily close during their brief time together, had given it to her shortly after their first meeting, with Allie only later discovering that the dagger had been an heirloom once belonging to Crexus's mother. Allie had agonized over what such a show of trust could have meant ever since Crexus's death. Thrown out over the temple bluff to fall into the sea by Solak, a servant of self-proclaimed Thekur Kravog, who'd been doing his best to kill Crexus's high priestess Entohika. Further twisting the knife in Allie's heart, she and her friends had been unable to apprehend, or preferably kill, the weaselly Solak, months after his seeming death at the hands of a fiery tanner.
At least we did our best to make sure he was stuck in the past,
Allie thought with a spiteful smirk, recalling how she and her companions had destroyed Solak's shadow apparatus upon returning from their own reluctant jaunt into history. She shuddered.
Still hear the pounding flap of dragon wings overhead sometimes.
Clearing her throat against the emotion knotted there as she shook the memories from her mind, Allie offered Taraki a grateful smile.
Thanks, I guess, for not trying to spare my feelings.
Taraki inclined her head.
I'm sure you'll prove the exception to the rule, Lady Allie.
Then, turning back to Jack,
I wish the both of you well, and please give the others my best when they return from their revelry.
The dismissal in her tone made it clear how she felt about such things. With that, the Crockblood departed into the night toward the northwest, her form slowly fading into the distance in the cloud-filtered moonlight.
We'll have to thank her properly someday,
Allie said, smirking over to Jack.
She could use a new home, now that she's an outcast from her people.
Don't think I haven't considered it, Jack said with a sad chuckle, dropping to a seat by the fire as Ember curled up behind her to serve as a headrest. It's not like people would be welcoming anywhere else either, though, especially in Dragon's Nest. Allie plopped down across from her with what she hoped was one of her lighter sighs.
I mean, it is understandable given what they've been through. I wasn't too keen on taking up with her myself after her people nearly destroyed the town.
Jack leveled a playful glower across the fire. I thought you couldn't wait to get away from there.
The place grew on me, all right,
Allie said with a laugh, slipping her dagger back beneath her cloak after a final heavy look. If you are open to hearing it, she could hear Shanadir, the seer Eagleblood King's words from their parting of ways weeks earlier. Fate may soon be ready to tell you of the life you've forgotten.
Terrific,
Allie thought, her ears perking up as Tanner Gefnar and Jotagun noisily clomped their way back to camp.
But I sure wouldn't mind if fate decided to shed some light on the now on occasion.
Recalling Kravog's words to her all those months ago beneath Dragon's Nest, she shuddered.
It'd make me a bit less worried about being a destroyer of all things.
Chapter 2 The Stalwart City. Jack felt her jaw go slack as she and her companions drew near the immense city before them, beginning the long march up the worn, branching pathway that led to the towering gate of Falcon Crest. Beyond the lofty stone walls, a sloped obsidian-black fortress rose up from the shoreline like an immense bird of prey, wings half folded as though to shelter the city beneath. At its pinnacle, The fortress split off into separate, jutting chambers that seemed to hang suspended, looking down at the city beneath like the beaked head of a falcon, with glinting, jewel-encrusted windows for eyes. "It's beautiful," Jack breathed, jarred from her moment of awe by the strange looks she and her friends were beginning to draw from passers-by. Well-dressed humans and gnomes, all of them, Jack noted. The surviving major races. And they didn't seem entirely pleased to see the enormous wolf and a foxkin approaching their home. "And nearly impregnable," Gefnar said cheerily, looking up in pride at the fortress from his saddle. "Built mostly by humans, sure, but let's not forget that it was a gnome who was chief architect. Lady Dagamy also had a hand in the construction of the city proper, later in life, even designing the shifting murder holes on the battlements. This isn't it, but the original drawbridge even contained runes that bolstered molecular bonds for added strength in the event of..." Though the history spewing from Gefnar's mouth was interesting, Jack found her attention drawn to Jotugan, who'd pulled his hood more tightly over his foxkin face. "Otuli," Jack heard him hiss. Perhaps I would like that illusion of yours after all." "Mm-hmm," said Tanner, fully draped in his elven form, the ears subtly rounded off with a touch of magic. He glanced quickly about, raising a hand as though to wipe sweat from his brow. "Look my way?" Jotugan did so, Tanner performing a small flourish of his fingers as the illusion of a human face fell over his cousin's features. "Thank you," Jotugan said with a nod, still avoiding eye contact with those who milled past in all directions on foot, horseback, and cart-bed. The drone of noise that began to rise as Jack and the others drew near the gate distracted Jack from thoughts of indignation as Jotugan was forced to hide his face. Thus far, the small town of Dragon's Nest was the largest settlement Jack had visited, and she'd found the low bustle of its citizens to be a charming change of pace from life among the trees with her clan. Now, however, without even entering the city, the steady flow of chatter, animals braying, and the staccato of footsteps and shifting goods were already beginning to overwhelm her senses. "You all right?" Allie's voice sounded from beside her, drawing Jack's focus through the din. Even with Allie saddled on her far more inconspicuous mount, Jack only had to crane her neck slightly to match the other woman's gaze from atop Ember. The thought only served to further her unease at how much the wolf beneath her stood out in the crowd. Said Jack, meeting her friend's concerned frown. "Oh, yes, I will be. It's just a lot to take in, I suppose." Allie gave a slow nod of understanding. "Right, you wouldn't be used to this." Then, with a needling smile, "Well, it's only fair, I guess. We've been in your element long enough." She turned her eyes forward to take in the bridled chaos of the city beyond the gate. "Now we're entering mine. So stay close. I doubt this place has anything that could surprise me." Jack's discomfort didn't subside, however, as they all eased their way through the tightening crowd, many bystanders actually giving small yelps of alarm as they cut a wider berth around the party, eyeing the docile Ember warily. "Just don't do anything stupid," Jack pleaded inwardly. "Like try to pet him, or pelt him with rocks. He's well behaved, not tame." With a calming breath, Jack tried to remind herself that she was probably more concerned for Ember's behavior now than she had been in Dragon's Nest, simply because of her own agitated state. Ember was well behaved, and no matter what a crowd might do to him, a word from her would keep him from shredding them all to bits. "I hope, anyway," she thought with a grimace. That wasn't exactly something she'd had to put to the test before. As the gaping gate rose up before them, Jack and the others found themselves maneuvered into a queue, slowly milling into the city behind a line of merchants, farmers, and citizens, who all revealed proper authentication for entry to the line of city guards along the gate's width, in the form of varying stacks of paper. Jack was just sharing a worried glance with her companions when one city guard caught sight of their group, waving them off to the side as he stepped away to be replaced by another guard. Dutifully, Jack and the others followed the guard to a small circle of benches, tables, and posts, situated around a single desk. Removing his helmet to reveal a ruddy, bearded face, the guard plopped down in a padded seat across the desk, setting his polished helmet aside on its surface.
"First time visiting Falcon Crest, I take it?"
he said distractedly, motioning for them to settle into a pair of seats on the far side of the desk however they wished. Hesitantly, Jack dismounted, draping a protective arm over Ember as the others tied off their horses, returning to stand in an awkward semicircle across from the guard. The guard, meanwhile, fixed Jack with an incredulous frown before simply shrugging aside her behavior and producing a stack of documents from one of the desk drawers.
"Basic customs paperwork for anyone without a city limits trading license,"
he said, flipping a few of the papers around for his audience.
"Declaration of the kind of items being brought within the walls of Falcon Crest, as well as any you intend to barter or sell."
"Right," said Tanner, a nervous tone creeping into his voice as he looked past the guard. "Does that... I assume sentries at the gate will detect anything magical on us?" Both Jack and the guard followed Tanner's gaze to the yawning gateway, with Jack quickly spotting the pair of rune-speckled stone pillars to either side of the entry. It took her only a second more to realize the source of Tanner's unease before the guard turned quizzically back to him with a nod.
"Yes, and dispel any enchantments momentarily, so kindly declare any items with magical qualities on your forms."
At this, he nudged the papers even further across the desk. Tanner gulped, sharing a worried glance with Jotagan.
"Well, I guess we might as well show our real faces then, Jotagan."
His cousin complied with a curt nod, Tanner dropping the human illusion over Jotagan in the same instant he shifted his own form from that of an elf to a matching foxkin. There were gasps from a few passers-by as a pair of rare half-breeds manifested in their midst, but, at Jack's quick scan of the crowd, no one seemed openly hostile. Yet.
"I see,"
said the guard with a slow nod, then muttering to himself as he looked down to his documents.
"No law against it, I suppose?"
He then heaved another stack of documents from the desk, shoving them in Jack's direction.
"The paperwork for your direwolf there is more extensive, I'm afraid. You'll need to have him processed in the city registry as an officially cleared hunter, mount, or pack animal, whatever your preference."
Jack suppressed a groan, not bothering to correct the guard's mislabeling of Ember.
"Not a direwolf. He's... Well, I'll let you know when I figure it out," she thought dryly.
Aloud, she said,
"He serves as all three, actually. How long will that take?"
The guard shrugged.
"Days if you're lucky, weeks if you're not."
"Golden," Jack thought, closing her eyes for a calming breath before forcing a smile.
"I guess I'd better get started then."
"Guess so," said the man with a mildly apologetic nod.
"That top one there needs to be filed first. Then I can see about securing the proper monthly authorization stamps to even get your requests looked at."
Sighing, Jack leaned over the top document, accepting the offered quill and jotting down her and Ember's basic information. She stopped when she reached the line of current residence, giving a faint smile as she scratched out, "Clan Danwal Owen." Somehow it came as a relief in a moment of bureaucratic frustration to write the name of her father. Though she'd found fulfillment in her pilgrimage thus far, no other place had usurped the clan grounds of the Aethelvere Forest as her home.
"It'll serve, I guess,"
said the guard, skimming the paper as she handed it back to him. Pushing back from the desk, he offered the group a single nod.
"Guess I'm off to the fortress archives."
"And an exciting trip it sounds to be," Tanner mumbled, mocking the obvious lack of energy in the guard's declaration, even as he notably averted his gaze from the humans and gnomes gaping at him and Jotagan. Allie, however, seemed to have different matters on her mind.
"Well, what now?"
she said, resting a hand on her hip as she gestured toward the gate.
"We're supposed to get inside and meet up with Veladrock's minion."
Jotagan's ears twitched at the name, but by his unflinching expression he didn't seem to equate it as anything draconic.
"The rest of you go on ahead.
said Jack, attempting a smile as Ember nestled under her arm.
Who knows how long it'll take to get this whole business with M cleared up?
Gefnar frowned, glancing about to the others. It's barely midday. We could at least stay until we need to think about finding a place for the night? Tanner nodded. Yeah, those benches don't look too uncomfortable. We can sit around with you for a bit. He looked guardedly around as he lowered his voice. Probably want to keep all the foxkin and giant wolf craziness in one spot for now anyway. Let people get used to it all at once. And we might be able to help speed things along, said Allie, a playful glint in her eye as she rested a hand on her dagger. I can be very persuasive when I feel like it. Jack chuckled, her smile growing more genuine as she nodded her gratitude for the support. Thanks, she said, moving to one of the benches as she contented herself with taking in the glinting sea and shoreline for a moment. Then she started in on the documents. After well over 2 hours of jotting down multiple variances of her readiness to abide by city law, Jack set the stack of papers aside, craning her neck about as she stretched away the aches of travel and paperwork.
You're lucky you're my best friend and a complete monster in a fight,
thought Jack, smirking down to the enormous wolf curled up at her feet as she leaned down to scratch behind his ears. The whole experience was causing her to reminisce about her first encounter with civilization back in Dragon's Nest. Ember's presence had caused issue there as well, only then she'd been fortunate enough to find a friend in the guardsman ranks who'd helped streamline the process immensely. Her eyes grew distant as she thought of Tavik, his scruffy beard and lopsided smile. She'd only known him a few days, and he'd left Dragon's Nest behind after the battle with Baskug and the Crockbloods, having grown disillusioned with the agendas and intrigue of the town's politics that had led to the raid in the first place. But, despite their short time together, Jack still found herself wondering what had become of Tavik. Before leaving, he'd left a note for her, explaining that he'd wished to find a place where he could stand for what he believed in, and effect positive change. Jack hoped that he'd found it. Then, absurdly, she wasn't trying to call up Tavik's face in her mind. It was there, in front of her, pushing its way through the cluster of bodies at the gate, and positively beaming as its grayish eyes caught sight of her. Tavik? Jack whispered in disbelief. Then, louder as she shot to her feet. Tavik! Impressed that you remember, said Tavik as he drew near, clapping her hand in his, and giving it a vigorous shaking. He was decked in armor to match the guardsman Jack had already encountered, with the sleek silhouette of a bird of prey adorning the chest plate. As she examined it more closely, Jack realized where she had seen the emblem before. The Samanir woman who'd served as the conniving orc Tagathus's bodyguard, Aquelia, had worn similar armor, though hers had been of higher quality and inlaid with precious metals. Tavik's, along with the other guardsmen's, was far more basic, simple plating that seemed to set them below the Samanir proper. Smiling, Jack squeezed Tavik's hand back through his mail glove. Of course I remember. She motioned back to the others. We all do, I'm sure. Yeah, said Tanner, stepping forward to shake the man's hand as well. You don't just forget someone who helped you save your home from extinction. Tavik's eyes darkened, though he returned Allie's friendly nod. Nightmare of a day that was. He shook Jotagan's hand warmly too, at Tanner's quick introduction. Then, spotting Gefnar's diminutive form. Gefnar, right? How the blazes did you get caught up in, well, whatever brings you all here? Always took you for someone who'd be happy to live out his days in the temple. He seemed to register how that might sound as he said it. Oh, no offense. I heard you and the other temple guards defended the high priestess bravely. Gefnar smiled meekly. We all fought as best we could for Dragon's Nest, and more than just temple guards paid the price. A heavy silence settled over them all, with Jack easily calling up thoughts of Crexus, the temple guard who'd fought beside them in the battle, and who died defending Entohika. One look to Allie told her that the other woman was revisiting the same awful memory. Well, said Tavik at last, slipping his hands behind his back. What is it that brings you all here?
We're a long way from Dragon's Nest, as I'm sure I don't have to tell any of you.
Jack's smile returned without difficulty as she regarded the man. It had only been a few months since their brief interactions in Dragon's Nest, but with everything that had happened, it felt like much longer. And there was something comforting in having the first person she'd met from the civilized world be here to welcome her into the largest city she'd encountered yet. More than that, he seemed happy. A stark contrast to the battle-scarred, disillusioned soldier Jack had parted with months earlier.
"We're here to secure the services of a skilled craftsman," Jack explained. "We'll need him to build something rather intricate."
Tavik raised an eyebrow, glancing between the visitors.
"I take it you're not all here on vacation, then?"
He leaned forward, lowering his voice.
"Are you here on official business? Does this have to do with Dragon's Nest's safety?"
Jack hesitated only for a second before nodding. Despite Veladrock's message of appreciation and solidarity after their forced excursion into Shadow, where they'd warned a younger Veladrock of her master's coming betrayal, Jack still had little confidence in the word of dragons.
"Especially those who've been locked away in a cavern alone for centuries."
"Yes," Jack said out loud.
"The catch being, of course, that the craftsman will be inside the city, and yet again there seem to be some complications in securing entry for Ember."
The wolf sat up beside her at hearing his name, causing Tavik's eyes to widen with amazement. He'd glanced down to Ember multiple times already, but hadn't seemed to justify the enormous form in front of him with the runt of a wolf he'd encountered before.
"Blazes! It is the same pup!"
A smile of disbelief on his face, he reached out to Ember, raking his gloved fingers through the wolf's thick fur. After an uncertain sniff of the hand, Ember leaned into the touch, nuzzling against Tavik as the guardsman scratched vigorously behind the wolf's ears. Slowly, Tavik looked back up to Jack.
"How?"
"I'll let you know as soon as I figure it out,"
Jack said with a laugh, shrugging aside any looming talks of Crockblood prophecies and a certain huntress.
"The more immediate problem is that I now have to have him properly licensed as a mount, as well as a hunt and pack animal."
Tavik chuckled as he shook his head, unable to hide the playful glint in his eyes.
"Right. That bit did throw me off a bit at first when I heard it. Wasn't sure it actually was you lot at the gate. Course it still had to be, didn't it? You all make a distinct impression even without mentioning any wolf. Anyway, that's why I didn't come straight away. Had to get these modified."
At this, he reached into the satchel at his side, withdrawing a thick stack of papers to match the ones Jack had been chipping through for the past few hours. With a proud smirk, he handed them to Jack. A smile growing on her face, Jack flipped through the documents, noting the long dried ink on those authorizing the wolf under her care as a hunt and pack animal within city limits. Only the ink on the pages declaring Ember to be a mount, cleared by Falcon Crest Fortress, was still damp.
"You started on these weeks ago,"
she said, gratitude in her eyes as she looked back up to Tavik.
"Months, actually,"
said Tavik, his beaming face turning slightly self-conscious.
"I don't understand,"
said Allie, scrutinizing the documents over Jack's shoulder.
"You knew we'd be coming?"
Tavik shook his head.
"No. It was pretty sentimental of me, I guess. Just a little project I had on the side. May not have known you'd show up someday, but I hoped so."
He looked from Jack to Allie to Tanner, then back to Jack.
"Even back in Dragon's Nest, I could tell that you lot were bound to get caught up in more important problems, and I wanted to be ready if those problems ever brought you here."
"Why does everyone seem to know what's in store for us but us?" Tanner muttered, though he offered a grateful smile as Tavik meted out documents to the rest of them.
"And that'll do it for the rest of you,"
said the guardsman, grinning.
"All that's left is to let the sentries look it over and head inside."
"Then let's get to it," said Tanner, slinging his pack over his shoulder and moving to untie his horse, as he visibly fought not to catch the eyes of everyone staring in his direction. "The sooner we can get indoors, the better, I say." As everyone prepared to move out, Jack smiled at Tavik.
"You've saved us a lot of hassle. Thank you.
Tavik shifted uncomfortably.
For being overprepared, you mean? Well, it's got to pay off sometimes, right? But you should really get yourself some other city friends. I'm not going to be in every city you go to, wherever you might think.
Jack laughed, letting the presence of their unexpected ally soothe her nerves as they moved deeper into the sea of bodies that filled the city streets beyond the gate, even as she draped a protective arm over Ember. While they made their way through the gate, Tavik beginning to lead them through the crowded streets, Jack let the nostalgia of Tavik's voice calm her saturated senses as he began their tour of the city, just like he'd done for her in Dragon's Nest.
Maybe hubs of civilization aren't the worst things ever after all. You never know who you're going to find.
Every follicle on Allie's body prickled with unease as she weaved her way through Falcon Crest behind her friends. She hadn't wanted to worry Jack even more earlier, but she hadn't been in a city this large since that night in Lorsen, when Lethold had carried her away from the epicenter of power that had erupted from Allie, obliterating whole city blocks around her.
But that's not going to happen this time,
Allie thought, falling into a sort of moving meditation as she trailed her friends through the streets.
The others will help me if I start to lose it, or they'll just knock me out.
Allie was fine either way. The pragmatic side of her even appreciated the fact that she, Jack, and Tanner had forged a sort of symbiotic relationship. Jack would never say it, but Allie knew that the other woman worried about the potentiality of whatever huntress force it was that seemed to hover above Jack and Ember, intervening when necessary. Someday manifesting in a way that was overwhelming, or even harmful. Tanner, meanwhile, clearly feared the day when his sister decided that she was done being confined and controlled. How much of the world would burn before her rampage ended? And Allie didn't have to imagine what it would look like for the darkness inside of her to lash out on her behalf. They all traveled together for the sake of Dragon's Nest, Allie knew, but she'd also found comfort in the unspoken pact between them. If one of them lost control, the others would stop them, by whatever means necessary. The other, more emotional side of Allie found room to hate the other two, just a little. Whatever it was that watched over Jack had thus far proved to be benevolent. And at least the other part of Tanner had a name and could, at least nominally, be reasoned with. All Allie knew of what she carried was that it was pure destructive power. So entrenched was Allie in her brooding and attempts at meditation that she barely registered the mass of people sweeping about them, the stares of confusion and wariness they earned from passers-by, the centuries of history and architecture Tavik blithely pointed out on their march. The single, middle-aged woman who interposed herself onto Allie's path. Allie stopped short, finding herself face-to-face with a wide-eyed, gaping woman, her silver-streaked, dark hair pulled taut over her shoulder as she caressed it in what was clearly a nervous tic. Something about the way the woman held Allie's gaze left Allie feeling completely blindsided, as if the other woman found this moment terribly important, and hadn't had the decency to inform Allie why. Frowning, Allie moved to sidestep, just as the others were turning about, sensing that she'd lost step in the crowd. Allie shot them a bewildered shrug as she moved to join them, but the woman cut her off once again, one hand reaching weakly out to Allie's face.
"Joan?"
the woman breathed, the name drenched in hope. Allie shrank back from the touch. "No!" she snapped, thinking she might have slapped the woman's hand away had it not shrunk back on its own. "And unless you were a street kid too?" At this, she looked pointedly to the woman's finely embroidered, though simple dress. "I'm pretty sure you don't know me." The woman's mouth fell open, her hand retreating to cover her mouth as tears welled in her eyes.
"Stars! You even have her voice."
Having no idea how to respond to that, Allie studied the woman's face for any hint of deception.
"Nothing. That's not good."
"Is everything all right, Allie?"
said Tavik, and Allie realized that the guardsman had moved to take a neutral stance to the side of her stare-down. Before Allie could respond, the woman's brow twitched, her eyes darting between Tavik and Allie.
"Wait,
she said, her tears now spilling over as she regarded Allie in astonishment.
Even as a child she despised her given name,
she seemed to whisper mostly to herself. Then, shaking her head in disbelief, seeming reluctant to blink for fear of losing sight of Allie, she added,
Edith?
Allie felt the world sway under her feet, holding up a hand to keep Tavik from reaching out to steady her. That was her name, wasn't it? Something that felt like someone else's lifetime, but it was there, always ready to taunt her in her most intense moments of self-loathing. Edith, Joan, McAllister.
Allie?
Jack's voice cut through her thoughts, and Allie saw that both Jack and Ember had moved to flank behind her, Jack looking to her in worry.
Please,
the woman across from Allie chimed in, looking as though she wanted to clasp Allie's hand and wrap her up in a hug all at once. She did neither, seeming to sense how poorly that would go, instead placing her own hands together in a pleading stance.
Please, I must speak with you. I don't need to hear anything you have to say,
Allie wanted to scream. A cold terror had gripped her heart, and she was suddenly more afraid of letting the woman speak another word than she'd been of standing before Kravog, or beneath the storm breath of a dragon. What would she say? Would she dismantle the nebulous, comforting past Allie had crafted for herself? Would she try to absorb Allie into some new life, washing away everything that made up her identity? Would she know the truth about the darkness? Yet, even in the face of all the terror, Allie knew that it didn't matter. Not a day would go by now when, if she refused to hear this woman out, she wouldn't obsess over what might have been said, what secrets she might have learned about herself. So, with the most reluctant nod of her life, she held the woman's gaze and said, "Talk." Chapter 3. Family Friends.
Oh, thank you,
the woman blurted, a smile splitting her face as she seemed to calculate where to start.
I think I knew your mother. I mean, I did, of course, if you're truly her. Edith, I mean, and... Oh, I've not introduced myself. I'm Swidona, keeper of...
I hate to cut in, said Tanner, sending Allie an apologetic smile. But maybe we should be having this talk somewhere a bit less conspicuous? Allie took his meaning as she glanced about the busy street, where even more people than before were beginning to send wary or curious looks their way. Right, said Tavik, looking over his shoulder at a nearby tavern. Maybe we'd better grab a table.
Yes, fine,
said Swidona impatiently, her eyes never leaving Allie. She then preceded them all inside, glancing back every second or so to make sure they were still following. Allie found herself both rankling at the implication and wishing that she did, in fact, have a quick means of escape. Swidona's claim had intrigued her, obviously, but she hadn't survived her long years on the streets of Lorsen by trusting everyone she came across.
And your story's sounding a bit far-fetched, lady, she thought,
trailing Swidona into the large but simple tavern area. The lunch hour was beginning to dwindle, but there was still only a handful of tables available, one of them thankfully in a back corner. Tavik thankfully headed off the eager barmaid who emerged from the back to attend her new customers, while Tanner, Gefnar, and Jotugan all followed Allie toward the back table, Swidona trotting after as well, upon turning to ask if Allie had any seating preferences. Allie had already angled for the most secluded spot. In her unnerved state, it took Allie a few seconds to miss Jack, Ember, and the horses, though she quickly spotted them out of the window by the table she'd targeted.
Guess it would be a bit much to ask everyone to go along with having a giant wolf tail you around everywhere.
Authorization papers or not, even the most easygoing folk of Dragon's Nest had initially looked askance at Jack's companion. And he'd been considerably more manageable in size then. Now it'd be like having a carnivorous horse at your side every time you entered a building.
Should probably count ourselves lucky no one's thrown a fit about us just walking down the street.
Allie had almost succeeded in distracting herself with the thought when she reached the table, plopping herself down with her back to the corner and folding her arms as she looked up to the pacing Swidona. Despite Allie's meaningful look to the chair across from her, Swidona didn't sit, instead wringing her hands as she ruminated on how to begin.
"Well,"
Allie prompted.
"you were saying?"
Swidona cleared her throat.
"Yes, my name is Swidona, and—"
"You said that," Allie cut her off. "You seem to think you know who I am. Why?"
"Oh, your mother, Joan,"
Swidona stammered.
"the woman I mistook you for outside. I worked for her, you see, me and my husband. Golquar tended to the finances of the estate, and—"
"Estate?" Tanner chimed in, his foxkin eyes widening. Swidona jumped slightly at the interruption, but nodded to Tanner.
"Yes, the McAllister estate."
Behind Swidona, appearing to have used whatever leverage he had as a city guard to buy them all a moment of privacy, Tavik had moved to stand sentry, now looking to Swidona in astonishment as his jaw fell slack. His eyes then darted to Allie.
"You're saying she's—"
"Yes,"
said Swidona, nodding.
"At least, I believe so. The resemblance is— well, it's uncanny. Even the voice, the mannerisms—"
"I get it," Allie snapped, already tired of being looked at like a specimen.
"I remind you of her, but I'm going to need more than that."
Swidona's head bobbed emphatically.
"Of course, I understand, but perhaps you can help me fill in the details. What do you remember of your childhood?"
Emotion filled Allie's throat on sheer impulse, leaving her to swallow decisively as she gave what was meant to be a cool shrug.
"Before fending for myself on the streets of Lorsen, just feelings, I guess. I don't remember the faces of my parents or who they were. I just know they must have existed because, well, I'm here."
As she spoke, Swidona's face contorted in sorrow and pity, which only served to heighten Allie's prickling unease.
"Oh, child,"
Swidona breathed, looking as though her knees might buckle beneath her, though she still refused to sit.
I'm so sorry. We looked for you, we did."
At this she gave a self-deprecating smile.
"Delagar would always say that we spent far too many resources on—"
The thought was left unfinished as her face slackened with realization.
"Delagar!"
Allie blinked, hoping that she'd managed to keep her frantic, churning thoughts from showing on her face.
"Who?" "My son,"
Swidona blurted.
"You and he— well, you were childhood friends. He'll want to see you. You'd play together for hours in the house and across the grounds."
She seemed to realize how determined she sounded to believe that Allie was this same long-lost child she remembered, visibly reining in her emotions.
"Delagar runs the estate now, after my husband died. He's got his father's mind for numbers."
There was pride in her words, but also a flicker of something sour in her eyes.
"Wait, the estate? This Jones Holdings? They're yours now?"
said Allie, her brow furrowing. Again Swidona nodded.
"Left as such in Joan and Hangoel's will after their disappearance."
Pity welled in her eyes once more as she locked eyes with Allie.
"And yours."
Allie grunted, doing her best to drape a veil of disinterest over her jumble of thoughts and unspoken questions. This was all feeling too convenient. Why was this woman so intent on convincing her that she was the heir to some great heritage?
"Uh-huh,"
Allie said flatly.
"And my supposed parents and I were meant to have gone missing in Lorsen?" "Well, yes," said Swidona. "You'd gone with them as they were to attempt to negotiate further trade routes. Then, well, we don't know for certain what happened. They were simply found on the outskirts of the city. No identifiable wounds and no blood. They'd simply expired, it seemed, and there was no sign of their daughter."
She coughed lightly as tears filled her eyes.
Of you."
"Uh-huh," said Allie, staring Swidona down.
"And what? I'm just supposed to believe all of this? Am I supposed to want to? You're telling me the parents I don't remember are dead. That—"
Allie swallowed, determined not to let anyone see the scared little girl she felt had already broken down crying inside.
that I'm still alone, just like always.
It wasn't fair to the friends who traveled at her side through their shared craziness, and the scowl of hurt on Tanner's face in her peripheral vision only helped to hammer the point home. Not that Allie found it easy to care about that at the moment.
Not alone, Swidona protested. Delagar and I would love to get to know you again.
Something seemed to dawn on her.
And you have a home. I can take you there if you're willing. It's rightfully yours, all of it.
She looked about the confused, wary faces of the group.
Please, I don't know what business has brought you to Falcon Crest, but it won't take long to get there.
She turned back to Allie.
And maybe being there again will help you to remember things.
Fine, Allie grunted, questioning why she was accepting the invitation, even as she stood, motioning for Swidona to lead the way.
But if I don't remember anything, you've got to leave me alone. Got it?
Swidona nodded.
I understand, though I can't see how I could possibly be wrong.
Guess we'll see, said Allie, trailing Swidona out of the tavern. As she led the others back into the street, Jack moved to rejoin them.
I'm guessing you heard all that?
Allie said, glancing to the other woman. At Jack's mute, concerned nod, Allie sighed.
None of you have to come along. Oh, but they're most welcome,
said Swidona from a few paces ahead, smiling even to the pair of foxskin.
Any friends of yours should be honored guests in your home.
Allie shot Swidona a furrowed look that made it clear she didn't appreciate the interjection, or the eavesdropping, leaving Swidona to retreat a step with an apologetic grimace.
Well, we haven't heard from from our friend's contact yet,
said Gefnar, his eyes darting about self-consciously as he nearly spoke the dragon's name out loud. Not even Tavik or Jotugun seemed alarmed by the slip-up, however, and Allie wasn't terribly concerned with having some random passerby recognize the name of a centuries-old disgraced dragon warlord. Yeah, Tanner chimed in good-naturedly. It's not like we know where to go looking for them or whoever this craftsman is, so we have some time to kill until they come to us, I guess. Might as well get shown around a bit.
I'd actually like to come too, if it's all right, said Tavik with a sheepish grin. I've only ever seen the McAllister estate from a distance, and I'm not on duty for a few more hours.
Allie thought briefly of informing Tavik how little she cared about his fantasy of a tour in what she was still allowing could turn out to be her childhood home, but seeing the way her companions, especially Jack, smiled at his obvious fixation with the idea, Allie managed an indifferent shrug.
Fine. Everyone's coming, I guess.
She silently reminded herself that she should be a bit more gracious, especially with the help Tavik had freely offered in gaining them entry into the city, and in looking for what they needed once inside.
Well, I've got a few other things on my mind right now,
she thought brusquely to her conscience as she motioned for Swidona to lead them on. Despite her protests against the validity of Swidona's statements, Allie's heart was pounding as she followed the older woman through the crowded streets of Falcon Crest, the sun soon blotted out in the shadow of the looming fortress further in. She had the unshakable feeling that her life was about to take a turn for the stranger.
Otuli,
Jotugun whispered into Tanner's ear as the group weaved their way toward what looked to be the main thoroughfare of the city, that seemed to lead to the foot of the slouched obsidian fortress.
What exactly are we doing?
Tanner cocked his head toward his cousin in confusion, dropping his voice to match Jotugun's.
What do you mean? Allie has a chance to learn about her past, and we're all going along for support. Maybe even to help somehow, if we can.
Jotugun frowned, slouching slightly at the weight of the looks they garnered for their half-breed appearance.
Your reasoning eludes me. Why do we accompany her for support? She is skilled and capable of defending herself from a single aging woman. Do we not have a mission we could be seen to instead?
Well, like Gef said, Tanner replied, unsure he liked the coldness in Jotugun's tone. We have no way of finding our contact or our goal, so we have to wait for one of them to come to us.
These are words of inaction and laziness, said Jotugun, his brow knotting even further in confusion.
Yeah, well, maybe, Tanner admitted, looking ahead to where his friends followed Swidona. But the mission doesn't always get to come first. Sure, we could start looking for leads to follow around the city, but as much as I let them be, they were there for me when I had to face learning about my family. He turned back to Jotagun. Just like you were. How can I do any less for them? Confusion gave way to wistfulness in Jotagun's eyes as he smiled tightly to Tanner. I am your family, Otuli. He gestured after the others. However much you may feel they accept you, they are not. Even Okizi seemed to rankle at the words, shifting about in Tanner's chest as he shook his head. I know this may be hard for you to understand, having been alone for so long, but I think that statement gets more and more wrong every day. He sighed at Jotagun's measured squint after the others, clapping his cousin on the shoulder. I get that you're feeling a bit lost for a mission now that Iramiz is dead, but sometimes this. He motioned broadly to encompass Allie, Jack, Gefnar, and even Ember. This is the mission. If I learned anything from Curtis over the years, it's that just being there for someone can be the most valuable use of your time. Jotagun chewed on the words for a moment, finally nodding. I do not know that I can fully agree with that, Otuli, but I do think I would like very much to meet this Curtis of yours one day. Tanner felt his face split in an enormous grin. Really? Well, yes, I'm sure he'd love to meet you too. An amused smirk tugged at the corner of Jotagun's mouth, but before he could muster a reply, the trumpet of a loud, bellowing horn swept over the city, barreling down the main thoroughfare like a wall of noise, just as Tanner trailed the others up to the edge of it. Immediately, the crowds about them constricted, jostling them into the column of people that formed up to match the one on the opposing side of the street. Tavik? Jack said uneasily from where both she and Ember had been maneuvered to a place by Tanner's side, the fur on the back of the wolf's neck bristling as he glanced about for danger. It's all right, the guardsman called back over the frenzied murmur of the crowd, pushing his way up alongside Jack. It's just... well, it's a little unexpected is all. How do you mean? Said Allie from his other side, pointedly avoiding the eager gaze of Swidona next to her, now that they'd been herded uncomfortably close together. I see them! The cry rang out from down the street, drawing Tanner's eyes back down the thoroughfare toward the vaulted archway of the western gate. Through it, he could begin to make out vibrant banners and standards that caught the salty sea breeze from the east, far away and flapping enough that it took him a moment to catch the crest they bore. It was a much shinier version of the bowing falcon on Tavik's breastplate. Blade Master Volkrit has returned, said Tavik, his words echoing the triumphant shouts that rang out from up and down both sides of the street. Tanner quickly made the connection in his mind, glancing over to the guardsman. The man in charge of the Samanir Order? I thought he declared himself king or something. Tavik shook his head. Hasn't quite gotten that far, though some people already refer to him as such. Officially, the coronation is on hold until the war against his rival Mevod is won. Mevod? Said Allie, frowning. That was Treligon's brat of a grandson, right? The one who came back from his grandfather's exile declaring himself the rightful king? That's the one, Tavik said with a nod, seeming to grimace in preparation of the people around them shouting down even the mention of Mevod's name. Thankfully, they all seemed too distracted by the approaching procession of dazzlingly barded horses, and equally resplendent warriors riding them toward the fortress. He hasn't been so restrained as not to declare himself king. Thing is, most people round here feel that Volkrit's done a well enough job of ruling Covorum since the ousting of Treligon and his line. He gave a bitter laugh. Well, they feel that way now, anyway. Some folks are starting to call for a restructuring of the Samanir, or even the declaration of a new king, before Mevod came back on the scene and set himself up in Lorsen. Gefnar gave a dry chuckle. I guess you don't realize the good you have until you face the possibility of losing it. Tavik grunted. Seems to be. His detractors still insist he runs the land too much like a military, but no one tends to complain about that too much when you happen to be at war. Jack frowned. watching the parade of soldiers draw near.
Doesn't Volkret have any good grace left over from dethroning Trelagon to begin with?
Suppose he does, Tavik said with a shrug.
But I guess it's easier to get caught up in the romanticism of it all when your leader's the young, newly appointed Blade Master of the greatest force on the continent, rather than the middle-aged statesman who happens to carry around a sword.
His pointed furry ears still able to single out his friend's conversation in the murmuring crowd, Tanner scanned the first row of warriors that passed them by, finding that he didn't understand Tavik's sentiment at all. Front and center in the procession was a human man who seemed to define the word regal. His short black hair, beginning to frost at the temples, as well as throughout his well-trimmed beard, was swept to the side from a face that sported commanding brown eyes and a severe bone structure. His thick brow was creased from what was almost certainly countless hours of study and deep thought, and he wore the thick, glinting cage of armor around him like it was no more cumbersome than a light cloak, the black cape that billowed behind him, its interior lined with the same golden fabric that carved the silhouette of the noble falcon into the back of it, draping the man in an image of pure power and confidence. Finding himself struck almost speechless at the charisma sweeping off the man as he passed, Tanner cleared his throat. Blade Master Volkret, I presume? Tavik chuckled at Tanner's obvious fascination.
Yes. Word is, he wears the armor of the Samanir with far more flair than he does the traditional robes of high office. People were starting to think of him as yet another aging man locked away in the fortress offices before the war broke out, I hear. But now...
A smile came over the guardsman's face as he watched Volkret pass, drawing his sword and raising it high in homage.
Now, he's the people's blade master again.
Reluctantly, Tanner's gaze shifted from Volkret to the human woman who rode at his side. Unlike the blade master, who smiled and waved greetings to the crowd as he passed, she seemed ill at ease with all the attention, her gray eyes locked forward beneath a taut, silver-flecked ponytail. Though her armor was nearly as dazzling as Volkret's, she was clearly less versed in the ways of playing to the masses. A fighter through and through, Tanner guessed, probably far more at home running someone through than accepting their accolades.
So, wait, said Tanner, turning back to Tavik. The war is over then?
Tavik grunted.
Hardly. The Samanir have taken heavy losses in the past few months, and Mevod seems to have gained more allies than anyone anticipated. Not sure how. The armies have clashed between the Mepiosi and Dankam Bay since spring, finally calling a truce a few weeks back so both sides could shore up for winter. Neither side seems too keen on giving up, so anyone with an itch to join the Guardsmen or the Samanir proper has been welcomed with open arms.
He gave a self-conscious smile.
How do you think I got in?
Oh, said Jack, frowning.
I assumed it had something to do with your father. Didn't he serve here?
The shock on Tavik's face seemed to mingle with delight as Jack displayed her impeccable memory.
Yes, he did. I've, tried to keep any connections I have here under wraps, though. Prefer to make my own way.
Understood,
Jack said with a disarming smile.
Your secret's safe with me.
Feeling as though there was something he was missing, Tanner watched the infantry at the rear of the procession pass by, their feet heavy with the long days traveled back to Falcon Crest.
Hopefully not all of it in full armor,
Tanner thought, a soft chant passing his lips in the tongue of the Thakur. Jotagan shot him a strange look as he did so, but didn't interrupt. Recalling the passage he'd read from the book tucked away in his pack, written in full, flowing Thakur script, Tanner concentrated, feeling the inherent power in the words ripple gently outward. His tongue fumbled over some of the impossible pronunciations, but Tanner could still see the gnomes and humans who passed by, each bearing the mark of a falcon on their armor, straighten, a faint rush of vitality coming to their eyes and bearings. A handful of the closer ones looked curiously in Tanner's direction, not seeming alarmed at the sound, but caught off guard by the bolstering magic, and by its source. Tanner merely gave a sheepish smile in response, even as he continued to chant, hoping that his words would help these weary soldiers the last few steps toward home. The thought caused him to briefly consider what his own homecoming might look like, if he ever managed to return to Dragon's Nest. Nothing will be the same, that's for sure, he thought, falling into step behind the others as the procession came to an end. Which is probably for the best.
Was that all of them?
Said Gefnar as Swidona eagerly led them across the chaos that resumed in the street.
There couldn't have been more than 1,000 blades among them.
Tavik gave a dark chuckle.
No, our losses haven't been that severe. The grunt recruits and sellswords will probably trickle in quietly before returning to their homes. And the rest of the Samanir will have been left to patrol borders and man outposts. There may be a truce on, but we'd be stupid to let our guard down.
Oh, that makes sense, I guess,
said Gefnar, seeming to think on the tactics for a moment. Tanner, meanwhile, could already sense a shift in the atmosphere about them. Everyone was smiling a lot more and walking with a lighter step. He wanted to think his chanting had had something to do with it, but he knew better. The city had just gotten its protectors back, the glorious Samanir, and they could all forget about the war for a while. Chapter 4. An Introduction to Home.
I don't mean to pry, Jack,
said Tavik, his words hushed as he kept pace through the streets of Falcon Crest alongside her, opposite Ember.
And you can feel free to tell me to go jump in the arbor if I'm not meant to know. Or if you just don't feel like telling me, I guess.
Jack found there was a smile on her face as she looked over to meet his gaze.
Were you planning on actually asking me a question sometime?
Tavik smiled weakly.
Right. Well, it's just that none of you really seem to know what you're meant to be doing here. There's just some mysterious contact you're supposed to be meeting at some point.
Yes,
Jack said with a good-natured sigh.
Welcome to our lives of the past few months.
Seeming to sense he should leave that point alone, Tavik cocked an eyebrow.
Do you even know who it is you're meant to be hiring for this job? The craftsman?
Not a clue,
Jack admitted wearily.
All we were told is that we would find him in Falcon Crest, and that we should be hearing from him. Well, someone.
Right,
Tavik said, a sympathetic frown on his face.
Well, as I said, I'm willing to help however I can.
He motioned with his chin ahead of him, where a stiff-backed Allie lagged a few steps behind the still frazzled Swidona.
After you've got things sorted out for Allie, figured out if she's really the heir to the McAllister estate and all, I can help with a few leads around town. Best craftsman in the city I know of is Hidivus here. Does all the most complicated jobs for the Samanir. Folks say he's a wizard with his tools.
Well, we may just give him a visit then,
Jack said lightly.
Depending on how things go, of course.
She felt more than a little shifty at the non-committal answer, but decided it was probably best not to mention that their dragon sponsor might frown upon pursuing someone so high-profile.
Besides the fact that we probably couldn't afford someone with a reputation like that,
she thought, recalling Veladrock's promise to supply whatever coin they might need for the job.
It's not like any of us exactly have a mountain of gold.
The thought was left unfinished as she rounded the next corner, emerging into a far more open area that seemed to extend all the way to the shoreline in the near distance. Short, seamlessly masoned walls of dark marble stretched to either side of the street, cutting short the rows of increasingly opulent housing, and a pair of mahogany gates lay open before the travelers, allowing them a glimpse into a lush, stately paradise. Atop a small rise beyond the gate was an enormous 3-story building, sporting large windows with carved panes, a sloping roof accentuated with braided stonework, and broad double doors to match the gate in the foreground. Between the gate and the building's doors, the street itself seemed to morph from a respectable cobblestone to sleek marble and mortar, its shade matching the gray-speckled darkness of the ground's outer walls. And, dotting the sizable peninsula that seemed to flank one side of the city harbor, were many smaller and nearly as dazzling structures, as well as what looked to be a private garden, vineyard, and even stables. So jarring was the sight that Jack nearly collided into Allie's back as the other woman froze in front of her. Frowning in worry, Jack peered around to the side of Allie's face, seeing that her friend's jaw was clenched tightly, her eyes wide with shock. Beneath that, however, Jack could sense anger. While this wasn't an uncommon emotion for Allie, Jack suspected she knew its origin. Jack herself had never seen anything like the estate sprawled out before them, but she was free to bask in her wonder. Allie, on the other hand, had just been informed that everything before her eyes was rightfully hers. A street urchin who'd grown up alone, constantly scrapping against the indifference around her just to survive. The unfairness of it all had to be overwhelming. Jack reached out to rest her hand on the other woman's arm, offering an encouraging smile when Allie seemed to wrench herself from a daze to meet Jack's eyes. Ahead, meanwhile, Swidona had seemed to realize that the band behind her had stopped short when the clopping of hooves behind them cut short. Tanner, Jotagan, and the one holding the clustered reins, Gefnar, had all come into view of the estate as well, each of their faces painted with astonishment.
"Oh, well, this is it,"
Swidona said, wringing her hands before motioning past the gate. She searched Allie's face as she added,
"Welcome home, Allie."
Jack hadn't caught Allie's glare at the name, but she'd felt the tension ripple off her friend like a tidal wave.
"Allie,"
said Jack, smiling again when Allie glanced back to her.
"We can leave if—"
"No," Allie said curtly, starting forward once more.
I need to see this."
Sharing a wary look with the others, Jack followed. Beside her, she noted that Tavik bore a huge grin on his face as they stepped through the gate, the beauty of the grounds undiminished when assaulting from all sides.
"Never thought I'd be here,"
the guardsman whispered, shaking his head in disbelief as the dozens of workers tending the gardens and vineyards in preparation of winter turned or straightened from their work to regard the newcomers with blatant interest. Some of the older ones, Jack noted, even started in surprise as their eyes settled on Allie, clearly as disconcerted at seeing someone so alike in appearance to Joan, the woman Swidona had mentioned.
"So, if Swidona is deluded,"
thought Jack, waving disarmingly at those who settled heavy stares on Ember,
"she's certainly not alone in it."
The sounds of the sea grew louder as they neared the rise in the hill, and Jack could barely see around the bulk of the main structure that the ground sloped down to the shoreline, with everything beyond the building seemingly a part of the grounds as well. Pristine sand glistened in the afternoon sun, only interrupted by the handful of children at play there.
"A private beach?"
said Tanner from behind, giving a low whistle.
"What kind of family is Allie from?"
"The richest of the damned age,"
Tavik muttered back.
"On Covorum, anyway. One of the most generous, too. Always willing to help the less fortunate find and keep a home. Which, to them, was everyone. Apparently, people round here were genuinely devastated when the Lord and Lady were found dead. Way things have gone, especially recently, I can understand why."
Jack frowned at the statement. But, before she could press the issue, a pair of well-dressed workers hurried up to them, nervous smiles on their faces.
"Oh,"
said Swidona, seeing the workers arrive.
"These two will take your horses and,
Her eye settled on Ember with a distinct twitch.
"Other mount to the stables. They'll be well cared for there, I assure you."
"Thank you,"
said Jack, managing a polite nod as one of the workers accepted the horse's reins from Gefnar, the other awkwardly sidling up to Ember.
"But I'd like for my wolf to stay with me."
Relief clearly flashing in her eyes, the worker turned to Swidona for confirmation, who in turn turned to Allie. It took a few uncomfortable seconds for Allie to catch on that their host was deferring to her wishes.
"Oh, Jack's a friend."
Turning back to Jack, she gave a grunting nod.
"Do whatever you want, I guess."
Pursing her lips clearly more out of amusement than annoyance at Allie's ruling, Swidona turned and guided them all into the spacious interior of the building before them. Jack felt as though her eyes were overwhelmed as she entered the high-ceilinged living area, the chamber replete with numerous cushioned chairs and sofas, end tables that looked to have been carved from a single piece of wood, lamps sporting intricate engravings in the metal, and a broad stairwell to the right that was flanked with thick curving banisters.
"Blazes,"
Tavik muttered from beside her as his eyes drifted to the lacquered floor.
"That one rug is probably worth more than I make in a month."
Having turned to monitor the reactions of her guests, Swidona glanced about self-consciously at the luxury surrounding them.
"Yes, well, it's a bit much, I suppose,"
she said with a nervous laugh. Then, her eyes widening,
"Oh, I'll go and fetch Delagar."
Her eyes locked on to Allie's.
"Perhaps seeing him will help your memory."
With that, she darted off a large hallway to the left, leaving Jack and the others to drink in the dazzling decor. Allie walked slowly to a nearby chair, slumping wordlessly down into it as her eyes blankly scanned the room.
"Allie?"
said Gefnar, coming up beside her.
"Are you doing all right?"
The faint scowl on Allie's face was unflinching as she gave a faint nod.
"Guess so. Just trying to make sense of all this, I guess."
"No kidding," said Tanner as he gawked at a nearby painting. "You really don't remember any of this? Seems like it'd be hard to forget."
"No,"
Allie said sharply.
"I don't. None of this means anything to me."
"What about Swidona?" said Jack, alighting on the arm of a chair adjacent to Allie's. "What are your instincts telling you about her?" It was a generic question, she supposed, but her own instincts had saved her life on more than one occasion while growing up in the Aethelvir forest.
"I don't know,"
Allie said with a defeated shrug, slumping back in her chair.
"She seems to believe what she's saying, but what if she's wrong?"
She looked slowly around at the embroidered pillows and decorative tapestries.
"None of this feels... This isn't me."
"No one's saying it has to be," said Tanner, finding a seat of his own. He looked pointedly over to the arms-folded Jotagan, who seemingly was far from relaxed enough to assume the spot beside Tanner.
"But you owe it to yourself to see if there's really anything to this."
He smiled over to Allie.
"We all deserve the chance to find out more about where we came from."
A shadow fell over his eyes as they grew distant.
"No matter how painful it might be."
Jack nodded, feeling a fresh wave of homesickness wash over her as she thought of her loved ones back home.
"Agreed."
She shot Allie an affirming nod as the other woman looked her way.
"We've been proud to travel and fight beside you during our time together, but there's an undeniable bond in blood. Even if it doesn't mean you're any less alone, you have a chance to learn about your parents, your heritage. Anyone would have questions about that."
Allie grunted noncommittally.
"Guess they would."
Frowning at the tone, seemingly equal parts anger and fear, in Allie's words, Jack was about to offer further comfort when Swidona swept back into the room, a broad smile on her face.
"Delagar,"
she declared, turning back to the man who trailed her into the room.
"This is the long-lost heir of the estate, the returned Lady McAllister."
The man, dressed in slick breeches and a brocade tunic, halted in the doorway, the goatee on his face twitching along with his thin brow as his mouth fell open. Large gray eyes settled on Allie, shifting this way and that as he studied the woman before him. Slowly, he pushed further into the room to stand a few paces distant from Allie as she heaved herself upright, the two of them left to stare at each other in silence for a long moment.
"Blazes,"
the man finally whispered, one hand reaching up to stroke his goatee. He shook his head in disbelief, a faint smile emerging as he cleared his throat.
"It's really you, isn't it?"
Allie folded her arms, adopting a faintly defensive stance.
"That's what I'm here to find out. I take it you're Delagar?"
Frowning at her response, it took the man a moment to answer.
Yes. Yes, I am. It seems we're very much in the same boat. I'm afraid I don't remember you either."
At last, Allie seemed to relax, obviously grateful to encounter someone who didn't expect her to recall details from what must have felt like another lifetime.
Glad you're not insulted, I guess. What makes you so sure I'm this Edith of yours, then?
Delagar nodded, glancing back to Swidona.
Yes, my mother tells me you go by another name now.
He turned back around.
Allie, right?
At Allie's nod, he added,
And, to answer your question, I suppose I'm not sure you're who we think you are. But you'd be a lot better at scamming than any of the other imposters who've crawled up to the estate through the years if you weren't. The attention to detail on the appearance alone would have made the venture cost prohibitive.
Allie shrugged.
Or maybe I'm just that good of an illusionist.
Surprisingly, Delagar gave a sharp laugh.
Not in Falcon Crest, you're not. You'll have passed dozens of Samanir sentry pillars on the way here. Our defenders grew tired of any attempt at arcane trickery centuries ago.
Right,
Allie said with a grunt.
So, I take it I look and sound right. Am I the right age?
Without imposing the exact question,
Delagar said with a playful smirk.
I can only guess so, but yes. I take you to be just under my well-accomplished 23?
Yeah,
Allie said, nodding.
And you grew up in Lorson?
Another nod. Delagar gave an amazed chuckle, glancing back to his beaming mother once more.
Well, I'm not sure how to tell you this, Allie, but I'm pretty damned sure you're it.
Jack cocked a brow at the words, not at the happiness they held, but the bridled relief. Then Delagar was greeting the rest of them, smiling warmly as they related their names and shaking hands all around.
Well,
he said, turning a reluctant sidelong look back down the hall from which he'd entered.
I'm sorry to make this meeting so brief, but I'm afraid I have work that must be seen to.
His eyes lingered on Allie.
And potential provisions to make.
As Delagar strode from the room, Allie leveled a stare at Swidona.
What did he mean by that?
Swidona smiled proudly after Delagar.
My son has a profound sense of honor. If he believes, as I do, that you're the rightful heir to the McAllister estate, he'll want to ease the way for you to reclaim your family's holdings.
The shock that rippled through the mental link the group shared was redundant, as Jack monitored Allie's wide eyes and clenched fists at her side.
That's not...
Allie said, swallowing hard.
I don't...
Clearly assessing that she'd pushed too hard too quickly, Swidona hurried forward, her posture placating.
Oh, we can of course set aside that discussion for later. For now, would you like to see your old room?
Contention flashed in Allie's eyes as she obviously stifled the need to undercut the growing assumption that she was, in fact, this long-lost girl named Edith, and she merely gave a curt nod.
We'll be close by if you need us,
said Jack, touching Allie's arm in reassurance as Swidona began leading Allie up the nearby stairs. Allie nodded blankly, falling in behind Swidona, as though in a haze. Jack and the others watched the two ascend the broad staircase until they were out of sight, Tanner slumping back in his chair when they were left alone.
Oof,
said the foxkin, exhaling deeply. She's really reeling, huh? Wouldn't you be? Said Gefnar, sympathy in his words as he looked after Allie up the stairwell. It's a lot to take in. Yeah, said Tanner, his eyes scanning the living area once more. I guess it is.
Speaking of,
said Jack, motioning Ember up from the floor and to her side with a flick of the wrist.
I think Em and I will take in a bit more of the exterior.
Oh, said Tavik, speaking up for the first time since entering the room, as he preempted Jack toward the door.
Is it all right if I tag along? I don't have to be back at the barracks for a while yet.
Jack smiled warmly, gesturing him to her free side as she passed.
I'd like that. We can catch each other up on everything since Dragon's Nest.
A broad grin settled on Tavik's face as he accepted the offer, falling into step beside her. From behind, Jack heard Gefnar pipe up. Ooh, I think I see a set of lawn darts in the back. Anyone care to join me? Jotagan gave a light grunt. As long as we're here, why not? You'll have to instruct me on the rules. Otuli?
You two go ahead, said Tanner, audibly moving from his chair and sifting through the writing supplies in his pack. I've got to find a family portrait with a young, cranky Allie to sketch, or I'll never forgive myself. Beside Jack, Tavik chuckled softly before smiling over to her.
I'm glad you're all here, Jack. Feels like I didn't get to know you all last time.
Jack shot him a playful glower.
Yes, and whose fault was that again?
He took the barb with the intended levity.
Yeah, all right.
His eyes shifted past her to where Ember contentedly padded along on the side path that seemed to loop around the estate grounds.
Do I get to hear how that happened now?
I can tell you what happened anyway,
Jack said with a good-natured sigh as she ruffled the fur atop Ember's head.
Though I'm still a bit hazy on the how.
Hey, it's all right,
Tavik assured her with a ruddy grin.
Just glad we get to talk without things crumbling apart around us for a change.
Finding that she shared the sentiment, Jack began to relate her time at Varbius Keep, and the inexplicable way Ember had grown large enough to carry her toward an imperiled Gutherin, Njolar, and Atresar more quickly. She relished the wide-eyed reactions on Tavik's face so much she nearly forgot to take in the immaculate grounds about her, deciding that Tavik was incredibly easy to talk to. Not as easy as Ember, of course, but few people were. Chapter 5 Self-Scrutiny. Allie's mind was a churning mass of questions and fears.
What if it turns out I'm not who they think I am? What if I am? What would that mean for me traveling with my friends? Would I have to stay here? Would I have to start running things? What the blazes do I know about keeping an estate together? What if we were all just better off when I didn't know who I was, or who I might be, and Swidona and Delagar thought I was dead?
Then there were the darkest thoughts of all.
My parents. Their murder was never solved. Was it me? Did the darkness inside of me start ruining my life before I could even remember it? Was Shala not the first person in my life to suffer because of my lack of control?
The fact that it sounded as though her parents' bodies had been discovered intact and unblemished offered Allie some defense against going too far down that path. She may still not have understood everything about the power she wielded, but one thing she knew for sure was that nothing about it was delicate or subtle. If she'd been the one to inadvertently kill her own parents, there would almost certainly have been signs of potent magic. It was only a mildly comforting thought. She was so absorbed in the twisting implications of her infant revelations that it was with jarring abruptness that she realized she'd made it to the 3rd floor of the home, cresting the top of the stairs behind Swidona, the woman still brimming with nervous energy.
"Your old room's just down this hall," said Swidona, turning back to Allie as she motioned to a door down the right of the broad hallway. "Right next to your parents' room."
Allie nodded blankly, feeling strangely detached from her own body as she followed Swidona to the appointed door, dread and impatience warring in her chest as she watched the other woman produce a key and turn it in the lock. With a soft creak, the door swung open at Swidona's nudge, leaving Allie struck by the sensation that she was now peeking through a door long closed in her mind as well. Ignoring Swidona's expectant stare, Allie stepped into the room, a rush of inexplicable nostalgia and happiness, leaving her abruptly disoriented. No, she realized. That wasn't the only reason. Despite the sense of familiarity that latched onto Allie's mind, the room didn't feel right. The enormous canopy bed, draped in a bright floral duvet, the dresser topped with a set of gilded mirrors and a festive music box, the chest by the bay window seat that sported toys adorned with far too many ribbons and shades of pink. It was all too short.
"Well, it would be, wouldn't it, stupid?"
Allie scolded herself,
unsurprised to find that her heart was pounding in her ears.
Just like if you'd only ever been here as a child.
Allie? Swidona said softly from the doorway, her eyes intently studying Allie's face when Allie turned back to her.
Are you remembering anything?
I don't know, said Allie, feeling only slightly guilty at the lie. There was a strange sort of comfort in clinging to her doubt, regardless of its viability now. One look around was all she'd needed. She'd slept in this bed, laid her head on these perfectly fluffed pillows, sometimes with the peaceful exhaustion of a child run self-ragged by a day of fun, sometimes at the behest of the kind amorphous presence in her mind she'd come to associate with her parents. She'd played on this spotless wooden floor, her various carved and stuffed toys strewn about the room as she concocted preposterous narratives for her and her friends to inhabit. She'd known the contents of that wardrobe backwards and forwards, down to the last frilly silken dress behind its oaken doors. She'd stared out that double-pane window into pouring rain, tracing lines with her small, stubby finger along with the droplets that spilled down the exterior glass.
Allie?
Swidona repeated, drawing Allie from her reverie with a faint gasp.
Do you need...
A minute, Allie interjected sharply before forcing a tight smile. I just need a minute.
Oh,
said Swidona, backing dutifully from the room as she drew the door shut behind her.
Take as long as you need. I'll just leave the door to your parents' room open too.
The door left open only a crack. Allie was left with the sound of Swidona unlocking the adjacent door, as promised, then shuffling away along the hall and down the stairs. Her knees nearly buckling beneath her, Allie dropped down to the bed, finding even the familiarity of its enfolding softness infuriating. I'm her, she thought blankly. I'm Edith. There, Edith. Barely an hour earlier, she'd just been Allie, free to blaze her own trail through life, however she saw fit. Now, no, she thought, frowning. Nothing's changed. I'm still me. Swidona and Delagar have gotten along just fine without me so far. Why would they need me now? It didn't take her very long to realize that the reason she was protesting such a drastic upward turn in her financial fortune was the implication for what it might mean between her and her traveling companions. She wasn't afraid they'd treat her differently. They'd put up with her abrasive behavior well enough for Allie to know that somehow they enjoyed, or at least tolerated, her presence well enough, even when she was a nobody. She didn't even fear that she'd be the one to change. Even if she decided to take Delagar up on his unspoken offer, she had little taste for the frivolities money could buy. Her time in Lorson, witnessing how decadent living had often left people as joyless, judgmental husks, had convinced her from an early age that grandiose homes and affluent lifestyles held little interest for her. If anything, she mused, glancing about the expensive trappings that surrounded her, I'd want to strip things down a peg. The real fear that gnawed at her was the memory of what her life had been before Dragon's Nest, before Jack, Tanner, Gefnar, and even Ember had entered her life. She'd never made friends at Aranak Sanctuary. There hadn't seemed to be a reason for it, after what had happened to Shala. The other students under Lethold had been friendly enough, but Allie had made a point of keeping to herself. After all, hadn't she been the monster to destroy her best friend, along with likely dozens of other innocents? The further away people stayed, she'd decided, the better. Then she wouldn't have the chance to hurt anyone again. With her new friends, things had been different. Circumstances beyond Allie's control had brought them all together, and almost before she'd realized it, they'd become an integral part of her life. Her new family. And now here she was, in the vaunted McAllister estate, her familial home for her real family. But a family she barely remembered. Add to that Swidona and Delagar's unsubtle expectations that Allie would simply step in and resume her family's business, as though nothing had happened, and Allie was left with a cold knot in her stomach. If this was supposed to be her new life, what would happen to the old one? Would the others go on without her? Would she be left all alone again? Angrily wiping a hot tear from her cheek, Allie closed her eyes and attempted a short breathing exercise she'd learned from Entohika. The results were infuriatingly minimal. With an exasperated groan, Allie dropped to her back on the bed's enfolding surface, staring at the ceiling for a moment before crawling to one of the pillows and briefly shoving her face into it. The image of her doing much the same thing as a young girl swept over her mind, doing little to improve her mood. Turning sideways to inhale, Allie lay still for a while, finally curling up on her side as the afternoon sunlight spilling in from the window warmed her back. In the moment of fluid consciousness before she drifted off to sleep, however, Allie was jolted awake by the sensation of a foreign presence entering her mind. It hadn't felt the same as when she sensed her friends' emotions, or could hear them speaking to her over their magical link. If anything, this raw, commanding presence had reminded her more of her encounter with the self-proclaimed Thekur, Kravog, beneath Dragon's Nest. Allie was instantly on her feet, dagger in hand as her eyes darted about the room. Nothing. Then the presence was there again, tapping patiently against the wall of her psyche like a visitor on the doorstep. But, along with the tap, there was a pull, as though Allie's mind was a compass directing her northward. And the pull was leading her toward the room Swidona had marked as her parents'. Her senses prickling at the mental intrusion, Allie eased toward the door of her room. The pull didn't intensify, didn't respond in any way. It simply didn't leave. Jaw clenched, Allie stepped up to the adjacent door, reaching out to turn the knob with her free hand. A fresh wave of memory caused her to sway on her feet as the room opened up before her, and it was as though she could see her younger self fling the door inward before rushing to the bed where her parents slept, having been frightened by a bad dream or a too close clap of thunder. Shaking her head to clear the image, Allie entered the room. Immediately her pulse quickened, and the hair on the back of her neck bristled. The pull hadn't strengthened, but she somehow knew that this was where the source lay. Ignoring the sights and scents that plucked at her memory, the smell of her father's beard oil that had lingered on the young Allie's nose when he'd kissed her goodnight, her mother's favorite golden dress, still hung up on the mannequin in the corner to be stitched, the calming hint of sage her parents had liked in the candles flanking the canopy bed's headboard, Allie began a game of blind hide-and-seek. How many times had she and the other street urchins of Lorsen played this behind the stables, or down by the docks, she wondered distantly. With agreed-upon landmarks as the arena exterior, one child would be blindfolded, ears alert for sounds of movement as they stumbled about to grab another player, who would then be forced to don the blindfold. And how many times did we stub our toes? Allie thought wistfully, even as she took a few false starts into the room. Again, the pull in her mind didn't seem to react, but she could still sense when she adopted a false heading, as if by some level of sight or hearing she couldn't qualify. At last she found herself facing the dresser past the foot of the bed, and specifically the jewelry box resting on top of it. There wasn't a hint of dust anywhere, Allie noted for the first time, not in this room or the last one. It was like Swidona and the others who had served the McAllisters had decided that they would keep everything as the family had left it, perhaps as a sort of shrine to their memory. If she had to guess, the drapes were probably drawn about this time as well to keep the sunlight currently pouring in from bleaching the ornate bedding, or anything else it touched. For the moment, though, Allie couldn't be heartwarmed at the thought. She was just frustrated that the dust couldn't tell her who besides her might have felt this pull recently, and interacted with this jewelry box before her. Her fears were allayed slightly when she tentatively cracked the lid open, rows of dazzling rings and earrings meeting her gaze. All right, she thought. So Swidona and the others have enough respect for my parents' memory not to pilfer their things, noticeably anyway. Or they're all just well paid enough that they don't need to bother. Whatever the reasoning, Allie soon closed the lid of the top compartment, quickly rummaging through the rest of the box's many drawers. None of the items appeared to be what was exerting the pull on her mind. Upon exhausting her options, Allie felt her scowl deepen. Then she pored through each compartment once more, scrutinizing each immaculate piece for the telltale blue tint of memory stone. All she found were rocks of a much darker blue she felt she'd heard the more braggadocious ladies of Lorsen flaunting as sapphires. With a growl of mounting frustration she couldn't quite explain, Allie sheathed her dagger beneath her cloak, the better to use both hands to turn the box over a few times, until, finally, she spotted a faint seam on the back. Sneering in triumph, Allie hooked her nails under the edge of it, easing the hidden compartment open. Inside was another rock. Deflated, Allie fished the thing out, finding that it fit comfortably into the palm of her hand. A nameless sense of anxiety began to rise in her chest as she turned the rock over, holding it up to the light. It was a deep purple in color, seemingly flawless and monochromatic at first glance. But as sunlight danced through its glossy surface, Allie caught sight of what looked to be dark, crackling tendrils swimming in the depths of it, blackish veins that seemed to pulse and shift even when Allie held the rock perfectly still, and she had an increasingly difficult time telling herself that it was some trick of the light. But this was it. This was the whatever it was that had reached out to her mind, and Allie found suddenly that she was terrified of it. The overwhelming compulsion to hurl the rock across the room came over her, but before she could act on it, a voice of purest malice echoed in her mind.
Fascinating. I am not the first of my kind you have encountered.
Allie shut her eyes against the awful droning voice as she felt the room spin around her. Gasping, she braced herself against the dresser, gritting her teeth as she fought to expel the foreign presence from her thoughts. "Get out!" she snarled, using every trick of mental conditioning she'd learned from Lethold and Entohika to defend her own frantic psyche. The presence's only response was a nauseating rush of amusement, fanning Allie's indignation as she snarled aloud, "Who are you? What do you want?"
"We'll speak soon, child,"
said the voice, even as the dark cloud that seemed to embody its presence receded to a dark kernel in the back of Allie's mind.
"But first, allow me to settle myself in this new home."
Allie's nails dug into the surface of the dresser as she struggled against the presence, but it was no use. Quivering with fury as she felt the presence nestle into her consciousness, Allie opened her eyes, looking down to see her dagger clutched firmly in her grasp. It was changed now, though. Embedded in the butt of the hilt was the black-veined stone, the metal around it lit in a diminishing orange glow, as though the stone had welded itself in place. Allie staggered back a step, staring in horror at the dagger, the blade she'd strived to use for good since the death of Crexus, the man who'd gifted it to her. Somehow it had always made her feel like she was wielding a light in the darkness. Now the weapon felt as tainted as she was. "Jack!" she blurted, despite the quake of fear in her own voice. "Tanner! Gefnar!" "What is it?" came Jack's quick response over the mental link. "Are you hurt?" I don't," Allie sputtered, finding that she lacked the words to grasp the experience she'd just had. There was this stone and—" "Stay where you are," Tanner chimed in. "We're coming to help." Disregarding the instruction, Allie found herself almost floating from the room, barely able to feel her own feet as she drifted back down the stairwell to the main floor. "Allie?" Gefnar's voice came over the link. "Allie, what's going on? Please, say some—" The last bit of Gefnar's plea landed on Allie's ears externally as she neared the bottom of the stairs. Jack, Ember, Tanner, and Gefnar appeared below her in rapid succession, with Tavik and Jotagan close behind, worry lining each of their faces. "Thing!" Gefnar finished, skidding to a halt at the bottom of the stairs. Allie met their expectant stares with rapid blinking eyes, Unsure she trusted herself to speak any more without reducing herself to a mess of screaming, crying, or incoherent babbling. "Allie," Jack said softly, slowly climbing the first step toward the other woman. "What's happened?" "Were you attacked?" Tavik added from behind, one hand on the hilt of his short sword. "Should I call for reinforcements?" "No," Allie managed to say from behind chattering teeth. "There was a voice." Movement to her right past the front door caught her eye, where a distraught-looking Swidona stood in the hallway beyond the living area. "You knew," Allie breathed, the accusation centering her as she stared down the woman. She wasn't entirely sure how, but she could read with certainty on Swidona's face that she understood what had happened. Eyes widening, Swidona scurried closer. "Not that he would find you upstairs, either. Allie, believe me." "He?" Allie snapped, pushing through her friends to stand face to face with Swidona. "Tell me what in the blazes is happening right now." I will," said Swidona, her gaze flitting down to the dagger still in Allie's grasp. Not out of fear that she was about to be stabbed, Allie thought. Rather, it seemed like she'd caught sight of the purple black-veined stone in the hilt, and there was recognition in her eyes. "You know what this is, don't you?" said Allie, waving the weapon in Swidona's face, even as the older woman glanced about worriedly, motioning for Allie to lower her voice. "Yes," Swidona admitted, guilt tugging at her faintly wrinkled features. "But I had thought it lost when your mother—" She closed her eyes, holding a hand to her forehead as she gave a weary shake of her head. Purely on memory, it seemed, she felt her way into a nearby chair, slumping down onto it as she looked at Allie once more. "This isn't what I wanted for you. I only meant for you to learn more about your family." "Seems I have," Allie spat, reluctantly taking the seat across from Swidona for fear of her legs failing her. Again, she held the hilt of her dagger before Swidona. "My mother owned this stone?" Swidona nodded. "Yes, I once thought it to have been her most prized possession, but I soon came to understand that it was only ever close to her because she couldn't be rid of it." Fresh fear fluttered in Allie's chest. "What do you mean?" Opening her mouth to respond, Swidona glanced past Allie, where Allie could feel the others looking on with apprehension. With a sigh, Allie shot a pointed but not angry look over her shoulder to the pair of individuals she didn't know as well. Both Tavik and Jotagan quickly took the hint.
"I'll, stand lookout at the front door then,"
said Tavik, bowing slightly before exiting the room.
"Which leaves the back entrance to me, I suppose,"
Jotagan added graciously, glancing inscrutably to Tanner as he veered past in the other direction. "The others can stay," Allie said, turning back to Swidona. "I've trusted them with my life enough times to trust them with this." She leaned forward. "Tell me about the stone." "The stone finds a way to remain at your side," Swidona explained, her words seeming heavy on her own tongue. "For your mother, it would ever make its way back into her belongings. I witnessed myself the distant look in her eye as she would pack it among her things before a long journey, seemingly oblivious of what she'd just done. By its own magic, or the power it can leech from around it, it will make its way back to you." Allie looked down to the dagger, angrily smashing the butt of it against a nearby end table before she realized what she was doing. The stone didn't budge, dark tendrils writhing within it to burrow deeper into the metal. "That dagger, it's enchanted, I take it," said Swidona, defeat in her eyes. "Yes," Allie growled, hurling the dagger across the room in frustration. At the instant of impact on the far wall of the room, it vanished, reappearing in her hand. Allie blinked. She hadn't summoned it. At the back of Allie's mind, something like an amused, arrogant laugh seemed to echo in her thoughts. Clearly noting the shock on Allie's face, Swidona sighed. "Charade. The stone is his,
somehow allowing him to infest each new generation of your family.
Allie's jaw fell slack. She'd only ever heard the name Sharad, whispered in fear during her time at Aranak's sanctuary, on occasion uttered as a curse by the gutter snipes in Lorsen who thought themselves too edgy for common swearing. In either case, the message had been clear. Sharad was not a force to invoke lightly. It was only when Allie had undergone her formal studies under Lethold at the Aranak sanctuary that she'd learned Sharad's true identity. He was, every text agreed, the worst of the Thakur, a vile being who fed on chaos and despair. Antithesis and eternal enemy of Nomen Kal, brightest of the Thakur. From behind, Allie heard Tanner give a long, low groan.
Damn, I wish you hadn't said that.
Fear pulsing through her body, Allie found herself inclined to agree. The thing inside of her finally had a name, and she already missed the ignorance of it like a lost limb. Chapter 6. Family Burdens.
But she can be purged, right?
Said Gefnar, his voice frantic as he stepped forward, anxiously glancing between Swidona and Allie.
She didn't choose this. We can appeal to Nomen Kal and he'll drive Sharad's influence away.
Allie could hear the concern in the gnome's voice and see the fear in his eyes as she turned down to him. But she also saw the way he gripped the sword in his hand, the weapon he'd probably snatched up to defend Allie moments ago, when everyone had thought she was in danger. It wasn't that Allie blamed him. She understood why Gefnar's reaction was so volatile. He'd lived in service to the Temple of Nomen Kal in Dragon's Nest for most of his life, raised on the values of charity and service by Entohika and others. More than that, he'd been taught to despise the sworn enemy of Nomen Kal in the Netherplane, the evil Sharad. To learn that such a dark force had laid claim to one of his friends had to be horrifying. Worse, Allie saw the conviction in Gefnar's eyes wane as Swidona shook her head.
Joan, your mother, Allie, tried everything she could, in secret, to be rid of Sharad. But, be it by priests of Nomen Kal, Iernat, or Ushunasil, she was always told the same thing.
Swidona's eyes were drawn in sympathy as she held Allie's gaze.
The bond between your bloodline and Sharad, it is biological. Legends Joan uncovered speak of deals struck with specters in exchange for power. Often the price is the person's firstborn child.
Only, Swidona continued, seeming both relieved and agitated to be saying the words out loud,
the deal does not end there. The child not only carries the specter's essence, becoming an agent of their will, but their entire bloodline is marked with an affinity for destructive magics. Some time in the distant past, one of your ancestors did make such a deal, Allie, and they made it with the worst specter of all, the darkest of the Thakur.
But that's hardly fair, Tanner interjected. Just because some idiot sold their soul centuries ago, Allie's forced to carry around a piece of the greatest evil known to existence? Swidona gave a commiserating shrug.
What are any of us but our heritage and experiences? She sighed. No, it's not fair.
She turned to Allie, managing a tight smile.
But that doesn't mean there isn't hope.
Her eyes shifted to Allie's left, causing Allie to follow the other woman's gaze numbly. A painting hung on the wall there, one of the many adorning the chamber. This one, however, began to unravel in meaning for Allie, almost before she knew why. The top half of the painting, which was weathered but well preserved, sporting the lush, drooping branches of a willow tree, its foliage a vibrant green. Where the trunk of it met the ground, however, halfway through the painting, the colors took on a darker turn, with the roots of the tree spreading like blackened veins in a sea of deep purple.
That painting is almost as old as the age,
said Swidona, a sad smile on her face as Allie turned back to her.
Commissioned many generations ago when the McAllisters first rose to prominence in the wake of the Dragon War. I think it was made to remind a family growing in power and influence that, even if they carried such a powerful darkness in their blood, they could still bring light to the world through simple acts of kindness.
Allie frowned. Something in Swidona's tone had distracted her from the uncertain future before her.
You think? My mother never talked to you about the painting?
Swidona slouched sheepishly.
In truth, my dear, your mother didn't want to talk to me about any of this. She trusted no one with this knowledge. Not even, I think, your father.
Her eyes grew distant as she sighed.
I think Joan knew that I'd learned the truth, though. I'm not the most clandestine of snoopers.
At this she gave a curt laugh.
But regardless of the dormant powers within, I knew who she was.
Tears shone in Swidona's eyes.
She was my friend. Dearest I've ever known.
But she didn't trust you with any of this? Said Allie, a flutter of worry in her chest that maybe her mother had been right to keep it to herself. The conflict in Gefnar's furrowed face was palpable.
It was her secret to keep,
said Swidona, wiping tears from her cheek.
And I never felt as though I was in danger. She only ever showed me or anyone else kindness.
She looked imploringly into Allie's eyes.
This needn't change you, my dear. Your mother held the darkness at bay her entire life, and—
Swidona's voice trailed off as the sound of approaching footsteps from down the hall filtered into the room. Allie followed Swidona's worried look in that direction, seeing that Delagar had emerged from what she took to be his office down the hall.
"Oh, you're all still here,"
he said, even as he seemed to register that there were fewer people present than before.
"I can have some servants show you to your rooms if you'd like."
He turned to Allie.
"I assume you've been told that your friends are welcome to stay. They can even claim the rooms reserved for honored guests down the hall from well, where you stayed as a child anyway. I was just coming to check if you needed anything before attending to some business in—"
He stopped, his eyes settling on the teary-eyed Swidona as his brow creased.
"Mother? Are you—"
"Oh, I'm quite all right,"
Swidona assured him, hastily rising to her feet and patting Allie on the shoulder.
"Suppose I'm just a bit of an emotional wreck is all, having our girl back. I'll, just go and collect myself, I think."
As she turned to Allie again, Allie caught the flicker of worry in Swidona's eyes, along with the faintest shake of her head. But the flustered facade remained, leaving Allie to question if she'd seen the look at all.
"Treat the house as your own, dear Allie. It is, after all."
With that, Swidona hurried from the room, through a door adjacent to Delagar, bringing a handkerchief to her face in what was clearly a ploy to avoid eye contact with her son. Allie, however, wasn't about to let the moment slide that easily. Not looking to her friends or Delagar, she strode after Swidona, catching up to her in what looked to be a type of secondary food storage area.
"Stop,"
Allie said sharply, snaring Swidona by the arm. As the older woman turned back to her with a bowed head, Allie scrutinized Swidona's face.
"What was that, just now?"
Swidona's grimace of guilt confirmed Allie's suspicions.
"Delagar doesn't know, does he? About my bloodline?"
Swidona shook her head.
"I felt I owed your mother my silence even after her death. I didn't want to tarnish her memory." "And what? I'm supposed to just keep it all a secret too?"
Allie shot back.
"I'm not sure if you've noticed, but I'm not exactly skilled at keeping my feelings to myself." "What you do with this knowledge is up to you,"
Swidona said softly, casting a wary glance over her shoulder to the bustling sounds from a kitchen nearby.
"I simply don't wish to betray your mother's trust."
Allie grunted.
"Assuming she even knew that you'd found her out."
Swidona visibly winced at the jibe.
"Yes, I suppose."
Before Allie could begin to form an apology, or even decide if one was warranted, Swidona stepped closer, lowering her voice even further.
I would like you to speak with him, though. Delagar, that is. I think that it would benefit you both.
What about? Allie asked slowly, drawing back from the other woman's proximity.
That is between you and him,
Swidona said, appearing to swallow a more descriptive answer. Allie rolled her eyes. Terrific. You won't tell me what's going on, but you want us to talk about something specific, otherwise you wouldn't be asking. Swidona nodded.
True, but I owe more than just your mother my silence. There are many trusts I don't wish to betray.
Sure, said Allie, sighing. We'll talk. Seems inevitable anyway. I'm not secretly engaged to the man, am I? The shock that flashed in Swidona's eyes at the question was only tempered by the instinctive smile at the corner of her mouth.
Oh, no. Your family was never one to partake in that sort of thing.
She gave a nervous smile.
I'm happy to report that you're still as free as ever to marry whomever you wish.
Allie grunted. Well, I'll be sure to let you know when I find someone who wouldn't push me into strangling them in the process. I imagine that's a step in the right direction. Swidona shifted uncomfortably, glancing over at the kitchen once more.
I suppose I should be making sure that things are on course for supper. Were there any dishes you'd like to request?
Dishes? Allie repeated incredulously. Lady, for me, a dish has always been a clay plate, and I ate whatever landed on it that wasn't still crawling. At Swidona's look of slack-jawed horror, Allie sighed. Make whatever you would have made anyway, she said, turning to leave. I'm sure it'll be food. She barely caught Swidona's polite smile of response before she was making her way back through the mansion's maze of rooms and corridors to the main living area, finding that Delagar had attempted to engage in small talk with her friends, and it was going about as poorly as she would have imagined. A good journey, then, Delagar was saying, visibly forcing himself to remain attentive for whatever response came his way. I mean, we made it anyway, said Tanner, scowling at the question. It was long and pretty boring most of the time, and when our feet didn't hurt from walking, we were in the saddle, which made a pleasant enough journey, yes, Jack cut in, shooting Tanner a disapproving glower. I guess, Tanner said, shrugging. At this point, Delagar turned to see that Allie had returned, his face relaxing in relief. Ah, Allie. I hope my mother isn't fawning over you too much. She's usually far more reserved, I assure you. Allie nodded meaninglessly. Right. I've been upstairs already. I can show the others where they'll be staying. Delagar seemed to capture that he was being dismissed before Allie had to truly unleash her bluntness with something like, Didn't you have somewhere you needed to be? Very good, said Delagar, offering Allie a slight bow. I hope to be returning in time for supper. He looked quizzically down to Allie's hand, and, almost blushing at the realization, Allie saw that she still held her dagger loosely in her grasp. Delagar made no comment, however, and, with a pleasant smile to the others, he was gone. Through the front wall littered with windows, Allie spotted Tavik marking Delagar's departure, the guardsman seeming to take this as his cue to meander back inside. Is everything all right, then? Said Tavik, peering through the front door. Why not? Said Allie, striding for the stairs. No one died, I guess. She winced inwardly at how ungracious she was being, but etiquette wasn't exactly the first thing on her mind right now. When is it ever? A voice that thankfully sounded like her own said snarkily from within her own mind. She motioned to the others. Come on, we'd be stupid not to stay here tonight, so I guess I'm showing you to your rooms. Thankfully, her friends were smart enough to keep any ham-fisted words of comfort to themselves, their steps echoing behind Allie up the stairs shortly after she heard Tanner call Jotagun back inside. What a damned mess, Allie thought morosely, despising the pristine walls, dazzling art, and dustless surfaces around her. She reflected that it was somehow more comforting when, if she felt like the world was crumbling down on all sides, her surroundings typically had the decency to look like it. Tanner slumped down onto the double bed by the bay window, feeling its plush comforter and heathery mattress enfold his knotted, travel-tired body. A contented sigh escaped his lips, and he linked his furry hands beneath his head, nestling into the comfortable surface like a burrowing cat. "That's more like it," he muttered, grinning over at Gefnar. "Probably didn't even have beds like this at the temple, huh?" Said the gnome, belatedly meeting Tanner's gaze as he let his pack slump to the floor. "Oh, yeah. I mean, no. No, this is pretty garish," Jotagan finished from where he sat upright on the other large double bed. His foxen eyes scanned the room and its decor distastefully. Tanner shrugged where he lay. I've seen garisher." He turned his attention from the illuminated textured map that covered almost half a wall, scowling over at Gefnar. "You doing all right, Gef?" Gefnar's brow furrowed as he hoisted himself up to sit at the foot of the bed. "I guess. I mean, she hasn't really changed, has she?" A quick glance was exchanged between Tanner and Jotagan, mirroring the uncertainty that emanated from Okizi's presence inside. No one had to ask who Gefnar meant. "I don't know, Gef," Tanner admitted, sitting up and scooching backward so that he could lean against his headboard. "If I'm honest, I always knew she had a darker side to her, even before she came clean with us about her past. Now, I think it's pretty clear where that comes from." To Jotagan's credit, he made no snide remark about how it was clear to everyone but him. Though he hadn't been present to hear Swidona explain Allie's heritage, he was probably smart enough to have guessed something close enough to the truth. Instead, Jotagan merely nodded slowly. "But this should not matter." Gefnar turned to the foxkin, his face scrunching incredulously. "Not matter?" Jotagan gave an unapologetic head tilt. "Yes. You have fought beside her and entrusted her with your lives. Were danger to arise at this very moment, would you do any differently now?" Tanner considered that for a moment, matching Gefnar's frown of concentration. At last they looked to each other with certainty. "I guess not," said Tanner, with Gefnar offering a nod of agreement. "Then whatever it is you have learned is irrelevant in how you should treat her," said Jotagan with a wave of his hand. "Your friends have not ostracized you, O'Toole, for the implications of what it is you carry." Okizi felt like she did a defensive somersault around Tanner's ribcage at that one. "And I'm eternally grateful," said Tanner, smirking playfully over at Gefnar after a calming inhale. "Guess we can't draw the line in different places for different people." Despite Gefnar's of agreement, Tanner could see the flicker of uncertainty in the gnome's eyes. Especially for someone so devoted to the will of Gnome and Cal, that was going to be something easier said than done. Tanner's unease was more simplistic, he supposed. Though Allie had shown marked signs of growth in the past few months, she was still prone to moments of volatility, seemingly without considering how her actions might impact those around her. And Tanner couldn't shake the memory of her informing them all of how her childhood friend had been ripped apart by the first manifestation of Allie's powers. As Gefnar wordlessly dropped back to the floor and began unpacking his belongings, Tanner caught Jotagan staring intently his way. "Yes?" Tanner said after a moment, uneasily raking his fingers along his chin. "Have I got something in my fur?" "The words you chanted to bolster the passing soldiers," Jotagan said without preamble. "They were much like the ones you spoke after the battle in Kadason to calm those around you." Tanner shrugged broadly. "I guess, yeah." "This is the tongue of the Thekur?" Tanner nodded. "And you know the word's meaning?" "Not exactly," Tanner admitted. "It's more like, I understand the intention." Jotagan squinted. "Yet you speak it fluently, better than anyone I've ever heard." Tanner avoided eye contact with Gefnar as the gnome shot a pointed look his way. According to Gefnar, Tanner handled the intricacies of the language even better than High Priestess Entohika. Well, said Tanner, shifting uneasily at the implied praise, I did a lot of reading growing up. Got my hands on whatever I was allowed to check out of the temple archives, and a lot of my favorites centered on the Netherplane, specters, and the Thakur. He clambered over the bed to where his pack leaned against one of the legs, withdrawing the hefty, immaculately bound book in the Thakur tongue he'd recovered under Dragon's Nest. Picked this up while searching the cultist lair downstairs back home, and, well, I guess all that reading paid off, because I can understand it, even though it's the first thing I've actually read in the Thakur's language.
That is not how languages operate, Jotagan replied with an incredulous frown. Especially not ones as intricate as the tongue of the Thakur. From my meager understanding, it is not only tonal in construction, but relies heavily on pitch and frequency, which is nearly impossible to translate into written words, or conversely, to manifest in the intended fashion from reading it. One must not only be a skilled linguist, but a musical genius. Have you had formal training in either of these schools?
Tanner swallowed. No, not that I can remember. Jotagan cocked his head.
Interesting that you would choose those words.
At Tanner's raised eyebrow he continued.
Part of what drew your parents to each other, as I recall, was their shared interest in the study of the Netherplane. Whether through your blood, or a concerted effort on their part through your earliest formative years, perhaps they passed this passion for learning of things beyond our world onto you, and Okizi.
From inside of Tanner, Okizi's response to the words was a sort of wistful warmth, closely matching Tanner's own. I guess, even if we don't remember them, they helped to shape who we are, huh? He thought inwardly, sharing a moment of commiseration with his sister. Though Jotagan had spoken of their parents on the journey from Kadason, along with sharing aspects of Foxkin culture that were now lost to the three survivors, this was the first time Tanner's cousin had done so without bitterness in his voice. And something in the subtle difference made Tanner want to hear Jotagan talk about their lost home all the more. As it turned out, he didn't need to prompt.
My side of the family may have been warriors,
Jotagan went on, looking down to his padded hands that wielded the sword on the bed beside him with a lethal precision.
Skilled combatants who protected our people with honor. But it was people like your parents who made our home worth protecting. So devoted were they to the pursuit of knowledge and understanding that it was a shock, even at my young age, when your mother announced her pregnancy to the family. I think we'd all assumed that their life's work would take precedence over all else.
He looked up, smiling at Tanner.
I am glad, however, that they sought to make room for children in their lives, else I now might have found myself truly alone.
Or dead, Tanner left unspoken, recalling how both he and Jotagan had been bested by Irimiz's deadly blade. If it hadn't been for Tanner's friends. He pushed the thought aside as he felt Okizi's visceral, frightened reaction to the memory. Though Tanner rankled slightly at being valued for what he was rather than who he was, Jotagan was trying to pay him a compliment. I think. All doubt was removed as Jotagan rose to close the distance between them, resting a hand on Tanner's shoulder.
And, regardless of your blood, Otuli, I am proud to call you cousin, having come to know you for the honorable man you are. You fight for your friends and loved ones, regardless of personal cost, as they do for you. I think, though, I let anger overshadow my motives, that it was this I fought to preserve all these years. The honor of our people is not yet snuffed out of this world, and I wish for this to be my new mission. To stand at your side against all opposition so that the legacy of our people might endure.
Tanner couldn't keep a grin from his face. So, you're staying with us? It had been Tanner's greatest unvoiced fear for the past few weeks, that Jotagan would just find some new vendetta to chase, leaving him alone with the fractured mind of his sister. No more stories of home, or tidbits on the family Tanner couldn't remember. How long would he be able to keep himself together then, knowing that there were answers he'd never learn? How would Okizi react? By the flood of relief that swept through Tanner from within, she'd been just as fearful of losing Jotagun as he had been, now performing what felt like a joyful backflip inside Tanner's chest. At Jotagun's nod, coupled with the odd sensation of Okizi's acrobatics, Tanner gave an involuntary laugh, standing to wrap his cousin up in a tight hug. "Well, all right then." He pulled back to hold Jotagun at arm's length. "Glad to be more than just your easiest option." Jotagun took the jest in the spirit it was intended, chuckling as he nodded. "I want to be nowhere else, Otuli. You and your sister are my family, and what have I been seeking to reclaim in my hunting down of Iramis and his comrades, if not this?" To Gefnar's credit, it seemed like he was making a concerted effort to be happy for Tanner, as the foxkin pointlessly informed the gnome of everything he'd just overheard. His smile, however, was less than convincing. Conflicted by his friend's response, Tanner plopped back down to the bed to be closer to Gefnar's eye level. "What do you say, Gef? Think we've got room for one more in our little family?" "Because you're my family too, you idiot," he managed to add only to himself. "Yeah," said Gefnar, nodding over to Jotagun. "Pretty sure there'll be room." Something in the way Gefnar said the words gave Tanner pause. But then Jotagun was excitedly postulating how they might even be able to bring Okizi into her own form someday, and that was a whole other conversation. Chapter 7 Faded Memories. "Big room," said Jack, casting her eyes around the sizable bedchamber and pair of double beds. "Not sure what Ember and I are even going to do with so much room." She glanced surreptitiously over at Allie, who'd meandered her way into the guest room behind Jack. Jack thought better of outright suggesting that the two of them share the room, however, even as Allie continued staring blankly out the window. There'd been enough of a reaction at the corner of Allie's eyes to tell Jack that she'd been heard, and it wouldn't do anything for the situation to make the offer any clearer. For whatever reason, Allie had moved her things into her old room, and she wouldn't need Jack questioning that. What she needed was as much understanding and patience as Jack and the others could give. "It's the most beautiful home I've ever seen," Jack offered by way of non sequitur, hoping to draw Allie's gaze away from the morose hues of sunset. "I can't imagine what it must have been like to live here." Allie grunted, turning from the bay window to meet Jack's gaze. "Yeah, me neither." Jack paused for a beat, dropping to sit by the enormous wolf curled up at the foot of her bed. "You don't remember any of this?" "No, I don't know," Allie said with a sigh, making for the door that hung ajar. A few paces from it, she stopped, turning to look over her shoulder. "It's for you." Brow furrowed, Jack stood, following Allie to the doorway to see that Tavik had crested the stairs outside, a pair of saddlebags in his grasp.
I wasn't sure where you'd want these," he said when Jack pulled the door open. "The stable hands brought 'em in, though, so I offered to bring 'em up."
"In here's fine," said Jack as she lifted the provisions out of his hands. She glanced meaningfully about the room behind her. "Seems I've got the most room for it."
"Right,"
Tavik said with a wary laugh, his eyes darting between the two women.
"Well, I guess I'll be off then. My shift'll be starting soon."
His gaze settled on Allie.
"Though I do want to say, I don't know what you've decided about any of this, but I think it'd be a good change of leadership around here if you stayed."
Allie stepped up to Jack's side, scrutinizing Tavik's face. "What do you mean?"
"Oh, nothing, I guess,"
the guardsman deflected, his stance shifting as he visibly fought not to retreat a step into the hallway.
"None of my business, really."
Jack scowled, setting the saddlebags down inside the room. Do you have a problem with how Delagar runs things, Tavik? Wincing at the realization that he'd cornered himself into explaining, Tavik cleared his throat.
It's not just me. Lots of folks feel like he's done the McAllister name a disservice by engaging in questionable business practices of late.
Allie folded her arms. Profiting from the war somehow?
He's got a funny way of doing it, if so,
said Tavik, his face contorting into a lopsided sneer.
People are already hurting for basic goods, and he seems to think it's an ideal time to raise the rent for every land and housing project the estate owns. Even rich folks are having to sell off their holdings, and the poor ones, some of them have been bled dry already. And with the city's shelters already full up with refugees from the fighting, and the Samanir laws on vagrants being what they are, those who can't find someone kind enough to take them in are evicted from Falcon's Crest entirely.
Indignation flared in Jack's chest at the thought. Sure, she may have lived in the wild her whole life, but to abandon people with no survival skills to the elements and predators lurking outside the city was heartless.
Is the McAllister estate in financial trouble, do you know? She pressed.
Wherever possible, she preferred to give people the benefit of the doubt. And if an entity as large as the McAllister estate seemed to be was in danger of crashing and irreparably damaging the land's economy, maybe Delagar was just making the hard call to keep things afloat until the war ended.
Tavik shrugged. Wouldn't know anything about that. Important people like to make sure people like me don't know about their problems. But whatever Delagar's reasoning, his decisions recently have made him unpopular with folks who remember the McAllisters treating their tenants and business partners with compassion, which is most everyone.
Uh-huh,
Allie grunted, an instinctive outrage seeming to tug at her eyes.
Thanks for telling me, Tavik.
Right,
said the guardsman, forcing a reticent smile.
Well, let me know if I can help with anything else. Guess I should be getting back to the barracks. My shift'll be starting soon.
His eyes shot quickly between Jack and Allie, and it looked for a moment like he would add something else. Instead, he simply gave a tight bow and retreated down the stairs.
The places you meet people, huh?
said Allie, a prompting note in her tone that Jack couldn't quite identify. Shrugging it off as a part of Allie's stress, given everything she'd learned that day, Jack merely smiled.
Yes, it's good to see him again.
Allie raised an eyebrow.
Uh-huh.
As Jack struggled to think how she could invite her standoffish friend to open up further, a heavy gong, gong sounded from downstairs. Jack's hands instinctively reached for her weapons.
What's that?
Dinner, Allie informed her, rolling her eyes in bridled amusement as she shouldered past the other woman.
Rich people like to let everyone around them know they always have enough to eat.
The bitterness in the words made Jack want to comfort Allie all the more, but she merely motioned Ember off the bed and to her side as they met up with Tanner, Gefnar, and Jotugan out in the hallway. Jack shook her head as the gong sounded again.
Since when did eating have to be so loud?
Allie fidgeted in her cushioned, high-backed chair, wishing for the 100th time that its carved wooden armrests didn't keep her from pulling the chair closer to her place setting. It'd make it easier to ignore Swidona's frequent glances from across the table. Their hostess had arrived at the table shortly after the rest of them had tentatively entered the high-ceilinged dining room, complete with a finely carved table large enough to serve as the deck of a small ship, and floor-to-ceiling windows that looked out over the sloping hill and private shoreline that made up the rear of the estate grounds. Swidona had invited everyone to take their seats, not so subtly nudging Allie into the direction of the nearest head of the table. Its counterpart was still left empty across from her, though the untouched place setting indicated that they awaited another dinner companion.
Well, we'd best dig in,
Swidona had said after a short moment of uneasy silence, indicating the various covered platters around the table. On cue, The well-dressed waitstaff lurking in the corners had stepped over to remove the domed metal lids over the food, and the heady smells that Allie had sniffed wafting from the kitchen had assailed her senses in full force. Looking over the half-eaten displays of food yet again, I guess we were all hungrier than we thought, Allie marveled at the blend of flavors, even in a single dish. There were simple things like seasoned fruit or vegetable platters, of course, but there were also blends of a bread-like substance laden with spices to complement the pair of thick, meat-laced sauces, one creamy and one tangy. None of it quite had the same simple homemade heartiness that Njolr's food had boasted while the group had remained in Varbius, but Allie had to admit that it was all just as delicious.
Now if only Swidona would let us eat in peace, Allie thought, bracing herself for another forced question as she felt the older woman's eyes settle on her again. And you've all been traveling together since you first met, said Swidona, her eyes sliding around the table to make it clear that the question was open to anyone willing to answer. Allie merely gave a tight smile and nod, but Tanner gave a food-muffled guffaw.
Not entirely by choice, mind you,
he said, swallowing his food with an audible gulp that made Allie sympathetic for his poor esophagus.
But we've all learned to appreciate each other's little quirks.
He looked about to the others. Right?
Tolerate them anyway,
Jack replied with a good-natured smile. There was a short murmur of laughter around the table before things fell silent again, everyone awkwardly returning to their food. A stifled groan festered in Allie's stomach as she shoveled more stew into her mouth, tearing off another piece of the bread with her teeth.
What a lovely get-together, she thought, distantly wondering how things would have been different if her parents had been there to welcome her home too.
Would they have felt just as much like strangers as Swidona did?
Would they even have wanted me back?
She was saved from descending further into those thoughts as heavy footfalls sounded from down the adjacent corridor, and a ruddy-faced Delagar soon appeared in the opposite doorway.
Ah,
he said slowly, throwing his mother a contrite smile.
It seems I must apologize for my lateness.
No worries,
Allie shrugged, monitoring the man as he moved to take the seat at the other head of the table, coolly smoothing out his ruffled shirt.
We wouldn't want to get in the way of anything important.
She studied Delagar's face intently as he smiled pleasantly enough across the table. She still didn't have much context for what Tavik had told them about how Delagar was running things, but she'd be lying if she said she felt any warmer toward him, having heard of the way he was treating the poor people of the city.
People like me.
My thanks,
said Delagar, seeming to sense that he should be serving up his own plate as Swidona waved the waitstaff back to the kitchen. He accepted the bread platter Tanner nudged his way with a gracious nod, intermittently making eye contact with Allie as he filled the dishes before him.
Just some bureaucracy I had to see to, I'm afraid. Nothing terribly exciting.
He'd adequately served himself and begun to dig in before Allie caught the pointed glance his mother shot his way. Delagar barely acknowledged it, visually anyway.
So,
he said, clearing his throat as he looked up to Allie.
My mother tells me you were raised in Lorsen, Allie.
The twitch at the corner of his eyes told Allie he'd caught his slip of the tongue, but she wasn't exactly feeling up to letting it slide.
I grew up in Lorsen, she said flatly. I raised myself.
Of course,
Delagar replied with a meek dip of his head.
I meant nothing by it.
Allie didn't even blink.
I know.
A long pause ensued, during which Delagar took a measured spoonful of his stew.
And the rest of you?
He said at last, glancing to the others around the table. Tanner started, clearly having tried to get lost in his own meal. Raised in Dragon's Nest. Was adopted by a bearkin. A forced grin tugged at his pointed mouth. I imagine it's not for everyone. When Gefnar seemed to struggle for words beside Tanner, Jack coolly offered,
Jacqueline Ed Owen. I hail from the Ethelvere forest clans.
Delagar's brow furrowed with interest.
You're a wilderling? So I'm told,
Jack said with a diplomatic smile.
Oh, once again, no offense was intended,
Delagar added, obviously assessing that he'd made a poor choice in words. Jack waved it off.
None taken. It's not an especially hurtful title, simply one we didn't choose for ourselves. We've adopted its usage without bitterness regardless.
Delagar bowed his head by way of response, turning to Gefnar.
And you, Sir Gnome? I'm afraid I didn't recognize the crest your armor bore when you first entered.
Gefnar's eyes lit up in fond memory, his posture straightening as he shifted in the special chair set out to accommodate his shorter build.
Gefnar, my lord. And I'm proud to count myself as a temple guard for Nomen Cal, serving under High Priestess Entohika.
Impressive,
said Delagar, visibly assessing Gefnar's age.
Especially for someone so young.
Well, said Gefnar, beaming as he sheepishly averted his gaze.
It's not like I'm running the most influential estate on the continent or anything.
Delagar deflected with convincing enough humility.
Don't sell yourself short, Sir Gefnar. You must have begun your training early.
A flicker of pain passed over Gefnar's face as he gave a slow nod.
I did, yeah. Many orphaned children of Dragon's Nest are taken in by the temple and trained to be scholars, priests, or guards. I took the sword training early on, learning some magic on the side. I wanted to be able to take on any darkness that might oppose the light of Nomen Cal.
Allie's eyes had been fixed on Delagar thus far, but the fleeting look she received from Gefnar at the end of his story drew her attention. By the time she'd met his gaze, however, his eyes had dropped to his food, which he proceeded to poke about with his spoon. Deep, scowling creases furrowed Allie's face. In the briefest of moments where she'd caught the look, Gefnar hadn't seemed accusatory. Even now, he didn't look angry, just sad.
An admirable goal,
Delagar cut in after a few seconds, smiling reassuringly at the gnome. Thankfully, he seemed socially adept enough to know when it was time to move on.
And you, sir?
He said, turning to Jotagun. The foxkin, who'd remained silent thus far, calmly swallowed his latest mouthful.
Otuli, Tanner, as he's come to be known, is my cousin. We'd not seen each other in some time, having grown up apart due to circumstance. Our paths led us together by chance, and I've journeyed with he and the others since.
Bare minimum of information,
Allie thought approvingly. Delagar didn't seem to share the sentiment, clearly caught off guard by the brevity of the response.
I see. Well, I'm glad you found each other,
he said cordially, returning his focus to his meal after a nod to Tanner. At a sharp cough from Swidona, he turned back to Allie.
Allie, you've found everything to be acceptable?
There was a flash of a grimace on his face at the frailty of his own question.
If by acceptable you mean discovering that I've been destined to be possessed by an evil Thakur my whole life, then absolutely,
Allie thought, hoping she managed to keep the reaction from her own face. Fine, she clipped, forcing a smile. Delagar nodded, as though her response were the most interesting thing, then sighed, shaking his head as he set down his spoon.
I'm sorry,
he said, the apology seeming to be directed at both his mother and Allie.
I'm afraid I don't know how to have this conversation.
An odd sort of relief bubbled in Allie as Delagar gave a tight laugh.
Which one?
She offered, managing an amused grunt.
The I thought you were dead for years and you forgot we even existed, making us essentially strangers now conversation? Or the let's try to talk about your entire life in a few sentences one?
Either, Delagar chuckled.
Both? I think I honestly just want to know
How are you handling all of this? It must be staggering to take it all in.
You could say that, Allie thought, the dark seed at the back of her mind giving an eerie pulse. It's a lot, she admitted with a tension-relieving smirk.
Then how about we simplify this, said Delagar. If we're honest with ourselves, we are strangers to each other. So let's clear the table of expectations. You can claim or deny whatever aspects of your old life you wish. No one is forcing you to immediately move in and take control of every facet of the estate. That decision is entirely up to you. And you can take as long to make it as you like.
An invisible weight seemed to shift from Allie's shoulders as she sat straighter in her chair. Thank you. That's good to hear.
Of course, said Delagar,
visibly relaxing as well.
And for first steps, how about we try to remedy us being strangers? Could you tell us something real about yourself?
Allie stiffened once more at the thought of opening up entirely. What do you want to know? Whatever you're comfortable sharing, my dear, Swidona spoke up, offering Allie a reassuring smile.
All right,
Allie exhaled.
Well, my formative years were in Lorsen before I was taken to study magic at the Aranex Sanctuary to the south.
Delagar's eyes widened.
You're a magic wielder.
Tanner guffawed, barely bringing a hand up in time to keep his food from spewing across the table. Sorry, it's just that saying Allie's got magic is like saying orcs are short-tempered. He motioned across the table to Allie with one hand as he called a small flame to life in the palm of the other, causing a small start of surprise in Delagar, Swidona, and the nearby waitstaff. I may be able to throw some fire around, but Allie's got an arsenal of spells up her sleeves. Allie was still deciding if she was grateful for the compliment as Delagar shared a look with his mother, glancing curiously about his guests.
Do you all have magical abilities?
Jotagun merely shook his head as Jack offered a modest smile.
I have some small skill, yes, largely to do with tracking or healing.
She drew the wand they'd acquired from Zeja back in Dragon's Nest from beneath her cloak.
Though I prefer to rely on more stable magics to keep my friends intact, as I don't possess the stamina of others I could name.
She smirked playfully to Allie. And by then, Allie had determined how she felt about all the attention. She wasn't loving it. Delagar seemed oblivious to Allie's plight, however, leaning slightly to one side to take in the large wolf curled up at Jack's feet.
No spells are involved with keeping your pet in line?
Jack shook her head as she reached down to scratch the scruff of Ember's neck.
None. I earned his loyalty the old-fashioned way.
Why so interested in our abilities? Allie found herself saying as she stared heavily down the table to Delagar. The man smiled apologetically, his posture straightening as he attempted to stifle his obvious fascination.
Forgive me, it's the businessman in me asserting himself, I suppose. I usually only deal with people who have gifts, such as yours, when I'm about to pay them a large sum of money to put those gifts to use for the estate in some way.
Allie folded her arms. You want to hire us? Delagar loosed a hearty laugh.
Hire you? This all belongs to you if you wish it.
He motioned broadly to the house and beyond.
What could I possibly have to pay you with?
There was no bitterness in the words, Allie decided. If anything, he almost sounded relieved.
So,
Delagar continued, smiling to Allie.
Now that I've assured you that I have no interest in exploiting you and your friends, what all can you do?
Bit of everything, I guess, Allie said with a shrug. Delagar nodded, unwilling to let the topic go.
Can you manifest illusions?
Tanner raised his hand like a hesitant schoolboy. I dabble in a bit of that. At Delagar's expectant look, he performed a small flourish with his fingers,
an image identical to Delagar's own shimmering into place over his frame to meet their host's gaze.
Fantastic,
Delagar said with a light guffaw.
More convincing than many street performers I've seen. I'll give you that. If I hadn't seen it appear, I might be able to convince myself it was real.
The grin on faux Delagar's face flickered away with the rest of the image to reveal Tanner's toothy snout. Well, if you ever need a doppelganger to knock some heads around town, just let me know. Delagar chuckled.
I appreciate the thought, my friend, but Falcon Crest is safeguarded against any such subterfuge in almost every conceivable way. Still,
he beamed around to the rest of the table.
The lot of you must have some truly incredible stories to tell, with the many skills you possess.
A few, said Tanner, making a show of calmly sipping his mug of light beer he'd excitedly had the waitstaff bring in before the meal had even begun. I mean, there was that business with the dragon. Allie's knuckles whitened around the knife in her hand as she shot a worried glance over to Jack, seeing that the huntress was similarly guarded at Tanner's choice of words. Not even Jotagun knew about their arrangement with Veladrock, the fallen dragon under Dragon's Nest. And now it seemed like booze had loosened Tanner's tongue to the point of sharing such delicate information with strangers.
A dragon?
Delagar asked incredulously before Allie could shoot Tanner a warning glare.
I thought they were all but extinct. And you've faced one?
Tanner gave a smug smirk as he lowered his mug, reaching over to clap Gefnar on the back. Yep, and this beast of a gnome was the one to kill it. Allie relaxed, if only slightly, at the realization that the dragon Tanner was speaking of was the blue-scaled one they'd faced at the sacking of Varbius Keep 5 centuries ago. But as long as Tanner had the good sense to keep from mentioning when they'd faced the dragon.
Truly,
said Delagar, grinning like an excited child at the story as he leaned forward. His eyes were wide as he looked to Gefnar, the gnome ineffectually attempting to convey modesty as Tanner prepared to relate the tale of his greatest triumph.
Where was this?
Delagar pressed.
When?
On our journey here, said Tanner coolly before downing the last of his beer, gulping, and adding with a coy smirk. In the past? 5 different calculations for how Allie could most quickly reach the foxkin and squeeze the life out of him flashed through her mind in the time it took for her to loose a defeated sigh. Again she caught Jack's eye, the other woman offering her a placating, it could have been worse, shrug. Jack wasn't wrong, but Allie still didn't enjoy Tanner relating their adventure at Varbius Keep when they still had no idea what had actually happened, or even how. Even Entohika had been at a loss when they'd related the events through one of the enchanted scrolls she'd sent with them. The High Priestess had encouraged them not to spread the story until she'd had more time to research what had happened. But apparently Tanner's drink-addled mind had forgotten that important detail. The foxkin pointedly tapped his mug as he caught the eye of one of the waitstaff, settling into his chair as Delagar began peppering him with questions.
The past? How in blazes is that meant to have happened?
Said Delagar, sounding more intrigued than incredulous. Allie bit her tongue, dropping her focus to her food. This was going to be a long evening. Chapter 8 Dinner and Redecorating. So we stayed and helped put the keep back together, said Tanner, wishing distractedly that Delagar would stop sloshing about in his vision. How many beers have I had now? 4?
Incredible,
Delagar sighed, relaxing back into his chair.
Arriving back in the present just in time to save your friends?
He paused, frowning as he looked about the table.
I assume that Gwytherin and Njola remained behind to safeguard their home, but what of your other companion, Atrisar? Did she return to Dragon's Nest?
A cavern of sadness seemed to open up inside of Tanner at the mention of Atrisar's name, and he found his excitement for relating any further tales deflated as he slumped back into his seat.
No, she stayed in Varbius with the noble family. Found a home with them, she said.
Tanner looked around the rest of the table to his friends, who each now regarded him quizzically, Jotagun most of all. Okizi markedly rankled at the pity-filled attention, but Tanner didn't have the clarity to care at the moment.
Tanner?
Said Gefnar, shooting a worried glance to the others.
Are you? Why couldn't I have been her home?
Tanner blurted, feeling tears sting at his eyes.
She loved me, and I loved her, right? Isn't that supposed to be enough?
From Gefnar's other side, Jotagun eased back from the table, sending a gracious nod to Swidona and Delagar.
I believe it is time I got my cousin to his bed. We are grateful for your hospitality.
Gefnar nodded, grimacing an apology to their hosts as he hopped down from his chair and helped Jotagun jostle Tanner to his feet. Had Tanner possessed more of his faculties, he thought he might have been embarrassed as he began blubbering on his way back to the stairs.
I miss her, Gef,
he moaned down to his friend, the gnome giving the back of his knee a comforting pat.
We all do, Tanner. Come on, you need some sleep.
Yeah, said Tanner, sniffling as he looked over to Jotagun.
Hey, thanks, cousin. I love you too, you know?
And I you, Otuli,
Jotagun replied with a long-suffering exhale.
It's merely a simpler task when you are uninebriated.
Yeah, Tanner repeated, feeling himself be hauled up the steps, even as he seemed to topple into a bottomless pit of unconsciousness.
Love all you guys.
Well, it seems you and your friends have certainly had an interesting time of it, Allie,
said Delagar, smiling knowingly Allie's way across the table. Allie grunted, forcing a tight smile.
That's an understatement. Honestly, I'm surprised we haven't all been slaughtered a few times over.
Swidona chuckled nervously, glancing between Allie and Delagar.
Well, for what it's worth, we're both very glad you haven't been.
A lengthy silence ensued, with the only sounds being the muffled mutterings of Tanner filtering back down the hall from the stairs.
I think it's time Ember and I turned in as well,
said Jack, a cordial smile on her face as she stood and inclined her head toward their new acquaintances.
It was a lovely meal. Thank you.
Of course,
said Swidona, giving a small jump as Ember noisily groaned, stretched, and climbed to his feet, flanking Jack out of the room. Delagar laughed good-naturedly, shaking his head at the sight of the receding wolf.
Incredible. You have a truly unique group of friends, Allie.
Allie was unable to keep back a genuine smirk.
Yeah, I know.
His eyes flitting to his mother so briefly that Allie couldn't be sure she hadn't imagined it, Delagar pushed back from the table, bowing across the cluttered length of it to Allie.
Well, I'm afraid I have to be returning to work. Good evening, Allie. I hope you and your friends rest well.
At Allie's crisp nod of response, he turned and exited the room, as the waitstaff hesitantly began to move in and sweep away the remnants of the meal. Delagar hadn't gone 10 paces, however, when Swidona spun to lock eyes with Allie, pointedly gesturing with her head for Allie to follow him. Allie rolled her eyes. She'd been hoping to be able to forget about Swidona's request that she speak to Delagar about some nameless worry, but the woman was obviously going to keep pestering.
Fine, let's get this over with,
Allie thought, shooting Swidona a placating shrug as she shoved off the table and trotted after Delagar. He was back in his office by the time Allie caught up, just having dropped into his seat behind the desk inside as Allie threw open the door. Eyes wide with surprise, but not alarm, Delagar looked Allie up and down from across the desk's paper-strewn surface.
Yes? Was there something else, Allie?
Allie sighed, finding that she wasn't entirely sure how to respond to that.
Seems to be,
she grunted, taking one of the offered chairs across from Delagar, as she took in the office's sparsely decorated interior, the shelves along the walls seeming to have vomited much of their contents onto the floor and desk.
Your mother seems to think we should have a talk.
Understanding creased Delagar's face as he settled back in his chair, folding his hands.
Ah, I see now the reason for urgency. She's not exactly one to let things go.
He gave a playful grin.
You've made a wise choice, believe me. So, what is it we're meant to be discussing?
Not sure, said Allie, folding her arms as she leaned back in her chair.
Anything in particular you feel like getting off your chest?
She monitored Delagar's face closely at the question, easily marking the moment of realization as his smile faded and his posture sagged.
You've been hearing things about me then?
Not from your mother, Allie assured him, finding that she felt the need to defend Swidona's loyalty. She didn't want to cost Tavik his job either, though.
It doesn't exactly seem to be a secret.
Delagar gave a sharp, heavy laugh.
No, I suppose not. Listen, Allie, the way I've been running things of late, I don't enjoy treating people like this, believe me.
Fine,
Allie shot back.
Then I'm guessing you have a good reason for trying to turn a profit by draining poor folks of their money in wartime?
Guilt tugged at Delagar's eyes as he shrank back in his chair at her words.
I'm sorry,
he said, visibly straining to meet her gaze.
But the reasoning is not something I'm at liberty to discuss.
Allie gave an exasperated groan.
Terrific. Your mother won't tell me what all you're up to, and you won't tell me why. Is there anything you can tell me?
I can tell you that regardless of how you might feel about me, or what it might mean for my position,
said Delagar, smiling tightly,
I am glad that you're back.
How very diplomatic of you,
Allie snorted. Then, leaning forward,
Look, if you can't be honest with me, I might have to make it a point to see if I can put someone in charge who can.
Delagar nodded slowly.
I see. Well, you're well within your rights to do so, provided you become reinstated as primary holder of the McAllister estate.
Allie's eyes narrowed.
Is that a threat? Are you planning to make sure that doesn't happen?
Hardly,
Delagar sighed, motioning to the paperwork strewn across his desk.
I intended to have the necessary documents finished by tonight. Come tomorrow, you'll be free to claim your birthright.
Oh, Allie said slowly.
Well, all right then.
It was only now that she realized how much she'd been expecting to have her efforts stymied. Finding that Delagar seemed not only amicable, but possibly relieved to have her voicing her intent to take his place, if the welcoming resignation on his features was any indication, had left Allie decidedly conflicted. Realizing that she had nothing else to say, Allie stood, striding from the room before Delagar could gather himself enough to bid her a good night. The dining area was abandoned when Allie returned to it, the waitstaff apparently having made short work of the cleanup, while everyone had retired to their rooms. It was dark outside, Allie saw as she stared out the nearby windows, and there was definite fatigue in her bones, despite the interrupted doze she'd had earlier. Recalling what had happened afterward, Allie reached beneath her cloak, pulling forth her dagger, Biriak, and turning it over and over in her hands as she stood in the moonlight filtering through the windows. The purplish-black jewel was still there, firmly embedded in the hilt of her dagger. She felt sickened, seeing the gift that Crexus had given her out of purest faith in her abilities, so corrupted by the presence of the stone that seemed to ooze malice. The blade had belonged to Crexus's late mother, Allie had later learned, a reminder of what had likely been the one bright spot in his life, having been unfortunate enough to be fathered by the festering sack of sewage Dynaxis, former mayor of Dragon's Nest. And yet Crexus had given the dagger freely, and without ceremony, simply because he'd believed that Allie would help protect his home. Allie's stomach churned at the weight of the gesture, feeling suddenly filthy inside and out as she recalled her failure to save the guardsmen. Crexus had given his life without regret, in defense of Dragon's Nest and Entohika, sure, but the knowledge didn't keep Allie from revisiting her many other failures. Shala, her childhood friend, torn apart by Allie's inability to control her power. Osgur, the human man adopted into the Glenadok orc tribe who'd been murdered by the ambitious Tagathis in a brief moment of inattentiveness from Allie and her friends. Kylemis, ancient lord of Varbius Keep, whom they'd been unable to keep from his destined demise at the claws of a reluctant Veladrock. Gerulf, the misguided Wolfkin Alpha, whose death at the hands of the warmongering Bearkin General Regand, before he could call for peace, had nearly caused the slaughter of the entire half-breed leadership. Subdued into self-loathing by these thoughts, Allie allowed herself to consider another. Had she been the cause of her parents' deaths too? Swidona had told her that their bodies had been found intact, she knew, far from the ash to which her other victims were often reduced. Still, there was no way to refute the possibility. Maybe her powers in their infancy had only been enough to kill her parents, not obliterate them. Maybe every single tragedy in her life really was her own fault. Yet here she was, contemplating taking control of perhaps the most influential estate in the world, mere hours after learning of her connection to it. What am I thinking? The self-scolding continued as she took off at a brisk walk, weaving through her childhood home's labyrinthine halls. Who do you think you are? She growled at herself. You've managed not to doom the entire world yet with all of your failings, but that doesn't make you qualified to control the lives of so many people. It's arrogant. It's naive. She froze, finding that she'd navigated herself onto the second floor of the home to a familiar-looking door. It wasn't hard to guess who was behind it, as the faintest tickle of a memory danced across her mind. Swallowing, Allie raised a hand, rapping on the door with her knuckles. There were a few seconds of frenzied, shuffling activity on the other side of the door before it cracked open, revealing an expectant Swidona in a simple nightgown.
Edith? Oh, my apologies. What is it, Allie?
Allie cleared her throat. I need to talk. Can I? She motioned into the room.
Oh, of course, dear,
Swidona blurted, sweeping aside and gesturing for Allie to enter.
Please.
She assumed a seat near her nightstand, smoothing back her let-down hair as she nodded for Allie to take a seat on the bed.
What can I help you with?
Too exhausted to fight the invitation, Allie slumped into the bed's soft embrace, registering that she still held Biriak in her grasp. She looked down to it, catching her reflection in the blade, and she realized that she'd been crying. I can't do this, she said flatly, looking up to Swidona. The older woman cocked her head, pulling her deep blue shawl more tightly around her shoulders.
Do what, dear?
Allie's fingers loosed their grip on the dagger, the weapon falling to thud blade first into the floor, only to vanish, the hilt of it disturbing the inside of Allie's cloak as it reappeared in its sheath. She sighed, wiping a few fresh tears aside with her hand. I can't be who you want me to be. I'm not my mother. This person you knew. I don't remember her, either of them. A sharp cough interrupted her before she refocused, staring intently into Swidona's eyes. I'm not a leader. I know nothing about money. I'm a street urchin. I robbed people for what I needed. I hated people like the person you want me to be. How is someone like that supposed to keep a continent afloat? Swidona listened in silence, finally leaning forward to stare into Allie's eyes as the younger woman trailed off. Would you like me to tell you about her? The question was a gut punch, leaving Allie unable to verbalize a reply. Instead, she merely gave an eager nod. I knew her far better than I did your father, Hanguel, said Swidona, needing no further prompting.
Though I could tell they loved each other dearly. Henkoel was a quiet man, devoted to his work. Joan, on the other hand,
Swidona smiled sadly.
She was a joyful presence, always looking for a way to lift someone's spirits, or to better distribute her vast inheritance to those who needed it. I think they were good for each other, she and your father. Joan often joked that, were it not for Henkoel tempering her desire to help those less fortunate, she would have driven the estate into the ground, leaving them unable to help anyone. She had a love for art, your mother, and for patronizing undiscovered artists.
Swidona waved vaguely about the room.
Many of the paintings and sculptures around the home were commissions from individuals whom Joan believed merely needed someone to believe in them.
Tentatively, Swidona rested her hand on Allie's.
And she loved you, dear. She spoke often of wishing that she could safeguard you from the world. I think she knew that I understood her meaning. Her joy at having you enter their lives was only tempered by her fear that you would resent her for bringing you into this world, for subjecting you to a life in Sharad's shadow. And she wanted nothing more than to be there, to help guide you through it.
Swidona swallowed.
Her mother died when she was very young, too.
Part of the curse? Allie growled through her tears.
Perhaps,
Swidona allowed with a shrug.
But I know that, even if Joan had believed such a thing, she would have done nothing differently. Merely granting another life the chance to flourish was all that mattered to her, and she took every step to ensure that you would be afforded every opportunity to do so, were she and Henkoel unable to be there for you themselves.
Swidona's eyes fell.
She couldn't have known that you would be lost to us for so long. But perhaps the most important thing I can tell you about your mother is that, even in a life strained beneath the weight of her dark bloodline, she lived and loved to the fullest.
Swidona was crying softly now as she spoke.
And she was my friend.
Allie drew in a shaky breath, letting it out slowly.
You think I should stay? Take over the estate?
Swidona bit her lip, finally shaking her head.
I can't pretend to know you as much as I did your mother, no matter how much you may resemble her. All I can tell you is that she was not one to see people in need and turn away from it, not if she had the ability to help. And, unless I'm terribly mistaken, I think you are very much like her in that respect.
It would have been easy to deny it and walk away, but Allie knew Swidona was right. Everything she'd been through in Dragon's Nest, Nizame, Varbius, Kadason, she could have left other people to handle those messes whenever she wanted. But she hadn't. She'd known that she was able to make a difference, no matter how many failures she endured. Things likely would have gone far worse had she and her friends not intervened. Even as Allie silently cursed the truth of it, she couldn't help a small smile.
At least now I know where I get it from, I guess.
Thanks, she said, wiping tears from her face as she nodded to Swidona.
For telling me about her, I mean.
She stood, willing the older woman not to hug her as they faced each other.
I should get some sleep. Got a lot to think about.
Of course, said Swidona, looking like it was causing her physical discomfort not to wrap Allie up in her arms.
Good night, Allie.
Allie nodded.
Good night.
She slinked from the room without another word, navigating the winding halls of the homestead without difficulty back to her room, and finding that she had the capacity to marvel at that. When she entered what had been her childhood bedroom, she stood, scanning the bright, child-friendly interior in the lamplight for a long moment. Then, abruptly, she strode up to the dresser, throwing her shoulder against it. Slowly, and with a loud grinding sound of the dresser's feet against the wooden floor, she shoved it a few paces down the wall, before moving to the front to rip any fanciful decorations from the simple furniture beneath, shoving a handful of ribbons, chimes, and clacking toys into one of the drawers. Next were the chairs, The chest, the changing screen. Allie? A questioning voice sounded from the doorway, causing Allie to jump at the sound and turn to see that Jack had poked her head into the room. Sorry, Jack added with an apologetic grimace. I knocked, but you didn't seem to hear me. At Allie's indifferent shrug, she pressed, So, what are you doing? Allie straightened and stretched out her back. Pretty sure rich people call this redecorating. Jack gave a measured nod. Can I help? Thanks, Allie grunted, motioning Jack into the room, the woman trailed by a wary-looking Ember. Allie pointed to the enormous canopy bed beside her. Give me a hand with this? I think it needs to be about 2 feet that way. Chapter 9 Regret and New Directions. Tanner groaned, pulling his arms out from underneath his covers to massage at his temples with his furry palms. Even with his eyes unopened, the light spilling in through the nearby window threatened to peel back his skull. Good morning? Came a questioning voice from near the foot of the bed. Uh-huh, Tanner grunted, waving vaguely in the direction of the light. Think you could be a pal and pull the drapes, Gurf? There was a few seconds' pause before the patter of Gefnar's gnomish feet beat a trail for the window. Oh, sure. Blessed shade descended over the room, accompanied by the grating, clawing grind of the drape's wheel tracks, and Tanner loosed a half-contented sigh, still squinting as he blinked up at the ceiling. Better? Gefnar asked. Uh-huh, Tanner repeated, easing up to a sitting position to stare across the room at the blurry shape of Jotugan's disapproving stare. He exhaled again, his face crinkling at the stench of his own breath. Guess that beer wasn't as light as I thought. Well, you did have a few of them, Gefnar chided, moving back to lean against the foot of the bed. And they don't seem to believe in gnome-sized mugs around here. Tanner's eyes slid over to his friend. If you thought I was having too much, why didn't you stop me? Gefnar gave a mildly apologetic shrug. I thought you knew what you were doing. He motioned to his own diminutive body. I'm kinda used to being the lightweight. Regardless, Jotugan cut in, rising from where he sat on his own bed. Perhaps it would be best to take it easy on intoxicants from now on, even mild ones. That right, Tanner forced a grin. Is this what I have to look forward to now that you've decided to stick with us? For Okizi's sake, if nothing else, Jotugan replied with a taut smirk. I doubt she appreciates having your shared mind dulled in such a manner. Tanner winced, both at the reminder of the fact that he essentially safeguarded his sister's consciousness inside of him, and at the loud clunk Jotugan's boots made against the floor, as the other foxkin slipped his feet in and lightly stomped them into place. Is that really how it works? Tanner wondered, experiencing a profound sense of embarrassment as he reached inward to check on Okizi. She, it seemed, shared Jotugan's disapproval, performing the equivalent of presenting her back to Tanner as he called softly to her in his mind. Sorry about that, Tanner thought, allowing the image of him resting a hand on Okizi's shoulder, or at least the depiction of her his distant memories had cobbled together, surface in his mind. Guess you're a bit young for that sort of thing anyway, huh? As usual, the response wasn't verbal, so Tanner was left to interpret the jolt of emotions that shot back at him as best he could. They seemed to communicate something to the effect of, "And you are?" Fair enough, Tanner muttered aloud. Guess I just got a little excited at the idea of free drinks. I'll try to work on my self-control. On everything, I guess. All right? O'Kizzy's presence seemed cautiously satisfied with the promise, though Tanner caught both of his comrades peering at him curiously from the corners of their eyes. The muted gong, gong of the bell summoning them all to breakfast preempted whatever Tanner might have offered by way of explaining his behavior, leaving him to clutch at his ears as he groaned against the sound. The thought of all the food that certainly awaited them downstairs didn't help his state either, causing his churning stomach to lurch threateningly.
"Are you staying behind, O'Toole?"
Jotagan asked, some minor sympathy finally entering his tone. "Nah, I'm all right," Tanner insisted, hauling himself to his feet. Maybe just a few jugs of water first, though." Allie blinked at the parcel that had just been deposited on the table in front of her, slowly turning up to regard the man who'd presented it. "What's this?" she asked warily, finding that she felt slightly guilty about the way she'd left things the night before, as she took in Delagar's meek smile. The man merely smoothed his embroidered coat before motioning to the parcel, pointedly avoiding eye contact.
"Inside you will find all of the documentation needed for reinstating you as the primary holder of the McAllister estate."
Eyes widening, Allie glanced about to the expectant faces of her friends, around the table piled high with food, before peering inside the parcel. Inside were more pages than she'd consumed in even the most extensive of books. She looked slowly back to Delagar. "All of it?"
"There are many factors that must be accounted for,"
Delagar replied with a professional nod, still not meeting Allie's gaze.
"Your prolonged absence, your lack of upbringing in a recognizable noble household, your incomplete education. It all raises concerns that must be addressed, as well as potential loopholes potentially misguided supporters of mine might wish to exploit, in the interest of preserving their holdings."
He cleared his throat.
"By being this clear and thorough in my resignation and appointment of you in my stead, I hope to have assured your seamless assumption of my post."
With that, he turned to leave, a forlorn Swidona looking after him from a few seats down with mingled pride and sadness on her face. Allie briefly closed her eyes, disguising an involuntary moan of exasperation with a sharp throat clearing.
"Delagar," she said,
twisting awkwardly about in her chair. Delagar stopped in the doorway, turning to hold Allie's gaze.
"Yes, Allie?"
"Look," Allie began slowly, glad that Delagar had the decency to come back alongside her so she didn't have to contort her body in half to look at him.
"If this works out," she said, resting a hand on the parcel, "and if I even decide this is what I want, I mean, you've obviously got a mind for this sort of thing anyway, so maybe you'd think about staying on."
His jaw visibly going slack, Delagar glanced from Allie to Swidona, then back again.
You'd want me to?"
"Why not?"
Allie said with a good-natured sigh.
"I know things got a little heated last night, but I'll be the first to point out that I'd have no idea what to do with any of this."
She waved her hand broadly to encompass the estate grounds.
"For all I know, you were even making the right calls with everything before I turned up."
Again, she patted the parcel beside her.
"All this would mean is that I get the final say on things. I have the problems explained to me, I hear out some advice, and we go from there. All right?"
Delagar's brow furrowed as he gave a nod of respect.
"All right. Well, it's a generous offer, Allie, and I'll most certainly give it some thought. Thank you."
Allie dipped her head in reply.
"Right. I mean, you're welcome."
Then, quickly blurting,
"But this is all assuming that I even decide that I'm, me again."
"Understood,"
said Delagar with a graceful bow, slipping from the room with a quick glance to Swidona.
Good morning.
Allie finally stopped gripping the arm of her chair, releasing a measured exhale as she turned back to her food. She wasn't feeling particularly generous. Truthfully, a sizable reason for extending Delagar the offer to stay on at all was her interest in sizing up his actions firsthand. Plus, if she discovered that Delagar really was the villain Tavik seemed to think he was, it'd be a lot easier to hold him accountable for it if he hadn't disappeared across the sea. Armed with ulterior motives as she was, Allie found it best to avoid meeting Swidona's warm smile in her direction, and everyone else's tactful looks every way but Allie's. Jack studied the faces around her as she leaned back against one of her bedposts. Her friends seemed as confused by what she'd heard that morning on her jog as she was. While rounding the front of the estate hours earlier in the first light of dawn, Jack had been drawn to the exterior window of Delagar's office by the sound of raised voices. They'd dispersed as she'd drawn near, but she'd been able to make out what appeared to be Delagar and Swidona exchanging heated words. She'd barely caught Swidona's final admonition of,
"Can't just pretend it never happened. It won't be over that easily."
"You sure they were fighting?" said Tanner, scowling as he considered the words. He glanced over his shoulder at the closed door of Jack's room, where they'd all reconvened to discuss their plans. Some families show affection in pretty strange ways.
As sure as I can be,
Jack shrugged.
Only, after the way Delagar handled himself at breakfast, I'll admit to being unsure what they might have been fighting about. If Swidona was concerned that he wouldn't hand over the estate, or that he'd conversely be eager to leave it behind, his proffering of the document along with his seeming interest in Allie's employment offer would seem to negate those concerns.
Gefnar looked up from the stack of papers on the floor before him, having pointedly positioned himself on the far side of the circled group from Allie, Jack noticed. Maybe Swidona's argument brought him around?
Jotagan grunted. That much, in that little time.
It didn't, Allie interjected, folding her arms as she stared at the floor. Delagar was already preparing to sign over the estate to me last night. Strange, Tanner said slowly, stroking the fur on his chin as he looked about the circle. Did he seem, I don't know, a little too eager about all that? He turned to Allie. You two had barely met before he was off to sign over his position.
I don't pretend to know what it all means,
Jack admitted, letting Ember nuzzle his large head under her arm from where he lay on the bed behind her.
I merely think that we should proceed with caution.
Her eyes shifted to Allie as well.
And while allowing everyone enough time to come to terms with everything, of course.
Allie failed at a gracious smirk. Right. And we're sure the papers are really in order? Gefnar lifted his head again to meet her gaze, visibly shifting in discomfort as he did so. As far as I can tell, yes. Delagar really has seemed to account for, well, everything. Jack raised an eyebrow at the gnome's tone. He sounded as cold as she had ever heard him. Whatever tension Gefnar directed at Allie, though, was lost on the woman herself, allowing Tanner to chime in. Well, we can set that aside until you're ready, Allie. But what about our other plans? In unison, everyone else but Jotagan shared a guarded look, each shooting a pointed glance to Tanner's fellow foxkin. Really? Tanner groaned in exasperation as he rested a hand on his cousin's shoulder. Like Jotagan hasn't proved himself enough? He helped save my life and the entire summit back in Kadason. Oh, and he's decided to stay on with us indefinitely, if that's all right. For her part, Jack relaxed slightly. Tanner was certainly right about the great help Jotagan had been thus far. Jack's only reservation about cluing the elder foxkin in on the specifics of their mission stemming from the fact that Jotagan had seemed braced to launch off on another grand venture of revenge at a moment's notice. Hearing that he had committed himself to aiding his rediscovered family long-term, however.
Perfectly golden by me,
said Jack, stepping forward to extend a hand toward Jotagan. The foxkin clasped it with a courteous nod.
My thanks, Jack.
His eyes slid meekly about the others.
Though I understand if you still do not wish to speak to me of the specifics of your plans. It is not I to whom your priestess Entohika entrusted this mission, after all.
It's fine by me, too, Allie grunted, shaking Jotagan's hand as well. Who would you blab to about it all, anyway? The faint tug at the corner of her mouth made it clear she was attempting a joke, just as the flicker of self-consciousness in her eye made it clear that she'd realized when it hadn't landed. Sorry, not really questioning your loyalty. Just, yeah. It's been a weird couple of days. Both Jotagan and Tanner looked expectantly down to Gefnar then, the gnome merely shoving Allie's documents back into their parcel with a shrug. I don't have a problem with Jotagan staying on either. I should probably inform Entohika about it, though. His pointed features gave a sharp twitch as he made a point of avoiding eye contact. You know, at some point. It was an odd thing to say, Jack felt immediately. To her knowledge, the High Priestess had only been hearing of their travels through the scroll Tanner had magically linked to one in Curtis's possession. And then there was the lack of emotion from Gefnar's end, she realized, as she tried to probe more deeply into the gnome's mental state through the link Imidre had set up between them. It seemed as though Gefnar had purposefully closed himself off from it, though, the only feelings that seeped through the cracks just as taut and closed off as Gefnar was growing in person.
Or maybe he just needs one of our extra doses.
Well, should we be off to find Tavik then? Allie cut in on Jack's thoughts, obviously eager for a distraction from the whole matter. Tanner apparently didn't pick up on that, however. Sure, said the foxkin with a nod, gesturing to the parcel that Gefnar handed back to the woman. I'm guessing we'll find him at the fortress, right? He added, turning to Jack. Before Jack could begin to justify why Tanner thought she'd know any better than the rest of them, Tanner was turning back to Allie. Want to go ahead and get your paperwork started while we're there? Jack coughed sharply, giving a tight shake of her head when Tanner looked her way. Oh, I mean only if you're ready, he said, smirking uneasily at the stone-faced Allie. No need to rush into anything, really, or even move forward at all if it's not— Let's go, Allie cut him off, striding for the door. Yeah, Tanner sighed, wincing apologetically as Jack leveled a chiding frown in his direction. There wasn't time to sit everyone down on a full talk on sensitivity for the emotions of others, Jack decided, motioning Ember to her side as she hurried after Allie. In the other woman's current mental state, Jack could practically feel the jolting crackle of Allie's angst and uncertainty through the group's link. And she wasn't exactly keen to learn how those feelings might manifest if Allie were to be left alone for too long. A half-hour later, Jack decided that maybe she was the one who couldn't afford to be alone. They'd all ventured through the increasingly busy streets of Falcon Crest in the mid-morning light, arriving at the foot of the great fortress that sat next to the harbor, to be more astounded at its immensity with every step that brought them closer. The shape of the great onyx falcon seemed to loom overhead, casting a great shadow over a wide swath of the city with its broad wingspan. There wasn't a battlement in sight, Jack realized, as they neared the base to have the eastward sun blotted out above them, the whole of the structure seeming more like a seamless, elaborate wall than anything else. But Jack could feel the thick, pulsating cloud of magic that hung in the air about the fortress, could taste the cold, ionized air that seemed to bleed from stonework, as if it had only just been struck by lightning in a thunderstorm. There was power in this place, however simplistic the fortress's appearance. Ere not willing, no enemies would ever press the attack so far as to assault the Samanir stronghold and find out just how much. Thoughts of the astounding architecture had faded, however, when Jack and the others had entered through the wide archway that served as the fortress's main gate. Inside, they'd discovered a large chamber that had struck Jack as more of a lounge area than the interior of the last remaining fortress of a bygone age. Many benches and chairs were arrayed about the stone floor, the chamber nearly as vibrantly lit as the sunny streets outside, the shining light of the intermittent wall sconces shaming the ones used to illuminate the underlevels of Nomenkal's temple in Dragon's Nest. Numerous halls, passages, and stairwells branched off from the central chamber into the rest of the fortress, and, past the seating where dozens of well-dressed Falcon Crest citizens awaited someone to hear out their grievance or request, was a large semicircular stone desk, its surface a shimmering gray marble. The man behind the desk, a gnome fellow identified as Chief Facilitator Firo by the placard on the desk, had eyed the group warily upon entry, demanding a quick look at Jack's permit for Ember before giving any thought to facilitating anything. Jack had been forced to exercise considerable restraint, as Firo had scrutinized every word of the permit, finally shooting the wolf a disdainful if begrudging look, as he'd inquired in a disinterested tone how he
might be of service.
He'd sourly trudged to the back of the desk, after the request to contact Tavik was made, climbing a stepladder to the row of tubes that formed a sort of jail cell wall up to the faraway ceiling. Speaking into the tube labeled guard barracks, he'd called for Tavik's presence at the main gate, not deigning to engage with the snide banter that shot back through loudly enough for Jack and the others to hear.
Oi, someone's come calling for that runt. Bayat must have come early. This is clearly a day of miracles.
Then, tauntingly,
Tavik, someone's come to see you. Better get out there before they realize their mistake.
In the silent minute or so following, during which Firo pointedly did his best to pretend the ragtag group in front of his desk didn't exist as he delved into a stack of paperwork, Jack found herself hoping that the seemingly mocking attitude of Tavik's fellow guard was all in good fun. She'd hate to think Tavik had journeyed across the continent to find a place where he could make a difference, only to find that people belittled his efforts even more so in Falcon Crest. Then, following an approaching clatter of armored footfalls from down one of the halls, Tavik had emerged into the entry chamber, a beaming smile on his face. Which was when Jack had realized how grateful she was not to be alone. Tavik had clearly trimmed his wispy beard the night before, his tangle of light brown hair more painstakingly combed into place than when Jack had last seen him. And somehow, seeing the way Tavik's broad smile and practically twinkling eyes seemed fixed directly on her, Jack finally understood just how happy Tavik was to see her. The thought simultaneously made her want to bolt back through the yawning archway of the nearby gate, melt into the stonework, and crack a goofy smile of her own. It all was just so absurd. All told, they hadn't known each other for more than a few days. There was no way he could be so smitten after only a few brief intervals together. Yet there Tavik was, striding eagerly in her direction as though he was about to greet his dearest friend. Still, Jack thought she saw something else in the man's grayish eyes. A hint of sadness? Jack couldn't be sure. "Good morning, Jack," Tavik was blurting before Jack could even think to begin wrestling with how she felt about his obvious interest in her. "Hope you slept well." He seemed to catch himself, turning a smile nearly as warm on the others. "All of you, I mean." "Bed so soft I almost forgot I drank too much," said Tanner, animatedly rubbing at his temples. "Oh, sorry," said Tavik, dropping his voice. "Well, I'm glad to see you all, obviously," he added, Jack's heart doing a brief somersault as his eyes drifted back to hers. "This is a social call, or can I be of some help?" "The second one," Allie offered when Jack found she was at a loss for words. "We were hoping to take you up on your offer for an introduction to your craftsman friend." Tavik nodded. "More of an acquaintance to me, really, but sure." He cocked a curious eyebrow, leaning in closer as he added, "Your other contact didn't work out then?" "Haven't heard from her," Tanner muttered, visibly tensing as he thought of Veladrock. "Figured we might as well do some research of our own at least. She can't just expect us to sit around and do nothing until she decides to reach out." "Fair enough," said Tavik, shooting a final dreamy-eyed glance in Jack's direction before pushing past to lead them all out of the fortress.
Well, we'd best get moving. It's a bit of a walk, and
he smiled down to Ember.
Folks would probably be happier if we skirt the perimeter of the market square with your pup. They're used to Samanir guard dogs, not, well, whatever Ember here is.
Confusion fogged Jack's mind as she trailed Tavik out of the gate, both at the reminder of her wolf companion's unusual nature and at the odd tangle of feelings in her gut whenever Tavik looked at her. Then they were back into Falcon Crest's busy streets, and Jack was glad of the distractions assailing her senses. They still had a job to do. Everything else could wait. She swallowed.
I hope.
Chapter 10 Sightseeing.
And there you can see the fortress's most pronounced battle scars,
Tavik was saying, directing everyone's gaze back the way they'd come to the diminished sight of the black falcon-shaped stronghold that loomed over the city, still clearly visible, even from deep in the merchant quarter. Tanner followed the guardsman's gaze, slowing his pace so as not to tumble headlong into the locals shouldering past in the opposite direction. Even along the outskirts of the market square, there were still a handful of individuals darting about, most of them seeming far more at ease with the sight of Ember than folks had been on the march to the fortress, accompanied as they now were by a uniformed city guard. The level of trust people seemed to place in their protectors was surprising Tanner more and more. Of course, the unfortunate side effect of people being less distracted by the giant wolf was that more of them seemed to shoot wary glowers in the direction of the two foxkin in the group. Tanner did his best to ignore the looks, feeling as though Okizi squirmed uneasily inside of him.
Easy, sis, he soothed.
They're all just too ignorant to realize that they're lucky to spot one of us at all, let alone two. It was a dark thought, but Okizi, it seemed, was at least mildly placated. Catching sight of the battle scars Tavik had mentioned along one of the fortress's bowed wings, Tanner gave a low whistle. Big talons. Was that? Tavik was already nodding.
Falcon Crest repelled a number of dragon attacks, a few of them even led by Kelavost himself. If the big lizard had been left to chip away at the fortress, it might have eventually fallen. But the defenses and wardings proved too much, even for the so-called Lord of Dragons.
What defenses? Jotagon asked, seeming as eager for a distraction from his oddity status as Tanner. He scanned the fortress's distant walls up and down, stopping in his tracks to allow a haughty oncoming human couple to pass him by.
I see no battlements. Do the magical wards double as an offensive measure?
The battlements are all on the inside, Tavik said with a proud grin. The interior of the walls is lined with, well, there's something like levitating scaffolds, I suppose. Each is fitted with a lens that allows them to see into the world outside, and on command the walls can trapdoor open to allow archers or whatever on the scaffolds to fire on attackers. He motioned high up on the fortress.
Manned ballistae and catapults can pop out along the wing ridges too, adding a good punch of gravity to their hits to anyone on the ground.
Impressive, Allie admitted, favoring the fortress with what Tanner took to be a respectful frown.
I can see why it never fell in the Dragon War.
Tavik gave an affirmative grunt.
Truthfully, the damage could probably have been repaired long ago, but I think the people like a visual reminder that not even a whole flock of dragons could tear their falcon from the sky.
As fascinated as Tanner was by the lesson in history and warfare, he turned back to study the crowd on their left, senses alert for any sign of someone staring a bit too long to be chalked up to half-breed prejudice. Nothing, he thought with a sigh. No solemn-faced dogkin women or unblinking human men waiting nearby to gift them with a few enigmatic words from Velidrock. And, hopefully, a hefty pouch of coin. He sighed as he recalled the dragon's previous agents, Bela and Orton, his unease growing as they drew near a small building offset from the rest of the market square. The building was nondescript to the point of dull, amid the sea of flashy colors designed to draw in customers, stinging at Tanner's eyes all around the square. But Tanner was familiar with the faintly hot scent in the air, the waves of it clearly bleeding off the unassuming structure. There was potent magic inside, and, if his blacksmith's nose was correct, a hefty amount of metalwork. "Are we sure this is a good idea?" he mumbled, sidling closer to Jack and Allie, noting that Gefnar had made a point to walk a few paces away. "What if our employer finds out we took matters into our own hands and reacts badly?"
"We're just going to talk with this Haddie," said Jack, tearing her eyes from where Tavik walked ahead of them. "For all we know, our employers already hired him. Tavik did say he was the best in the city."
"And if she hasn't?" Tanner pressed. "It's not exactly like we've got the coin to hire someone like that." Allie bristled from Jack's other side, causing Tanner to wince. "Don't explode, don't explode, don't explode." I'm not pushing for anything, Allie. Just stating facts." Allie grunted. "Right. Look, let's just see what happens with this guy, all right?"
"Agreed,"
said Jack.
"If nothing else, it might give us more direction, and who knows, things might go better than we expect."
Ahead, Tavik had neared the small front door of the establishment, the lintel adorned in humble markings with Hatifasir's machinations. Just the stoop, Tavik turned to face the others.
"Look, I feel it's fair to warn you all before we head inside. Addie's inventions can get a bit strange. He's not crazy or anything, I don't think. But last time I was sent to deliver him a message, I found him cobbling together a pair of boots that could make him float off the ground. But only if he was standing over some kind of charged metal."
"All right," said Tanner, sharing a confused look with his companions. "For what?"
"That's what I asked,"
Tavik replied with a shrug.
"He just told me he was trying to find the magnetic frequency of dirt. Or something."
Jotikon raised an eyebrow.
"And did he?"
"Who knows?"
Tavik sighed.
"He said the really impressive bit would be finding the magnetic frequency of water anyway."
Registering the wary looks across his audience, he gave a sharp laugh.
"Not to worry, though. Like I said, best craftsman in all Falcon Crest. Knows how to be discreet, too."
Before Tanner could submit discussing this new information as a group, Tavik was already rapping the side of his gauntleted fist against the door before them.
"Edivas here?" the guardsman called. "Haddie? You home?"
There was no response, but Tavik just reached for the door handle, shrugging back to the others.
"Gets caught up in his work sometimes."
As Tavik pushed inside the building's dimly lit interior, the others hesitantly followed, with Tanner experiencing the odd sensation of all his fur standing on end, and not entirely because of his unease. The air inside the cluttered workshop fairly crackled with electricity, causing Tanner's whiskers to twitch at a ghostly tingling. He shared a look with Jotikon, seeing that his cousin was similarly unnerved by the sensation, and even Okizi's presence gave what Tanner took to be a shudder of protest. Even as he tried to calm both himself and his sister with some of the meditation techniques Allie had shown him, Tanner looked about at the sea of contraptions littering the chamber. The most complicated thing he recognized was a bench, with the foremost machine drawing the bulk of his attention. Not because it was particularly more bizarre than any of the others, but because it was pulsing with lightning and magic. Tanner studied the thing with wide eyes, looking down the length of crackling wires and glowing intermittent casings that spanned nearly the entire left wall. And, just left of the abbreviated entryway, The pipes and cables of the machine coiled up and around each other to form a sort of vibrantly pulsating crown a few feet above a metal platform. Horror and sympathy tugged at Tanner's heart as he saw that, lying still on the platform, its fur matted with dried, blackened blood, lay the body of a scruffy, mid-sized dog. Even as Tanner identified what the thing was, a figure dressed in a thick apron, much like the one Curtis wore while blacksmithing back home, peeked around the far end of the machine, its eyes and hair hidden behind a strange goggled helmet.
"Well, that's a timely entrance,"
the figure shouted in a thick drawl over the rising whine of the machine, its visible mouth smiling at the newcomers from behind a scruffy, unkempt beard.
"Could one of you gentle beings kindly pull that switch over yonder before this thing fries?"
The figure indicated the promised switch protruding from the far end of the machine, with a hand draped in a thick glove, as Tanner noted that the figure was holding some kind of wheel, or dial, in place where it stood. Tanner quickly considered their options as he took in the wary looks of his friends. The whining of the machine was growing louder every second, leading Tanner to believe that whatever might happen when the contraption fried, as the goggled figure had so delicately stated, it wasn't likely to yield pleasant results for anyone close by. So, even before Tavik could step up to do as they'd been bidden, Tanner had lunged for the switch, throwing it down as sparks crackled along the length of it, frizzing Tanner's fur all the more. The required circuit seemingly completed, the machine gave a bellowing groan, the magic-infused lightning that thrashed in the ring above the platform coalescing in the center of the crown to spill down like a blinding waterfall into the form of the dog. Contact lasted only a few seconds, but as the figure at the far end of the machine swung the dial in its grasp far to the right, powering down the machine, Tanner could already smell the clawing scent of burned flesh. The figure trotted up to Tanner, pulling the goggled helmet from its head to reveal short must-brown hair and a pair of intensely focused eyes fixed on the form of the dog. "Damn," the man muttered as Tanner fought not to gag at the smells of scorched fur and tissue.
"Guess that didn't work."
"What was it you were trying to do, exactly?" said Jack, her eyes narrowed at the man's back as she rested a protective hand on Ember's neck.
Said the man, turning to regard the woman.
"Oh, well, ideally I was thinking to have the poor thing back on its feet. Guess I got a few more calibrations to do first, though." "So you didn't kill it first?" said Allie, voicing the unspoken question boiling in Jack's brown eyes.
"What?"
said the man, raking a hand through his hair.
"No. I've just got a few of their boys and girls,"
at this he indicated Tavik with his thumb,
"who bring me stray critters, what have been run over by carts and such. Few of the friendlier street urchins, too. Don't even pay any of 'em for it, neither, on account I'd rather not be encouraging anyone too entrepreneurial to be dealing in the misfortune of lesser beings."
Jack, seeming mildly placated, gave a slow nod.
"Good."
The man shrugged, seeming more concerned that anyone had even offered up such a probability rather than his own questioned morality.
"I think so. Anyway," he turned to Tavik, "y'all got another job for me or something?"
"Ought some maybe on that, Hattie," the guardsman replied, looking patiently to the others for someone to take over the explanation.
"Oh?"
the man, Hattie, said, peering around at his visitors.
"Color me intrigued, I suppose. Never had the glorious Samanir show up at my door with the possibility of wanting my help with a job."
"Strictly speaking," Tavik interjected, "this isn't officially Samanir business." A sly smirk came to Hattie's face.
"Even more intriguing. Tavik, was it? Well, perhaps your friends here'd like to clue me in on the whole thing."
Tavik saw that Gefnar had wandered toward the back of the workshop, eyes wide as he studied the numerous other contraptions littered about the chamber. He seemed particularly interested in a large, circular one.
"I can step outside again if you think you'll be getting into stuff I shouldn't be hearing,"
Tavik offered, looking to Jack. Yes, Jack blurted. Then, catching her own bluntness, I mean, thank you, Tavik. That'd probably be best.
Course, Tavik said, smiling. Did my part to keep Dragon's Nest safe for years. Least I can do now is let myself be a bit ignorant for the cause.
As Tavik moved for the door, Jotagan silently fell in behind, with Tanner reaching out on impulse to clamp his hand down on his cousin's shoulder. You can stay, Jotagan, he practically yelped. Self-consciously clearing his throat, he turned to Jack and Allie. Right? Allie grunted, but shot Jotagan a curt nod. Sure, if you're gonna stick with us, you might as well know what we're up to. Tanner offered his cousin a dopey grin, with even Jotagan offering a grateful smile around the group.
My thanks for the vote of confidence in my loyalty.
Hattie cleared his throat sharply, drawing all eyes back to where he stood, arms folded as he studied his visitors.
If y'all don't mind, I'm on the edge of my figurative seat. Anyone actually plan on spilling what in blazes this top-secret job is? I'd kinda like to know what it is I'm meant to be putting together for you.
Of course, said Jack, turning to rummage through the pack that hung from Ember's saddle. One moment. A single brow creeped upward on Hattie's face.
I was wondering what the wolf was for. He's some kinda unorthodox pack animal?
Jack pursed her lips as she withdrew the rolled-up plans they'd procured at Varbius Keep.
Among other things, I suppose. He serves in the primary capacity of my closest friend, however.
Hattie shrugged, accepting the plans as Tanner's heart gave a small jolt of anxiety. Guess we're in it now, he thought, letting himself wonder what unwanted attention they might garner if Tavik had exaggerated Hattie's powers of discretion.
Meant no disrespect, miss.
Hattie was apologizing as he unfurled the plans. Jack supplied, motioning to the others.
My companions are Allie, Tanner, Jotagan, and...
She trailed off as she glanced about the room, obviously having lost sight of Gefnar, but Hattie didn't seem to be listening anyway. His eyes were narrowed, one hand stroking his tangled beard as he studied the papers before him. Wordlessly he turned, circling a nearby table to stand across from his guests, who inched deeper into the chamber after him. Finally, after a few solid minutes of flipping through the large sheets of diagrams, Hattie slowly looked up to scan the group's expectant faces.
Yeah, all right,
he said slowly, what Tanner took to be a smirk of excitement growing on his face.
Let's talk.
Chapter 11. Eccentricities Afforded. Allie frowned, uncertain how to interpret the emotions flickering across Hattie's face. He seemed almost giddy, like a child who's been told they were about to enjoy their favorite meal. But, simultaneously, there was an apprehension Allie couldn't name. So you can build it? She asked guardedly, glancing to her friends to see if they'd picked up on the same uncertainty she had. A feeling of vindication came over her at seeing varying degrees of unease in their faces as well, especially as Hattie replied,
Yeah, I can put this thing together well enough. I'd very much like to, in fact. Should prove quite fascinating.
Then what's the problem?
Jack pressed.
Money?
Hattie loosed a guffawing chuckle.
If you're asking, and I'm assuming so, yeah.
He swept a hand over the unfurled plans laid out before him.
Financing something like this would take the kind of people who refer to their coins in terms of coffers. Just for the materials alone, you're easily looking at the price of a war galleon.
A confusing sort of anger welled up inside of Allie, causing the dark kernel of power at the back of her mind to pulse in anticipation. Not today, snake spawn, she growled silently in what she hoped was Sharad's general direction. I'm not just gonna set you loose on the world every time I encounter a mild inconvenience. It took her a few seconds longer to pinpoint the true source of her frustration. The truth was, money didn't have to be a problem for them anymore. If she wanted, she could use the documents tucked away in her bag to trot on back to the fortress and assume control of the McAllister holdings. Whatever money she required would be hers for the taking. And the fact was absolutely infuriating. For most of her life, Allie had pickpocketed and scavenged every coin to her name. Now, when faced with a price wall most of Darnas's population would find insurmountable, all she had to do was fall in line and do exactly what everyone expected of her. The thing any sane person would do, she supposed. She only had to become one of the rich jackasses she'd always effortlessly despised. Though she'd already committed most of her thoughts to the prospect since hearing the arguments of both Tavik and Swidona, feeling as though yet another source was attempting to push her into the decision, left Allie feeling decidedly uncooperative.
But money's not the only problem, is it?
Jack was saying, her head tilting slightly as she studied Hattie's taut features. Hattie sighed, looking down at the plans before him once more.
Look, like I said, I want to build this thing. The elegance of these designs, it speaks to the skills of a true master.
On cue, Allie's thoughts drifted to Skimmerberg, the dwarf woman they'd met during the fall of Varbius Keep centuries earlier, and she saw that her sad smile was mirrored on the faces of Jack and Tanner as they all remembered the heroes they'd met and lost during their time in shadow.
Skimmerberg, Kylemis, Eplimis, Hevolgadim.
But,
Hattie added, reluctantly, Allie thought,
I can't in good conscience proceed to build this piece without questioning the intended usage.
Intended usage? Allie repeated. What, are you afraid will disrupt the local duck migrations? Hattie gave an unamused pucker.
I'd not try to make light of this if I were you, miss.
He planted an index finger at the center of the plans.
This here's a war machine, pure and simple. And I'm not too keen on putting one of those together unless I'm proper convinced that Blade Master Volcrit sanctioned it. In case you hadn't noticed, there happens to be a war on.
Oh, I think I understand the source of confusion,
Jack interjected with a diffusing smile.
You see, we hadn't gotten around to communicating the parameters of the job.
She stepped forward, pointing to either end of the foremost sketch.
All we'll actually be needing constructed is the wings.
If Hattie had seemed on edge before, he now appeared thoroughly confounded, his entire face going slack.
Excuse me, miss?
Yep, just the wings, Tanner affirmed, giving what Allie easily identified as a nervous chuckle. Did you really think our scrappy little group was looking to get involved in the war? No thanks. Hattie's narrowed eyes slid from Tanner back to Jack, then down to the plans on the table, and Allie could almost hear the worrying of the man's mind as he muttered what Allie took to be a few quick calculations under his breath. And, absurdly, Allie realized with a rush of dread that they'd been caught. That's ridiculous, she assured herself. There's no way he could. But she'd been right the first time, she saw, as Hattie looked back up to their group, a scowl in his eyes that dared anyone to deflect his next words.
How big is it?
Allie's gulp echoed in her pounding ears. What?
The creature,
Hattie snapped almost before the word was out of Allie's mouth.
The one you intend to endow with the gift of flight.
At his visitors' hesitant, frenzied glances to each other, he sighed, folding his arms.
You think I'm an idiot? These wings would be useless without the central housing, unless you already had something comparable. Your coming to me means you haven't found someone else who can handle this sort of work, which means that you don't. You might be stupid enough to think you could use the wings on any old ballista or trebuchet, but I doubt it. Even a basic understanding of physics would tell you not to bother trying. The only explanation? You're not looking to make a flying machine. You've got something else you're keen to unleash on the skies.
He leaned forward over the table, meeting each of their guilty gazes in turn.
Now I'll ask again. How big is the creature?
Big, Tanner blurted, shooting the others an apologetic grimace. She's, holding Dragon's Nest, my hometown, hostage, until we do this job for her. Hattie gave a thoughtful pucker.
So, it is a dragon.
Allie wanted to yell at her foxkin ally for giving away the last secret they had, even as she tried to wrap her mind around Hattie's leap in logic.
What makes you say that?
Jack offered guardedly.
Give it a rest, darling,
Hattie sighed, locking eyes with the huntress.
Nothing native to that area is big enough to hold a whole town hostage, or to make use of these wings for that matter. And I know my history. Dragon's Nest is where old Kelavost and his horde first slithered up out of the dark places with their dwarf buddies.
He turned back to Tanner.
I'm guessing outcast or straggler of some sort. Wings damaged in a fight, maybe?
Tanner gave a slow nod, glancing beside him to where Jotagun was standing, hands loosely clasped and face inscrutable.
Welcome to the group, Allie thought dryly toward the unblinking foxkin. Now you get to be as stressed as the rest of us.
Fine, Allie groaned, drawing Hattie's steady gaze.
So you figured it out. Or close enough, anyway. Yeah, there's an ancient dragon hiding out back under Dragon's Nest.
Hattie cocked an eyebrow.
Trapped?
He asked, a flicker of hope in his voice. Allie shook her head.
Not as much as we'd like to tell people, no. Ready to break out any time.
She motioned to encompass herself and her companions.
We were the saps lucky enough to get the job of getting her a new set of wings.
Seeing the question form on Hattie's lips,
the old ones were ripped off by Kelavost, and if we don't give her what she wants, well, we're not sure Dragon's Nest will be there to go back to.
For a long moment, Hattie visibly chewed on the story, his eyes drifting back down to the plans. Finally, he sighed.
Look, I don't know if any of you have bothered to look up outside recently, but Falcon Crest still bears the scars of the last time dragons were set loose on the world.
He looked up, a hint of remorse in his eyes.
I can't be part of anything that might endanger us all like that again. Not even for the sake of your town, I'm sorry.
Jack stepped forward.
Then help us find a way to stay a step ahead of her.
At Hattie's conflicted frown, she pressed.
Honestly, despite receiving a message of assurance from this dragon that we've won her trust, we're not sure what it is she'll have planned for when she's got her wings back. And there's no way we can find out. But if we don't hold up our end of the bargain, we do know how she'll react. Hundreds of people's lives will be forfeit in Dragon's Nest alone. And even a dragon without wings could make her way here eventually.
Hattie gave a bitter grunt.
Be a lot quicker with wings, though, wouldn't she?
Either way,
Jack insisted.
It pays to keep her happy, at least until we can set some sort of contingency in place.
Her shoulders drooped, her voice turned pleading.
The people of Dragon's Nest have suffered enough, Hadifasir. Are you really willing to condemn them to a full slaughter?
Anger flashed across Hattie's features, but Allie knew the emotion well enough to identify that the man was far more annoyed at the sudden, unexpected complication in his life than anything Jack had said. Even so, Allie caught her breath, wondering if the worst possible outcome of this encounter was about to become reality. None of them were powerful enough in the subtle art of manipulation magics to make Hattie forget this conversation had ever happened. So what was the plan if Hattie determined that he needed to report the whole thing to the Samanir? Would they have to subdue him and smuggle him out of the city? Worse, would he fight back to the point where they'd have to kill him in self-defense? Allie didn't know how skilled a combatant Hattie was, though he did seem fit enough for a man in what she took to be his late 30s. Beyond that, someone with a mind like his might have had all sorts of traps set up to safeguard himself and his work from any potential thieves. To Allie's relief, however, Hattie didn't abruptly trigger a series of hidden crossbows to fire on his guests. Instead, he merely gave a defeated sigh, scratching slowly at his tangled beard as he studied the plans laid out before him.
"I'm not building this thing without a failsafe at the least," he grumbled.
Then you're taking the job?" said Tanner. Hattie grunted, a familiar look in his eyes as he lifted his gaze back to the shop visitors. Yeah, I know that look, Allie thought with a self-deprecating smirk. She imagined it was much the same expression she'd worn the first time she'd had to admit to herself that she was no longer caught up in looking out for the interest of Dragon's Nest simply for her own personal gain. And it was oddly satisfying for her to witness the moment someone else had gotten dragged into the whole mess. Almost as satisfying as the proof that not everyone they encountered was out to get them, somehow.
"For whatever it means, yeah, I'm taking the job, lad,"
Hattie relented, something like a sympathetic grimace coming to his face as he motioned to either end of the drawing before him.
"But we're still very much left with the problem of coin, I'm afraid. Even without building the main war machine housing in the middle, we're still easily looking at something like the cost of a sloop or two, just to fund the costs of the wing materials."
He shook his head, glancing about to the others.
"Doesn't matter how gracious I'm feeling, I simply don't have the assets to front that sort of money."
"We'll get the coin," Allie found herself saying. She did her best to ignore the pointed looks from her companions as she added, "One way or another."
"Fine,"
Hattie shrugged.
"Till then, I can try to get a more concrete estimate. Any fix on a time frame?"
"Soon, we hope," Jack offered with an apologetic nod. "Sorry we can't be more precise than that."
"Fine,"
Hattie repeated, tapping a finger on the plans.
"I'll be needing to hang on to these to sort out material costs properly, if that's agreeable."
It wasn't. Despite Hattie's seeming cooperation, Allie couldn't help but picture the man handing over the plans to Volkert himself before the entire Samanir Order descended on the McAllister estate. But what choice do we really have? "Golden," Jack volunteered when no one else responded. "Then we'll leave you to it, I suppose." She peered around toward the back of the shop. "Gefnar, we're leaving." Hattie's brow knitted in confusion as Jack called out to the gnome, his stance immediately shifting to one of mistrust, as Gefnar trotted back to the front of the shop from between a pair of incomplete contraptions.
"What were you doing back there, if I may ask it, boy?"
said Hattie, his tone abruptly far colder than it had been a moment earlier.
"Oh, just admiring your work is all,"
Gefnar explained, motioning back the way he'd come.
"Actually, I had a question about the machine in the back corner."
Hattie stared at Gefnar for a long moment, then gave a slow nod, motioning for Gefnar to lead him back there. Gefnar did so, with Allie looking to the others for direction before they all followed. The machine Gefnar was indicating seemed no more bizarre-looking than the rest of the setups littered about the shop to Allie. Another raised circular platform speckled with various glyphs and bits of shimmering memory stone, all below what looked to be an offset metallic archway, inlaid with runes to match. But there was unmistakable excitement in Gefnar's voice as he asked,
"Is that what I think it is?"
Coming to a stop a few paces away, Hattie surprised Allie by shifting his demeanor once again, sending Gefnar an impressed nod.
"Depends on how much you know about teleportation circles, I suppose."
Tanner's mouth fell open almost audibly.
"Teleportation? I thought all the ancient gateways had been destroyed."
Hattie nodded again, this time over to the foxkin.
Indeed they were, lad. But, you see, that's the beauty of this here machine.
He walked over to the archway, pride glinting in his eyes as he rested a hand on the interface of dials and levers affixed to the side of it.
Doesn't need a gateway on the other end to operate properly.
Allie's heart gave an excited backflip at the possible implications for the rest of their journey, even as Jack's face scrunched tightly with incredulity.
How exactly is that meant to work? The stories say that without a pair of gateways properly attuned to each other, that creating a stable link to allow for passage is impossible.
A coy smirk spread across Hattie's face.
Well, that's where folks like me come in, miss. Tinkerers like nothing more than tweaking the impossible.
Then you found a way to stabilize a portal with only one gateway? Allie asked, finding her own voice drenched in skepticism.
For a limited time only,
Hattie admitted with a sigh.
Projecting magic and matter that kind of distance. Well, in painfully simplistic terms, you've got to loop the circuit back around to your origin point, meaning where you start and end up are the same place.
So you just reappear where you started as though you never left? Said Tanner, the scowl on his face making it clear just how useless that sounded. The deep furrows that manifested in Hattie's features spoke of deeply wounded pride.
Course not, lad. You just gotta think outside of normal restrictions. You never wonder why long-range teleportation was trickier than a short-range hop? I mean, really, why should it be? The principle's the same, right? Why should it be any more difficult to hop a few dozen or even a few thousand extra miles? You're just popping out one place and into another, right?
Tanner looked to the others for support, finally shrugging back to Hattie when no one else seemed to have a ready answer either.
I don't know, I guess. It's 'cause you're not, lad.
Hattie cut back in, an impatient, excited gleam in his eyes.
Folks used him all the time last age, sure enough, but they were only just beginning to understand the science behind the magic they wielded.
He leaned forward, peering about to his visitors' faces.
Here's the nasty secret the mage commanders and wizards of yore didn't want the common folk knowing. The reason why portin' was so potentially dangerous.
Hattie gave the triumphant sneer of an underling catching a superior in an illicit activity.
Portin' wasn't as instantaneous as they wanted us all to think. Oh, it's fast, sure enough. Fast as light itself, maybe faster. But for an object or being to teleport, its entire molecular structure needs to shift into something different. An alternate wavelength, you might say, allowing it to be caught up in the beam of magic between two gateways.
Even Allie, for all her research, was struggling to keep up with what Hattie was laying out before them. And she saw that her companions were at least as lost as she was.
You're saying people became light to teleport?
Hattie's pained grimace made it clear that the oversimplification had caused his intellect to whimper.
Of a kind, miss. Think of it more like hopping on a horse or into a cart before setting out on a road. You'd get where you were going eventually, whatever route you took, but by letting the right thing carry you on the right path, you'll be getting there a hell of a lot faster.
Right, said Allie, peering past Hattie to look the machine over again.
And why would the travel not being instantaneous make things more dangerous?
Because,
Hattie practically bellowed, more out of passion than annoyance, Allie thought.
With the subtle eddies and tides of the cosmos and the celestial bodies within, the difference of billionths of a second begins to matter. The most skilled of magical practitioners were required to set up these gateways just to accommodate for such seemingly infinitesimal changes in the blink of an eye it took to travel from one gateway to another. For even the most accomplished of these, a stable gateway could take a week of tireless efforts to complete.
He rested a hand on his machine.
But here's where the truly ingenious part of this beauty comes in. Through proper use of magics and science, light itself can be slowed to a crawl, and through similar methods, so can whatever is being ported through a gateway.
Allie nodded slowly, thinking she was beginning to understand. So, in this loop of energy you've made with your one gateway, making it the start and end point of the journey, you've managed to slow things down at the farthest point, allowing whatever is sent a set amount of time at its destination. Hattie's smirk was conflicted. Essentially, yes. Magical anchors of sorts have to be worn, else the poor sap is shot off into the oblivion of space for all eternity, and the machine and these anchors have got to be tethered together properly. That's why I call this here beauty a tether port. But the basic concept.
And how long can the person or item sent remain at the far end of the loop?
Gefnar chimed in, uncharacteristically firm in his cutting off of Hattie's rant. The craftsman turned to scrutinize the gnome, seeming abruptly deflated. Well, admittedly, I've not been able to delay the journey for more than an hour at most. He sighed, patting the control panel of his machine. Not that anyone will be making use of it for a while. Had to reclaim few of the components for a Samanir job, but I'd sure like to revisit this here prototype someday. Allie was still studying the machine with a healthy degree of fascination when Tanner's words drew her attention.
Why are you asking, Gef?
Gefnar was shifting uncomfortably on his feet at all the eyes on him when Allie looked his way.
No reason, just thinking about home, I guess.
His eyes flickered to Allie for the briefest of heartbeats, then past her.
Should we be getting on with things?
For her part, Allie wasn't sure what a next course of action should entail for them, with Veladrock's agents still silent in the whole affair. But she decided she was ready at least to leave Hattie's shop. The thick atmosphere of magic was beginning to feel a bit too inviting. Just as they all turned to leave, however, she caught Hattie's glower down to Gefnar, and she saw that the gnome had just been caught looking at another device in the chamber. To Allie's surprise, Hattie's voice was low and threatening as he glared down at Gefnar. "Did you touch it, lad?" he asked, and Allie decided she wouldn't have been surprised to see icicles form on Hattie's bared teeth.
No, sir,"
Gefnar yelped, gulping before he made for the door. Brow furrowing, Allie turned to look where Gefnar had been staring. The sight provided little clarity. All that sat in the opposing corner was what looked to be a solid block of metal with various cables running into it, and on the surface of that a kind of half-cylinder set against the odd table's surface, apparently sealed into place. Some kind of memory stone preservation chamber? Allie thought, barely managing to be curious amid everything else swirling in her mind. The thought as to what Hattie might be up to that required such a quarantine did make Allie slightly worried that the craftsman's experiments might have driven enough memory stone mad to replicate the cloud of madness that permeated the infamous Infinity Grove. Still, if the Samanir had their eye on Hattie's projects, she decided, following her companions for the door, they couldn't be in that much danger. She hoped. "Come back tomorrow," Hattie called after, the tightness of his voice making it clear that they'd better stay where he could see them when they did. "I'll try to have a better cost estimate for you then." Not that we could pay it anyway, Allie thought darkly, her thoughts sinking into revolting visions of herself struggling to adapt to life as the most powerful noble on the continent. Not unless some rather drastic choices are made. Chapter 12. To Know a City. Has that sort of old-ness feel to it sometimes, I'll admit, Tavik sighed, his eyes sweeping over the sea of humans and gnomes that made up the mumbling bustle of the merchant quarter. But things really weren't this bad till we heard that half-breeds had reportedly been seen in Mevod's ranks. Jack was startled from her sort of walking daze, turning to Tavik. She'd found that she didn't have any objections to letting the guardsmen accompany her on her circuit of the main market square, even when Allie had declared her intent to find a quiet nook in a nearby bookstore, and Tanner, Jotagon, and Gefnar had set out back for the McAllister estate, with Tanner hissing to Jack before departing that he intended to learn what's been snacking on Gef's happiness. The thought caused a wholly different discomfort from the one Jack experienced whenever Tavik looked at her, to tap at her heart, as though in a grim reminder. Whatever was troubling their gnome friend, she hoped that Tanner would find out what it was, and do so without making things worse. He and Gefnar seemed to have built an especially friendly rapport, somewhat diminished with Jotagon's presence, but Jack would have had to be blind not to sense the peculiar tension in Gefnar's demeanor.
Or as distracted as Allie appears to be,
she thought, refocusing on Tavik's last words.
The half-breeds are trying to help Mevad assert his claim for the throne?
She asked, resting a protective hand on Ember. She was grateful that Tavik had wordlessly positioned himself on the wolf's other side, both for keeping Ember flanked, in case any of the passers-by were unsettled by his presence, and for allowing her a few feet of distance from Tavik himself. His definite interest in her, a revelation that really shouldn't have been, she knew, had seemingly thrown her more than she'd thought.
I hardly think so,
Tavik was saying with a shrug.
People from all walks of life will start trickling in if you send out the call for mercenaries. My guess is that any half-breeds who've joined Mevad's army figure that one regime of major races can't be worse than another, and figure they'll make some coin while the getting is good.
The assessment was at least moderately comforting to Jack as she and Tavik neared the end of their circuit that would bring them back to the bookstore where they'd left Allie. Having only recently seen cause for hope in the gathering of half-breed leaders in the ruins of Kadason, Jack was glad to know that none of the half-elven races had declared their support for Mevad. At least, not so brazenly.
The Samanir haven't made any sort of call for mercenaries, then?
She said, forcing herself to meet Tavik's gaze when he looked her way.
Tavik snorted.
Volquid and his people are too proud for that, I think. At least until things get real desperate. They have liquidated a good chunk of the fortress holdings, though. The Samanir proper are still our best fighters, obviously, but they've had to shake up the old coffers to pay for all the new guardsmen and militia conscripts, and all the food and drink needed to keep them on their feet, of course.
Jack nodded, recalling her father's teachings of the outside world.
All the necessary trade routes remain open, then?
An impressed smirk emerged on Tavik's face.
Most of them, anyway. Enough to keep the wheels on the cart, as it were. The one main piece of good news we've gotten in all of this is that apparently, as soon as Mevad left his exile in the Hellishith Isles, some new chieftain or warlord rose up to take his place. Way I hear it, Mevad's received no help from him in pinching off our trade routes. So, with only one front to defend, Samanir ships and patrols have been able to keep things running nice and smooth. For the most part. He sighed. It is still a war.
I see.
Jack nodded.
I guess it's just surprising to see trade flourishing at all. I was under the impression that sort of thing had dwindled since the Dragon War.
Other places, maybe, Tavik chuckled. In Dragon's Nest, certainly, but not here. He motioned vaguely eastward. If anything, it seems like the blow dealt to that sort of thing across the Thalassan Sea made it simple for the Samanir to rise up as the main power, routing any of the more stubborn pirates elsewhere and setting up a steady line of trade with places like Garikat, Pagrin, and Sakudnia.
Tavik shot Jack a resigned smile.
People always been needing what other people have got, I suppose, and the folks with the resources to carry it all, they get to make the terms.
While the routed pirates set up places like Nizame,
Jack said heavily. Tavik cocked his head at her curiously, eliciting a sigh.
We had a rather unpleasant couple of days there, after the Crockblood attack on Dragon's Nest. Entohika was worried that Lenmore would make a move against the town while it was weak.
Tavik nodded slowly.
Did he?
He didn't get the chance,
Jack replied, stifling a shudder as the memories of Nizame spilled through her mind.
An Orkman, Tagathis, staged a convoluted coup we inadvertently helped with. Then his bodyguard, a Samanir actually, ended up killing him in turn.
Oh,
Tavik blinked amid a commiserating grimace.
Guess a lot's happened since we saw each other last.
He paused, visibly chewing on the inside of his cheek.
Maybe you'll stick around long enough to fill me in on everything?
Maybe, Jack said with a well-practiced smile, that unidentifiable twinge of something in her chest again. It took her a few heartbeats to realize that not all of the emotion there was hers, as she and Tavik neared the exterior of Tavi's Tomes, the bookstore where Allie had sought out her solitude.
Allie?
Jack whispered, reaching tentatively toward the other woman's presence in her mind. It was a few long seconds, allowing Jack and Tavik to come to a halt outside the building's wooden door, before Allie's response came.
What?
The word wasn't exactly terse, at least not in the way that implied direct irritation toward Jack, but Jack still winced slightly.
We were about to head back to the estate. Were you wanting to join us?
Fine, came the reply, far quicker this time, and Jack could sense that Allie was now closing the distance between them.
Apparently people glare at you for not buying anything in places like this anyway. Any sign of our promised friend?
Jack shook her head, despite knowing that Allie couldn't yet see her.
None.
She exhaled deeply, choosing her next words with care. It was still easier to say it without Allie staring her down in person.
I think we'll have to figure this one out on our own. If Veledrox lost track of us, there's no telling how long it'll take to make contact again.
Right, Allie bit out, faintly audible from inside the building.
Guess that's something else that's happened since I've been away,
Tavik said pointedly, gesturing vaguely to his own mouth as Jack glanced his way.
Imagery helped us to set up a sort of mental link,
Jack explained with a smirk. Tavik inclined his head.
Useful. Think I'd be pretty selective about what voices I'd allow in my head, though.
His eyes shot to the door as Allie exited into the square, then back to Jack as he added in a rushed whisper,
No offense.
None taken, Jack laughed, smiling to Allie as the dour-faced woman approached.
I think I have been.
Do come again, a snarky voice called from inside, causing a flicker of anger on Allie's face, as she obviously contemplated about facing and informing the bookstore's passive-aggressive proprietor what she thought of his shop and its management.
Shall we?
Jack interjected before Allie could opt to do so, motioning for Allie to fall into step beside her.
What's the hurry?
Allie grunted, the lack of ice in her tone making it clear it wasn't Jack herself who'd earned her ire.
No particular hurry,
Jack admitted, patting Ember's neck.
Though I'll admit that Em and I are getting a bit hungry.
Likewise, Tavik chimed in, glancing up at the position of the early afternoon sun over the looming fortress that met their southward path.
Oh, I should only be joining you as far as the barracks. Got to be on duty soon.
He looked to Jack with a hopeful grin.
See you tomorrow, though?
I hope so,
said Jack, fairly certain that she meant it. For all the discomfort the guardsman's presence brought, she didn't find it exactly objectionable. Tavik beamed.
Good. I envy what you'll be having at the McAllister estate, though.
His gaze shifted to Allie.
Guess you'll need to be getting used to the high life now, eh?
Allie twitched, as though sloughing a downpour of water off her shoulders, but didn't respond.
Probably for the best,
Jack thought to herself. She didn't relish the prospect of interposing herself in the path of a human power storm like the Lady Edith Joan McAllister. Well, said Tanner, arms folded beneath his chin as he leaned over the countertop to look Gefnar in the eye more on the gnome's level.
Well, what?
The gnome said guardedly, shifting on his stool across the way as he nudged the fragments of a meal he couldn't possibly have any more room for about on his plate. Tanner sighed, glancing about the dead kitchen and briefly making eye contact with Jotagon, who sat, posture perfect, at the counter end's third side. His cousin merely shot him an encouraging nod. "Come on, Geff," Tanner pressed, turning a long-suffering half-smile on the gnome. "Something's been eating you since yesterday. Is this still about what we learned about Allie?" Something flashed in Gefnar's eyes that Tanner couldn't help but identify as the magical equivalent of righteous fury, and Gefnar glanced quickly about, as though to make sure Tanner hadn't been overheard. He needn't have bothered. At Tanner's request, the three of them had been left alone in this space for at least an hour. The staff would likely return to begin preparations on supper soon, but had been easily enough convinced to leave Tanner and the others alone, with the packaged leftovers of a barely touched lunch. "Weird having such solid meal times again," Tanner managed to muse in the second before Gefnar responded. No one really argued about the precise timing of nibbling on rations while on the road for weeks on end, he'd discovered, meals simply happening at morning and evening campfire, with morsels as needed between. "I think it's time for me to leave," Gefnar spat out, as though afraid the words would stop if he let them. Tanner's mouth fell open. "What?" I don't think I'm the right person to be helping you guys anymore." Gefnar swallowed, his eyes falling to his feet. "I'm not sure you ever really needed me at all." "What are you talking about?" Tanner said in disbelief, sharing a baffled look with Jotagon. "You're one of the best swordsmen I've ever seen, and your magic is easily as strong as mine or Jack's." He found himself sputtering at the absurdity of Gefnar's claim as he added, "Gef, you killed a damn dragon." Something like the old Gefnar's modest smile creeped through, but was quickly wiped away. "It was a lucky shot, really." "The blazes it was," Tanner shot back, the memory of Gefnar's pendant of Nomen Cow flashing a vibrant, dazzling light as the blue dragon they'd faced in the past had tried to shred the gnome apart with its enormous jagged teeth, played through Tanner's mind. The dragon had roared in seeming shock at the pulse of power, dropping Gefnar from its grasp, and Gefnar had proceeded to clamber up its foreleg and impale it through the skull. "Nomen Cal is with you, Gef, and I happen to think he's with you because you're where you're supposed to be." Gefnar exhaled slowly, shutting his eyes tightly as though in pain, at the mention of the Thakur he served. "Look, I just think it's time for me to head home, all right?" He looked to Jotagon with a friendly smile. "And you've got other help now, right?" "That's not the point," Tanner shouted, biting back the rest of his rant as he saw Gefnar flinch away. He groaned inwardly, feeling Okizi's frightened disapproval as Jotagon also shot him a concerned glance. "Gef," he added finally, I thought we were friends. After all this time, are we still just a mission to you?" At this, Gefnar's jaw clenched, and Tanner saw the gnome blink back tears for a moment. "Of course not, Tanner. And that's the problem, I think." He pushed awkwardly back from the counter, on his too tall stool, just as things fell into place for Tanner. "That's why you were studying Hattie's machine, the tetherport. You were going to use it to leave us, to go back to Dragon's Nest." Gefnar sighed, dropping down to the floor. "Not that it matters anyway," he muttered. "Looks like I'll be going home the long way." He shuffled over to the kitchen door, stopping as he reached up for the handle. "I'm sorry, Tanner," he said, and Tanner could hear in his voice that he'd made his decision. "I'll, just go and get my things." "Gef," Tanner said softly, but Gefnar had already slipped from the room.
"I wouldn't follow him, Otuli," Jotagon said after a moment.
At Tanner's indignant look, he added,
"Not right away, at the least. He is certain of his course for the moment. Any attempt to shake him out of that certainty will only result in conflict that will assure him of his decision. Grant him the time he needs to realize what leaving truly means."
"And how long is that supposed to be?" Tanner asked dejectedly. Jotagan shrugged.
As long as you can give him. If the battles of my youth and my recently ended quest for revenge have taught me anything, it's that decisions made in haste are invariably questioned later. When that time comes, Gefnar must simply be reminded of all that he will lose should he depart, though not in the spirit of coercion. Support his decision, whatever it may be, but with the hand of friendship still extended.
Tanner loosed a long groan that ended in a smirking snort. And when did you get so wise?
It's a selective wisdom, I suppose,
Jotagan replied, tilting his head meekly.
As you may have noticed, I wasn't exactly concerned about emotional clarity when pursuing Iramis. Still, what sort of elder relative would I be were I not able to offer counsel when needed?
Right. Tanner chuckled as the faint pucker of a smile peeked through Jotagan's typically placid facade. Then, sighing again, I think I need a walk. You coming?
You go on ahead,
Jotagan said with a nod. His gaze slid over the dishes arrayed on the counter.
I don't think I've quite finished here.
Yeah, well, don't stay too long, Tanner winked as he departed. You are the elder relative, remember? Wouldn't want it all going straight to your middle. He moved for the door before Jotagan could retort, relishing the quizzical furrow of his cousin's brow. Only kidding, he laughed. You're in better shape than I am, and we both know it. A faint smirk came to Jotagan's face as Tanner slipped from the kitchen, and the elder Foxkin called after,
Yes, we do.
With an amused grunt, Tanner weaved his way through the mansion until he reached the main door, pausing to calm his frazzled nerves as he looked up to the dreary early winter sky. Rays of sunlight snaked through the dismal cloud cover, but hardly enough to offset the gloom that had taken hold on his heart. Okizi's presence grew questioning in Tanner's mind, and he thought he recognized what he had come to identify as the emotional signatures of Jack and Allie, manifesting like an echo of how they felt in the group's mental link. Guess I should let them know what's going on, Tanner agreed, beginning a slow, aimless stroll of the largely abandoned estate grounds. By all the bound branches and stalks in the vineyard and garden, the autumn prunings and preparations for next year's crops appeared to be over. The only sound was the faint ting, ting of the small anvil next to the stables, and Tanner naturally found himself drifting in that direction. They'd probably be a bit annoyed if they got back here and found that Geff had already left. Focusing on the two women through the link, and careful to keep from the habitual adding of Gefnar into the exchange, he whispered, Allie? Jack? If you can hear me, we've got a bit of a problem. Chapter 13 The Testing of Bonds. Allie felt the telltale prickle on her mind of one of her companions reaching out to her through their link. In her agitated state, however, her thoughts immediately diverted to the worst possible explanation for the sensation, and she found herself mentally homing in on that softly pulsing, potent kernel of power in the back of her mind. She could swear she heard a chilling, amused chuckle in response. Allie? Tanner's voice sounded in her head a half-second later, just as she was recovering from her defensive flinch. Jack? If you can hear me, we've got a bit of a problem. No kidding, Allie thought bitterly, pointedly avoiding Jack's concerned look over at her. She was decidedly feeling that her attempt to find a place for peaceful meditation in the bookstore had been for nothing. Her lip curled as she recalled the proprietor's many judgmental looks and frequent visits at Allie's corner nook, just to check in, my dear.
What is it, Tanner?
Jack replied to Tanner's message, visibly more at ease now that they'd left Tavik back at the fortress. It's Gefnar, came Tanner's response. He's getting ready to leave. Allie's pace faltered, Leave? We haven't done anything yet. She was glad she had Jack at her side at least. It meant they only received unwanted attention for the giant wolf at Jack's side, rather than appearing insane for speaking into the air. Tanner's next words were garbled as Allie realized she and Jack were passing through a set of those pillars set up through the city streets that seemed to disperse magical energies. But, thankfully, the last of it got through, informing Allie that they needn't worry about having their link severed entirely. Leaving alone, she made out. Won't say why, but he seems pretty determined. Allie frowned over to Jack. He's leaving us? Just like that? Yeah, said Tanner. Look, could you two just get here quick? I'm kind of worried he'll just take off soon. And I'm guessing you're close because, well, we're talking. Jack nodded pointlessly.
We are. Be there soon.
They were close, Allie realized as they rounded the next street corner, the lavish McAllister home and its outlying buildings coming into view atop the small coastline rise at the city's southeast corner. Allie supposed she'd been deep in thought, simply falling into step with Jack. The thought frustrated her more than it should have. Of all of them, Allie should have been the one most at home on these streets. Instead, she was so mind-muddled that she had to rely on the instincts of others. It was a realization as infuriating as it was comforting. As much as she'd come to value her connection with her companions, it was a recurring worry that she'd begun to rely on them too much. For someone who'd been forced to rely only on herself for so many years, as Allie had, the whole thing made for a disquieting moment in a haze of fear and frustration. Soon, however, she and Jack had made their way through the resplendent estate archway and up the path to the main house, catching sight of a frazzled-looking Tanner along the way. Glad you could make it, Tanner said dryly as he converged with them at the front door. Then, wincing, Sorry, just a bit thrown is all. Can't figure what's gotten into Gefnar.
I may have a theory,
Jack offered cryptically, continuing into the home and stopping as Jotagun trotted down to the ground floor from the nearby stairs.
He's gone back into the kitchen,
the foxkin offered, gesturing in that general direction.
I believe he is procuring provisions for the journey.
The hell he is, Allie growled, striding across the living area and down the set of halls that led to the kitchen. As she burst into the room, she caught sight of a pair of startled gnomes and a human, all in white food-serving garb. She tuned out their blurted offers for assistance, however, as Gefnar pushed through the door of the pantry and back into the kitchen, freezing in place as his eyes locked on Allie.
Could you give us the room, please?
Jack spoke up from behind Allie, as the rest of the group trailed in after, and the kitchen staff exchanged weary looks before performing a trio of deferential bows and slipping from the room. The five of them squared off in silence for a moment, while Ember trotted to a dish seemingly laid out for him by the nearby counter, hungrily tearing into the pile of meat scraps inside. Allie's eyes were fixed on Gefnar, while his swiftly fell to his feet. I guess Tanner told you that I'm leaving?
Yeah,
Allie grunted, stepping closer to the gnome as she folded her arms.
Mind telling us why? Last I checked, Entohika gave you a mission to travel with us and keep us safe.
Gefnar grimaced, coughing out a lump in his throat as he eased the pack of food slung over his shoulder to the floor. I know. I'm just not sure that's an order I can follow anymore. And why not? Allie shot back.
Because he's also sworn to protect the world from evil Thakur,
Jack said softly, her gaze meeting Allie's with a meaningful stare.
And from their servants.
Allie's jaw went slack as things fell into place, then clenched so hard that her teeth ached as she turned back to Gefnar.
That's what this is about? I'm suddenly this great evil you have to protect the world from?
Gefnar gnawed on his lower lip.
Allie, I'm still me,
Allie cut him off, extending an empty hand before her dagger Biryak appeared in her grasp. I decide what I do, not some damned rock. Gefnar's eyes settled at the hilt of the dagger for a moment, where the softly glowing purple gemstone Allie had discovered in her parents' room had nestled itself. And if you're wrong, he said at last, his gaze shifting to meet Allie's. Allie, I don't want to kill you. Then don't, Allie yelled down to him. It's that simple. A deep sigh seemed to shrink Gefnar even smaller before Allie. I wish you were right. Wordlessly, he hoisted his sack of food back over his shoulder and made for the door. Gefnar, Jack called after, if I could offer a compromise? The gnome's step faltered, and he silently half-turned back to the woman. Stay in the city for a few days at least, Jack continued. Give yourself some time to rest up and consider your choice more thoroughly. We understand if you need to stay somewhere else, but it's a long way back to Dragon's Nest. And more importantly, I think you owe it to us to consider everything you'd be leaving behind. Gefnar chewed on the words for a few heartbeats, then nodded. Yeah, that makes sense. I'll, come say goodbye before I go. If I go. With that, he walked out of the kitchen, leaving Allie to silently fume at the doorway over the next few minutes, as they heard Gefnar retrieve his things and shuffle out the home's front door. Are you all right, Allie? Jack spoke up from behind, her voice barely breaking through the haze of anger and self-loathing welling up in Allie's mind. I'm taking a bath, Allie snarled by way of reply, striding from the kitchen and up the stairs to her room. She imagined that was something rich people did when they needed a moment of calm to themselves. So, what if Gefnar's right? Tanner spoke up an hour later from Jack's side. Jack suppressed a sigh. She'd made her way back down the slope of the estate grounds to the private beach to find a moment's peace with her thoughts. Jotagon had seemed to take the hint, returning to the men's now slightly less crowded room for a nap. But Tanner had promptly inserted himself into Jack's plans, strolling up and down the stretch of beach beside Jack in, until recently, admirable silence. But Jack was uneasy at the question for another reason she knew. Her eyes briefly flitted up to the shuttered third-story window of Allie's room in the nearby mansion. If Allie's silent simmering through the link was any indication, Swidona would have to do without the communal supper time she seemed to advocate for the evening. You know, about Allie? Tanner pressed when Jack had apparently fallen silent for too many seconds. Jack turned to him, noting the concern and reluctance in the foxkin's eyes. He clearly didn't enjoy being the one to vocalize the possibility. Do you think he is? Jack replied, nudging a small hunk of driftwood over with a toe of her boot as she walked along the sand. The soothing roar of the waves that bordered their path did little to negate the tightness in Jack's gut, as Tanner reluctantly groaned. I don't know, maybe. I mean, I don't really think Allie's evil. He turned westward, and Jack couldn't tell if he was appreciating the vibrant orange of the sunset or shooting a glance toward where Allie was likely still angrily soaking in her tub. Hope I would have said something a lot sooner if I did. But I'm not sure I entirely trust her either. I mean, she studied with Entohika for, a few weeks? Sure, it seemed to mellow her out a bit, but she apparently had training before that, too. Maybe there was a time when she was even more intense than when we first met her, Jack offered, her brow furrowing in sympathy. I imagine that it takes a while to recover from inadvertently killing your closest friend. Tanner winced. Yeah, believe me, I feel awful for even bringing it up, but she's got charade in her head now, Jack. I don't know what stories they told to scare kids where you grew up, but in Dragon's Nest, whenever it wasn't dwarves or dragons carrying children off from their homes, Sherrod was the substitute bugbear to keep us in line. He shuddered. Truth be told, those were the stories that scared me the most.
We had enough stories of surrounding physical threats from our elders,
said Jack, recalling her parents' many tales of run-ins with griffins, vermin, and actual bugbears.
I'll admit I only know of Sherrod by vague reputation.
Consider yourself lucky, Tanner muttered. Kids in Dragon's Nest were always taught that he was the antithesis of everything the good, pure, light-bringing Nomen Cal stood for. He and his followers apparently live for destruction and chaos. Trust and compassion are foreign concepts to these people. His eyes leveled with Jack's. Which means if Allie really is Sherrod's champion, even if she doesn't want to be, then it doesn't matter how much faith we put in her. She'll never trust us. Not enough to bring her back.
She's not gone,
Jack said sharply, finally allowing herself that sigh as she stomped to a halt in the sand.
Sorry, I know that this is something we have to consider.
Tanner held up his hands. And I don't like it either, believe me. But we have more than just ourselves to worry about. If Allie botches our mission somehow, or worst case scenario turns on us and, well, we can't get back to Dragon's Nest.
Then the town is at Veladrock's mercy,
Jack finished, closing her eyes as she rubbed at her taut brow. She could hear Tanner's gulp. Yeah.
Is this what we've come to?
Jack thought, the image of a distraught Gefnar slipping from the kitchen flashing through her mind. It was barely a day since they'd learned of Allie's heritage, and already the group was threatening to fracture apart.
No,
she said, opening her eyes to stare Tanner down.
I believe in Allie. We've been through too much together for us to pretend like she's been waiting to stab us in the back this whole time, or to disregard how much she's changed. When I first met her, I didn't think she cared about anyone but herself. Even after we saved Dragon's Nest, it was clear that she fought for her own reasons. But since then, she's put herself in danger to help people in need without thought of reward, or any possible selfish motivations.
She smiled sidelong to Tanner.
Just like you have.
Tanner attempted to shrug off the assessment. Yeah, well, so have you. Jack gave what she hoped was a gracious nod.
So, can we really single Allie out as the possible traitor simply because she hasn't developed proper tact as quickly as we'd like?
Yeah, I guess it sounds pretty thankless when you put it like that, Tanner said with a sigh. Then, abruptly, he let out a guffaw of laughter. Frowning, Jack followed his gaze, an affectionate grin spreading across her face as she saw that Ember had manifested his furry wings, swooping and diving over the salty waves of the ocean, and taking savage bites at any whitecaps that presented themselves.
Ember,
Jack called, motioning the wolf to her side with a flick of her wrist.
Come back to shore. You'll get salt water up your nose.
Ember halted in his flight, hovering in place as his wings flapped wildly to keep him aloft. Then, with a snort, he performed a soaring lunge that carried him in a broad arc to alight right in front of Jack. Whoa, look out, Tanner blurted, leaping back a step as Ember vigorously shook the ocean water free of his fur, looking properly fluffed a few seconds later as his wings retracted into nothingness.
I am going to have to figure out how you do that someday,
Jack whispered, wiping salty droplets from her face as she stepped forward to scratch Ember around the neck. The bulk of the wolf leaned into her, nearly toppling her from her feet. I guess you're right, Tanner sighed, offering a defeated smile as Jack looked back to him. At a snap of his fingers, he ignited a furiously spitting flame over his palm, the other hand gesturing to Ember's enormous frame. Allie is one of us, after all. We anomalies have to stick together. Right, Huntress? Jack's smile wavered, both at the reminder of the place of mingled esteem and contempt she held among the mage Tiraki and the rest of the Crockbloods, as well as the direct reference to the term the self-proclaimed fallen Thekur, Kravog, had used to describe the trio of Jack, Tanner, and Allie months earlier in the tunnels beneath Dragon's Nest.
"You, I think, are beginning to understand,"
the scorpion entity had told Jack at the time, when asked to expand on its use of the word.
"Well, I'm not entirely sure it was right,"
Jack thought, wrapping an arm around Ember's shaggy neck as she pulled him in for a kiss on his soggy head. She was no closer to learning if Tiraki was right about her, or what the source of Ember's strange power might be. Now was hardly the time to pursue that, however. Allie would need their help and support in coming to terms with what she'd learned. There was no rush to discover her own place in Kravog's cryptic message. There would always be time for that later. Chapter 14. Heirs Unwelcome. "And I swear to you," the woman at the balcony bellowed, her voice clear and strong, "that this city will be haven and home once again, an unwavering stronghold against tyranny and oppression, the final foothold against those who would see us submit, be they man, elven, gnome, or beast." A deafening roar rose up from the sun-bathed streets below, sounding muffled on Allie's ears as the voices of the past echoed in her mind. The woman at the balcony, meanwhile, Queen Dross, if the placard affixed below the memory stone housing in the Falcon Crest Fortress Hall of Records was to be believed, smiled. It was a thin, sort of self-important smile, the kind Allie had grown to recognize well during her time marking rich targets as a street urchin. The woman shifted in her layered dress, adjusting the golden circlet atop her head as she pressed on in her speech, but it was the man amid the tangle of aides at Dross's apparent coronation that held Allie's attention. He stood calmly, hands clasped before him at his waistline to match the reserved yet attentive stance of those around him. Uncertainty filled his kind, dark eyes, and a forced half-smile, the sort important people wore when trying to seem engaged, betrayed his reluctance to stand his ground. He didn't want to be there. "Worried you might tear everyone to pieces?" Allie thought darkly as she studied the subtle image embroidered into his brass-colored tunic, the unmistakable image of a lush green willow tree that morphed into dark, spreading veins of roots below. "Pleasure to meet you, Yanfal McAllister," Allie mused, recalling the name of notable attendees at Dross's coronation, and the specific one that had caught her eye. Deciding that there was nothing else to be gained from another one of her ancestors' peripheral appearances in a notable moment of Falcon Crest's past, Allie focused on her seemingly faraway physical presence, withdrawing from the memory. Finding herself standing before the large horn-shaped apparatus amid a small sea of similar constructs in the warmly lit confines of the Fortress Hall of Records.
"Did you see anything, well, enlightening?"
Jack asked softly from her shoulder. Allie half-turned, offering a non-committal shrug. "Hardly the earliest appearance of one of my ancestors, and dear old Yanfal didn't seem to have a role in the proceedings beyond helping Queen Dross look more important." Jack nodded, notably shrinking into her cloak. Leaving both her weapons and imposing wolf companion back at the estate that morning had left her stance visibly more guarded than usual.
"At least there don't appear to be any recorded instances of a McAllister, well,
destroying everything?" Allie asked with a shrug. "Encouraging, I guess, but it does kind of make me feel like the one weakling in the family tree." Normally, she supposed she would have deflected having anything close to this conversation out in public, but as she glanced about the towering bookcases and parchment-laden walls, she saw that the chamber was still otherwise empty. Keeping this place so spotless must be the loneliest job in the city, Allie thought, partially envying whoever's job that might be. Allie, Jack said firmly, drawing Allie's gaze back to a disapproving scowl. You're not a weakling. You were a child, alone and frightened. When will you accept that you're tearing yourself apart for actions you couldn't have even known to safeguard against? Allie just managed to bite back a harsher response than, when I'm sure I know how to keep it from ever happening again. She swore she could hear an amused sigh as the nexus of dark power at the back of her mind gave a soft pulse. Clenching her fists, Allie strode for the nearby directory plaque. Come on, we should read up on Hattie while we're here. In Jack's brief pause, Allie thought the other woman would refuse to let their conversation go, but Jack instead joined Allie before the intricate diagram of the sea of books and scrolls around them. Agreed. Just under an hour later, the two of them had located and flipped through a dozen or so volumes cataloging the many artisans and craftsmen of Falcon Crest, a few of the more notable entries catching their eye along the way. None compared to the praises heaped upon Hadivazir, the words nearly spilling out of their allotted space on the page. The words dutiful, exquisite, and masterful popped up more than once each. I guess he's our man after all, Allie grunted, hefting the latest tome back onto its place on the shelf. Makes me feel a bit better about things. Yes, Jack said slowly, one hand rubbing the back of her craning neck as she scanned the shelves for any other potential reading. Do keep in mind whose records we're reading, though. According to Tavik, Hattie's done a considerable amount of work for the Samanir. Who's to say if he's a favorite because of his work, or that he finds his work because of favoritism? Allie smirked. You think he's someone's brother-in-law or something? I don't know, Jack admitted. But given what he knows about our mission, I'd like a bit more than the Samanir's approval before I trust him completely. Without quite knowing why, Allie bristled at Jack's words. Not out of anger, she knew. She just felt abruptly scrutinized. Her eyes twitched past Jack to the end of the row of shelves they occupied, and she saw why. A pair of armored, helmeted Samanir soldiers flanked Allie and Jack's pathway back into the main open area of the records hall. Jack caught sight of their visitors the instant after Allie did, offering the other woman a faint twitch of her head. The soldiers would have been hard-pressed to overhear Jack's mention of Hattie's insight into their reason for making for Falcon Crest. Allie found herself inclined to agree. The stance of their visitors didn't seem threatening, merely patient. Best not keep them waiting, I think, Jack whispered, turning to march toward the two Samanir. Hopping down from the ladder on which she'd been perched for the last few minutes, Allie fell into step beside her, hand twitching to call Biryak to her grasp at the first sign of trouble, which only served to remind her of the dark presence that had leached even into her prized weapon, the purplish-black gemstone now embedded in the hilt of her dagger seeming to flash with anticipation. Back off, Allie snarled in her mind. I'll stab people only when and if I feel like it. The pair of soldiers, oblivious to the torrent of darkness that sought to obliterate them, stood their ground, glancing to each other from behind visored helmets as Jack and Allie drew near. One Samanir had a broader build that aligned with the tufts of facial hair peeking through his visor, while the other, with a slimmer frame, spoke from behind her helmet with a wary feminine voice. You are the two women staying in the city as Delegar Ord McAllister's guests? Before Allie could respond, Jack performed a deferential bow in her direction. You addressed the Lady McAllister, soldier. Kindly address her as such. Both Samanir's stances fleetingly betrayed their shock. And you are? The man prompted crisply, his eyes audibly narrowing behind his visor. A humble friend and confidant, Jack replied with a diplomatic smile. Jacqueline Ed Owen. Fine, said the woman, spinning on her heel to the sound of shifting metal plate armor. You will both come with us. Allie hadn't yet recovered from Jack's lofty introduction of her, or decided how she felt about it, but her instincts, honed from years of ignoring the wishes of those who thought they could tell her what to do, rooted her in place. "Why?" she said flatly, folding her arms. "Where are we going?" "General Fathaig wishes to speak with you," the other Samanir offered, shifting beneath the weight of the broad shield slung over his back. Allie flinched at the movement, but thankfully the man didn't seem to be reaching for the sword at his side. Neither Samanir had made a show of force. Yet. "Very well," Jack spoke up again, her posture regal without coming across as vain or challenging. "The Lady McAllister will agree to this meeting. If you would please lead on." The soldiers' steps faltered as they clearly rankled at the fact that fulfilling their orders also meant looking like they were bowing to Jack's request. Still, they dutifully guided Jack and Allie from the chamber, leaving just enough distance for Jack apparently to feel confident in not being overheard as she leaned over to hiss, "I'm sorry if I overstepped." At Allie's taut look, she added, "I suppose I just figured what's the point in having such a respected name if you're not going to use it?" Allie allowed herself a flicker of a smile, even as she exaggerated her frown. "I was hoping for a quiet, inconspicuous morning, you know." Jack looked pointedly ahead to the Samanir who now led them to a large, spiraling stairwell, proceeding upwards. "I'm pretty sure any chance at being inconspicuous vanished long before I spoke up." "Yeah," Allie relented, nodding as she peered up the ascending stone steps. Whoever this General Fathaig was, they already seemed to know an uncomfortable amount about Allie and her friends. Allie just hoped they wouldn't have to fight their way out of the fortress as she glanced down every hall to see more armored Samanir milling about. If it came to squaring off with the entirety of Falcon Crest's most accomplished warriors, she doubted even the full might of an evil Thakur could save them. She gritted her teeth as the dark kernel of power in her mind gave a muted pulse of response. "Not happening," she thought, certain Sherrod could hear. "If things do get that bad, Jack and I will just have to see how far we get on our own." Jack's gaze flitted about in every direction as she analyzed every possible escape route or exit point she could spot in their path upwards through the fortress. It was a grimly simple task. Falcon Crest Fortress was clearly designed to be a death trap for anyone attempting to fight their way in. She could see many instances of plating that lined the fortress hallways that appeared to be enchanted, ready to spring out as barriers for the Samanir to mount a staggered defense. This, coupled with what Jack was sure were many other hidden security measures, told Jack that any ground-level infiltration of the fortress would be a slaughter. Fortunately, Jack knew most defenses were designed to keep people from getting deeper inside, not from getting out, so their potential task of fleeing would be moderately easier if the time came. "All we have to worry about is being trapped in a maze of halls, passages, and stairwells with an elite force of soldiers who've probably been trained to learn every stone and incantation of this place as well as the names of their loved ones." She plastered a smile on her face as the pair of Samanir leading her and Allie to what appeared to be the top level both glanced back to their charges. Golden. If the ground floor and basement, where the records had been located, had struck Jack as overly grandiose, the pinnacle of the fortress was garishly ostentatious. The ebony stonework of the floors, walls, and ceiling gleamed with a dazzling sheen, and the decor, largely 2 rows of intricate coat of arms lining the singular broad hallway, were so meticulously inlaid with gold and precious gemstones that an enemy warrior would likely have laid down his weapons in surrender rather than destroy such a work of art. Not that any of these shields have seen battle, Jack thought with mild disgust. She'd been raised to believe that weapons and armor were tools, not symbols of power to be glorified, like the civilized world seemed so intent on doing. "What I wouldn't give to see someone like Curtis's reaction to this kind of work," Allie muttered from Jack's side, and Jack couldn't help a genuine smile at the thought. "I'd pay money for that, if he was allowed to test the workmanship against that warhammer of his." Allie smirked wickedly as they followed their Samanir escorts down the hall. And if every Falcon Crest noble was forced to watch. She motioned with her chin toward one of the shields. I'd certainly agree to it. Following Allie's gaze, Jack saw that her suspicions had been right. Exquisitely etched into a shield at the very center on the right, presumably the place of honor, was the familiar sight of the McAllister family crest. Its drooping willow branches of emerald and dark roots of purple-veined onyx, almost seeming at home among the surrounding bejeweled beast heads, plumages, and celestial bodies. Of all the self-important displays, Jack thought as they neared the end of the hallway. 3 doors met the end of their journey, one to the left, one to the right, and one double set straight ahead that sported a spectacular rendition of the Samanir crest over its lintel. As they reached the intersection, the Samanir escorts turned to the right, the larger one rapping on the rich dark wood of the door with the side of his fist. "Enter!" A sharp voice sounded from within, distorted by the thickness of the door. The soldiers did as they were told, pushing the door inward to reveal a large office that immediately spoke to Jack of typical cleanliness beneath the recent clutter. A large window lined the far walls of what Jack mentally positioned to be the interior of the bowed falcon-head peak of the fortress they'd seen from outside, the image of the sprawling city below shimmering in a faint haze of bluish magic. Gazing out on the outside world from behind a thick wooden desk was a woman with long, silver-streaked hair, her back turned to her guests. Her hands were clasped loosely behind her relatively simple brass-colored tunic and breeches, and when the woman turned to regard those she'd summoned, Jack saw the type of detached calculation in the woman's weathered features that she was far more accustomed to spotting in the gaze of a prowling predator. "General Fethag," said Jack, even as she placed where she'd seen this woman before. She'd ridden beside Blademaster Vulcrit in the Samanir's returning procession through the streets, shortly after Jack and her friend's arrival in Falcon Crest. The woman across the room stirred, as though from deep thought, turned, and regarded Jack and Allie with reserved scrutiny. "The same," she said in reply to Jack's question, before nodding to the Samanir flanking her guests. "Wait outside." If either Samanir was shocked at the order, neither conveyed it in their posture, simply offering a tight bow and slipping from the room and closing the door behind them. Across the desk, meanwhile, General Fethag looked slowly between the new arrivals, unflinching at the glower Allie had leveled her way. Then, motioning to the pair of chairs on the far side of the desk from her, she assumed the one by the window. "Sit." "No," Allie said flatly, just as Jack gave a tight smile and countered, "We'll stand, thank you." Fethag hardly seemed perturbed by the refusal, merely offering a crisp shrug as she eased into her own seat with posture straight out of a fancy portrait. "As you like it. I'll have words with you either way." "And what words would those be?" Allie asked, predictably folding her arms as she and Jack stepped forward. Jack found herself hoping that the inscrutable General Fethag was as off-put by the awkward amount of distance still set between them as she was, divided as they were by the set of high-backed chairs Jack and Allie had been intended to occupy. Despite the strain her internal sense of protocol was suffering, however, Jack did feel more secure, having potential cover in the way of herself and a possible enemy. "Especially without Ember at my side." Fethag merely offered Allie a curt nod. "I wish to know your intentions in Falcon Crest, how long you'll be staying, what you intend to accomplish, with whom you intend to speak." "Does this sort of questioning regularly fall under your job description?" Jack replied, the words unthreatening but devoid of their usual cordiality. Something about this woman served to set her on edge, whether it was the cold scrutiny in her eyes or the way she sounded as though she was instructing a difficult child. "It does," said Fethag, her steady gray eyes settling on Jack. "If I perceive that the answers may constitute a threat to the security of Falcon Crest." Allie scoffed. "Us? A threat? I guess the Samanir's reputation was more exaggerated than I thought." Much is happening and quickly, Fetheg answered coolly, clearly refusing to be baited. The city has endured many hardships during my time away, and I wish to ensure that our people are strong, united against those who would subjugate or exploit them. A retort filled with accusations about the city's people seeming to be the least of Samanir concerns, given how many of their hardships had taken place on Volkrit's watch, died behind Jack's teeth as Allie braced herself on the arm of the chair she'd been meant to take, glaring daggers only slightly less dangerous than her corporeal or conjured ones across the desk at Fetheg. If you have a problem, just spit it out, General. We don't have the spare time to guess what it is you think we're up to. Fetheg's brow twitched, but she merely inclined her head. Very well. Put simply, I don't know who you are, and I don't trust that you have the best interests of the McAllister estate or of this city at heart. She's well informed, I'll give her that, thought Jack, stifling a wince. Oh, Allie retorted, her voice dripping sarcasm. You mean you don't think I'm world-savvy enough to make sure people staying on McAllister land continue to have their coin drained away by rich nobles who already have more money than they could ever spend? At Fetheg's stony stare, Allie sneered. Well then, let's simplify things, General. I didn't come here to make you happy or to help you sleep better at night. Truth is, I'm pretty sure I don't even want the damned estate, regardless of how many people are trying to drop it in my lap. But believe me when I say that whatever I choose, sparing your feelings won't even be on the list of reasons. Allie pushed back from the chair. You don't know me? I get that. I could just be a convincing fake for all you know, but I'm guessing you don't really believe that. You probably recognized whose daughter I was the second you set eyes on me. Still processing it myself, honestly, but everyone else seems to accept it without question. But, you know what? Instead of just assuming I'd come back to throw away the family fortune, you might have tried getting to know a bit about me. In fact, why the hell not? We'll call this a free lesson. She started counting off on her fingers. I don't care about money. I know I'm not qualified to run anything close to the size of the McAllister estate, and, her voice lowered to a growl, I don't appreciate it when people assume they have me all figured out. She spun on her heel, making for the door. If you want to continue this talk, you seem to know where to find me. Otherwise, kindly let me handle my own life. With that, Allie flung open the door, striding past the Samanir stationed there, who were motioned to stand down from intercepting Allie at a small wave from Fetheg's hand. Your friend is highly volatile, it would seem, the general said flatly, turning from the door to the lingering Jack. At times, Jack admitted tersely. Though if that's what you were hoping to learn here, then maybe you should have tried a less antagonistic approach. Fetheg raised an eyebrow. You believe her reaction was justified? Jack smiled tightly. I believe there were countless better ways for you to have introduced yourself, but you decided on one sure to set you in opposition. Is that meant to be a threat? Asked the general. I don't have to make threats, Jack replied with a shrug. Posturing like that is for people who lack confidence in their purpose. She offered a respectful bow, feeling the heat of Fetheg's stare. Good day, General, she said, making for the door. Part of her expected to hear the heavy thud of booted Samanir feet pursuing her as she slipped back down the stairwell after Allie, finding that the other woman had paused to take a few deep breaths just out of sight. But, as Jack shot Allie a reassuring nod, they made their way back down to the ground level without incident. Even so, Jack let herself wonder if perhaps they might have just stirred up more trouble than they could afford. She shook off the thought, however. They'd merely stood their ground, and it had been clear from the way Fetheg had dealt with them that she'd already determined how she felt about the potential Lady McAllister and her friends. Just one more problem to keep an eye on, then, Jack mused as she and Allie exited the fortress and made their way back to the estate. Tanner, she said across the link once they'd left the fortress well behind. Are you close? Doesn't sound like it, came the garbled reply. But I think Jotagan and I have pretty much exhausted our options.
No one at the local tavern seemed too keen on chatting up the half-breeds, so we didn't learn much about the estate. Or anything, really. Sorry.
It's all right, Jack sighed, sharing a pointed look with Allie. Just meet us back at the estate. We have some new developments to discuss. Chapter 15 Unstable Footing. Tanner grimaced as Jack and Allie finished relating what had happened at the fortress to a frowning Swidona. Great, he muttered from where he leaned against the doorframe of Swidona's bedroom, where they'd all retreated to discuss what to do next. I was already feeling unwelcome enough in this city. Now we've got the biggest army on the continent breathing down our necks. He'd already heard the basics of the encounter with Fithag, that the general had stated her distrust of Allie and whatever her designs were for the McAllister estate across the link, and hearing the specifics had done little to soothe his rising panic. Or was it Okizi who was panicked? It was difficult to tell at times. Jack nodded from where she sat on one of the seats Swidona had drawn up to face where she sat at the side of her bed. Tanner had let Allie assume the other. He hadn't even planned to stay and listen this long, initially planning to set out to find Gefnar after lunch. But, of course, his curiosity for the full account of his friend's time in the fortress had gotten the better of him. The good news, said Jack, is that I don't think we need to worry about her opposing us directly. At least, not without some kind of legal cause. She had us at the top level of the fortress and chose not to detain us, though she could have done so easily. At Allie's cocked eyebrow she added, smirking, Well, maybe not easily. Despite the bravado, Tanner saw Jack's fingers, buried in the fur of the prone Ember's neck, tighten to a reassuring grip. Swidona grunted. Her posture slumped as she pondered what she'd been told.
I know the general very little myself, and I think I'd agree with that assessment. She's a fighter through and through, but the past 30 years have instilled in all of the Samanir the value of subtlety.
Great, Allie grunted, drooping back into her seat. Yet another reason I'm completely unqualified to take over this estate. If it means constantly butting heads with people like Fithag, I'm going to be way out of my depth. A faint sneer came to her face as she let dark power crackle over her fingertips. I'm assuming it'd be considered improper for me to just blast her away?
Yes,
Swidona affirmed with an uneasy nod. The spreading smile on her face made it clear to Tanner that she'd caught Allie's use of language, too.
Going to be? You've made your decision, then?
Allie's expression was creased with resigned determination.
So long as I can have someone I trust handling the actual inner workings of things. Yeah, I think I have.
Swidona did an admirable job of pretending like she didn't want to crush Allie in an elated hug on the spot.
Splendid,
she blurted, unable to keep her excitement contained entirely. Tanner, meanwhile, was still trying to decide how he felt about the news. He shot a glance to where Jotakon stood calmly beside him, the other foxkin's stance as poised and relaxed as ever. Even so, Tanner had come to recognize his cousin's slight facial shifts and eye twitches of emotion in the weeks they'd spent together, and it was immediately clear to Tanner that Jotakon was hungry? No, that can't be right. We just ate.
Which leads us to a rather uncomfortable question, I think,
Jack interjected heavily, leveling her dark gaze at Swidona.
Do you truly think Delegar is the man for the job?
The brightness in her face faltering, Swidona sighed.
I'm not certain. I'd certainly wish for him to be.
Then, visibly steeling herself,
However, if your time as Lady McAllister is to be as fraught with enemies as it would seem, Allie, we can't afford to let our judgment be clouded by sentiment.
I still have many friends scattered about the Hellishith Isles and the Thalassian Sea from when I would accompany my husband to business events.
She smiled.
Many of them would jump at the chance to assume stewardship of the estate.
Yeah, but how many do you trust? Tanner chimed in. No offense, but business moguls aren't exactly known for their transparency and altruism.
I trust enough to populate a sizable list,
Swidona assured him with enough levity to convince Tanner that he really hadn't offended her. Too much, at least. Well, all right then, said Tanner, making a show of stretching out his limbs. I'll just be heading back out on the town. He turned to his cousin. Coming, Jotagan? Even as Jotagan nodded, Jack turned to fix a concerned look on Tanner.
I thought you'd determined that a pair of foxkin weren't likely to get the local tongues wagging.
The double meaning was clear. Tanner himself was starting to wonder how long it would take before a band of particularly nasty citizens decided to express how unwelcome the two half-breeds were, with more than glares. We'll be careful, Tanner assured her, nodding over to Jotagan. I was thinking we'd try places a bit friendlier than Hard Luck Taverns this time. Over 2 hours of walking later, Tanner found himself wishing that the friendlier places hadn't been so damned far. Or that Falcon Crest was just a tad smaller, he thought, feeling the cobblestone of the street dig unmercifully at his booted feet with every step.
Perhaps we should have brought the horses,
Jotagan offered from his side, doing an admirable job of not looking like he was sizing up the milling crowd around them.
It may have also expedited any potential needed escape.
Not gonna argue, Tanner grunted, averting his gaze from the scowling eyes of many well-dressed city dwellers. You'd think these people were convinced that a couple of Mevod's agents would just be strolling past their homes. The morning hadn't been entirely fruitless. One mildly tolerant gnomish barkeep had intimated to Tanner some of the rumors that had been trickling to Falcon Crest in the months since the war's beginning. It seemed that the ever-present prejudice against half-breeds in the city had only grown volatile when word had spread that many bear, dog, and birdkin had begun to bolster the enemy's ranks. Whatever half-breeds hadn't been run out of the city in the ensuing weeks had opted to leave Falcon Crest quietly. Thankfully, people seemed to have cooled down a bit, Tanner thought as he and Jotagan pressed on through the city's temple quarter. No one's shaved or flogged us yet. The rush of unease he felt from Okizi's presence made it clear that his sister didn't care for his gallows humor. Sorry, he replied inwardly, pausing for a moment at a cross street to assess their location. The instructions he'd gleaned from a helpful servant before departing the McAllister estate had been rather comprehensive, but if the city was a maze elsewhere, it became nothing short of a labyrinth in the temple quarter. Having only known the temple to Nomenkal back in Dragon's Nest, Tanner couldn't begin to hazard a guess as to what the sea of outlying buildings that spread out from each of the 5 centers of worship might be for. Bookkeeping, probably, he mused, spotting the ivory-colored dome of what was presumably the local temple to Nomenkal to the northwest, and starting off in that direction. People seem to do a lot of that in places like this.
I am glad that my time hunting those who slew our people never took me to this city, or any others near to it in size, Jotagan said pensively from Tanner's side.
He offered Tanner a muted smile.
I do not think I would have fared so well alone.
Yeah, Tanner chuckled dryly. Thanks again for coming along. Jotagan raised a brow.
Your ability to shift forms is not reliant on magic. None would object if you were to show your human face instead.
I know, Tanner sighed, shrinking back from a broad-shouldered human man coming the opposite way, who'd clearly decided he wasn't going to alter course, if the steely hatred in his eyes was any indication. It just feels so dishonest at this point. I get that it's as much a part of me as when I become a fox, but I've felt like I had to hide this part of me for so long, you know? I see, Jotagan replied, his slow nod seeming to indicate that the topic was concluded. Speaking of honesty, I noticed that you did not inform the others of our destination. Tanner winced. Figured you would. Tanner? Yeah? Are you going to explain why not? Are you going to keep asking? No. Heh. Tanner smirked. But you're hoping your considerate approach will inspire me to open up anyway. There was an almost playful glint in Jotagan's eye when Tanner glanced his way. Yes. Fine, Tanner groaned, waiting until they had a bit of space around them in the street leading up to the Temple of Nomen Cal before adding, It's just that Allie's a bit touchy on the subject of Gefnar right now. I figured I shouldn't bring it up until there was something to report. Jotagan mulled that over. And when would that be? Tanner patted the satchel at his side. When I know how Gef reacts to what Entohika has to say. Following Gefnar's departure the previous evening, Tanner had sent a message to Curtis back in Dragon's Nest, asking the old bearkin to inform High Priestess Entohika of their Temple Guard friend's crisis of faith, and in as vague terms as he could manage what had sparked it, Allie's dark heritage. Curtis had dutifully reported that he would pass the word along, and when Tanner awoke the next morning, he'd found a direct response from Entohika on a completely separate communication scroll in their supply. Tanner, it had read, I thank you for reaching out with news of Gefnar's troubles. As for whatever aid I might be able to provide, I believe that should be done with Gefnar directly. If you would please pass along this scroll to him, I'd be grateful to you. Look out for your friends. I believe they'll have need of you in these troubled times. Entohika. Do you think the High Priestess will convince him to remain? Said Jotagan, jarring Tanner from his thoughts. Tanner sighed. I hope so. And not just because he's someone you want to have at your side during a fight. Not even because he's probably the best friend I've ever had. I think he helps remind us of what it is we're trying to protect, running around trying to placate a bitter old dragon. He's the best of us, always looking for the light in whatever comes our way. Jotagan nodded slowly. He believes in all of you. Your character, your mission. Yeah, Tanner said heavily. I think that's why it stings so badly that he's lost that. Are you certain of that? Why else would he want to leave? Perhaps to continue his mission, Jotagan countered, the two of them drawing near the gleaming domed structure of Nomen Cal's temple. He said it himself. He doesn't wish to kill your friend Allie. Yet he clearly fears that, should the moment come when he is forced to choose between his devotion to his lord or to his companions, that he'll not risk reaching out a hand in aid, that his training will overcome his compassion. Tanner chewed on the words for a moment. They certainly made sense. More than that, they helped him piece together why it was that his emotions revolted so strongly against Gefnar's shift in attitude. If it came to it, Tanner wasn't sure how he would respond if Allie were to surrender to Sharad's will either. The realization deepened his empathy for both sides, he found. Allie had to feel the change in how even Tanner had begun to act around her, always at the ready to go on the defensive. But Gefnar's reaction still had to be worse. Feeling as though your special breed of darkness was the one to shatter the optimism of someone like Gefnar, and that some uncontrollable part of you had driven him away, had to heighten the weight on Allie's shoulders. And Gefnar? Being so torn between loyalties had to be emotional torture. But Gefnar would only hurt one of us as an absolute last resort, Tanner argued. Jotagan shrugged. Then maybe it's time that the friends he's believed in for so long show him that he is also believed in. Tanner winced, recalling his volatile response to Gefnar declaring his intent to leave. I think that's what I might have been trying to do before, in my own stupid way. A plea can sound much like an attack when one feels betrayed, Jotagan nodded. How much older were you than me again? Tanner said with a chuckle, shoving lightly against his cousin's arm. I'd like to know when I can expect to be so wise. Jotagon gave an uncomfortably meek dip of the head.
It is always easy to spot the mistakes of others. Much harder to find one's own in the rubble left by blind vengeance.
Hey, said Tanner, stopping short at the top of the temple steps outside the main archway. No dwelling on the past, all right? He tapped lightly on his chest, feeling a rush of camaraderie from Okizi in response. You're with family now, and we get to look to the future.
Yes,
said Jotagon, smiling as he clapped Tanner on the shoulder.
To the future.
Can I help you?
A voice piped up from within the nearby shadowed doorway, causing Tanner to jump as he spun to face the sound. A hunched-over gnome man who looked to be in his twilight years shuffled out onto the temple steps. His wrinkled face creased in a quizzical expression at the sight of two strange-looking half-breeds at his door. Sure hope so, Tanner replied, adopting a diplomatic smile. We're travelers who've come to this city with a friend of ours who said he'd be staying here, a young gnome by the name of Gefnar. The old gnome before them nodded slowly, adjusting his spectacles and pulling his vibrant red cloak tighter about his shoulders.
Yes, I know the boy. He sought shelter with us last night.
Tanner wasn't a fan of how past tense the remark sounded. And today? A broad shrug shifted the old gnome's entire frame, causing thoughts of old creaking hinges to enter Tanner's mind.
He's left his belongings here, anyway. Set out sometime this morning shortly after learning that we had little in the way of strong drink here.
He went to a tavern? Tanner said, the notion sounding so blatantly out of character that he thought of asking if their greeter was certain they were talking about the same person. Again, the old gnome shrugged.
I couldn't say for certain, but he had the look of a troubled man about him. Sometimes even the most devout among us seek the numbing embrace of intoxicants before turning to Nomenkal's light. By his light, however, life is a path, not a destination.
Praise Nomenkal, Tanner said mechanically, citing the simple response he'd heard repeated by countless priests and scholars back in Dragon's Nest.
And his cleansing flame,
came the expected reply. So, you haven't seen him since? Tanner offered after a pregnant pause.
I have not,
the old gnome informed him, a scholar by the simple, sleek staff with which he supported himself.
You are welcome to wait here until his return.
Tanner briefly considered the offer, but caught sight of a few hard stares directed toward him and Jotagon, even from inside the temple. Thanks, but it's probably best if we keep moving. The old gnome sighed, glancing back over his shoulder to the common area filled with humans and gnomes in similar garb.
By Nomenkal's grace, may this time of mistrust be fleeting and finite.
Then, with a respectful bow,
Go then, children of Zautep and Hungyel. May you find the haven of understanding in this city the seat of Nomenkal should have provided you.
Right, thank you, said Tanner, smiling uneasily as he bowed in return. Probably not the ideal time to start spreading around that half-breeds aren't really children of any Thakur at all.
Where do we look now, then?
Jotagon asked, his eyes sweeping over the expanse of Falcon Crest.
This is a large city, presumably with many taverns. It will be difficult to find a single gnome among them.
We don't actually have to find him, said Tanner, already reaching out to Gefnar through their magical link. We just have to get close enough for me to be that annoying voice in the back of his mind. Chapter 16 Heirs Unfacilitated.
Do you require any other refreshments?
The young human woman behind the counter asked with an unwavering smile.
More chilled water? Grapes?
Allie bit back a half-formed retort, managing a taut smile as she nibbled at a date from the bowl in her hand.
No, thank you. I was hoping, however, that you might be able to answer a few questions.
The woman's impatience flickered in her eyes, but her smile held.
I'm merely an attendant, my lady, but I'll answer what I can, of course.
Thanks, said Allie, glancing about the paintings and artwork that hung suspended over the lush seating of the noble's waiting area, empty save for a frowning Jack in the corner.
Obviously we have no problems with the accommodations,
Allie continued, trying to affect the air of superiority she'd seen displayed in so many of her marks while she was a street urchin.
But maybe you could tell us how long we should expect to wait to be seen? At least a dozen others have come and gone since we arrived.
It was true. Since she and Jack had first entered the waiting area, directed by Chief Facilitator Firo, more than a few nobles had entered the chamber, only to be summoned within a few minutes to an hour. Allie and Jack had been waiting for nearly 4.
I do apologize for the wait, my lady, said the young attendant, obviously coiled to slip from the room as soon as she was given leave. As I'm sure do the officials with whom you've entrusted your important business. But I'm afraid things will take as long as they take. You are, of course, welcome to return tomorrow for any documentation you may be waiting on.
No, Allie sighed, placing her bowl of dates back on the counter.
No, we need this taken care of as soon as possible. I understand, said the attendant, almost managing to fake sincerity. And I'm sure our people are hard at work making sure that everything you need is being seen to. Anything else I can help you with?
Allie nearly groaned at the emptiness of the question.
Not right now. Sorry to waste your time, she wanted to add, but the way the other woman practically trotted from the room made her feel less guilty about any inconvenience imposed. Jaw set, and vigorously fishing globs of date from in between her teeth with her tongue, Allie returned to the far corner of the room to slump down beside Jack.
Anything? Said Jack. Allie grunted.
Nothing. You'd think a chief facilitator would be a bit better at, well, facilitating.
Chief Facilitator Firo's face flashed through her mind as she recalled his varying degrees of reaction upon their arrival. The gnome man had merely held up a finger for silence when Allie had first tried to speak, having been deep into some paperwork strewn about his desk near the fortress's front entrance. Then, with marked reluctance, he'd looked up from his work.
Yes? We hear you're the man to see about getting these properly filed, Allie had announced, heaving the stack of documents Delagar had prepared for reinstating her as the head of the McAllister estate. Firo had merely cocked a brow. Yes, well, you'll forgive me if I have a few other priorities at the moment. Your matter will be seen to at my earliest convenience.
Jack had preempted whatever outburst would have certainly spewed from Allie's mouth in response, by stepping forward and laying a heavy hand on Firo's desk.
You'll want to prioritize this, I promise you.
She'd nodded over to Allie.
This is the Lady Edith Joan McAllister, heir to the estate and all of its holdings.
The chief facilitator had glanced slowly between the two women, his eyes nearly creeping shut as he squinted.
You're serious?
Completely, Jack had deadpanned.
Very well,
Firo had relented with a slow nod, his gaze resting on Allie.
If you are who you say, I apologize for my dismissiveness, my lady.
Catching up the proffered documents in his arms, he'd hopped down from his stool and slipped out of the gate to his work area.
Come along, then, Lady McAllister, he said, motioning for them both to follow. I'll escort you to the noble's waiting area. We'll have the matter sorted out soon enough.
The meaning had been clear. If he was given reason to believe that they were lying, or just wasting his time, he was going to make their lives exceedingly difficult. But until such a time as he could disprove their claim,
He would take the prudent path of treating Allie like an honored guest. Allie gave a snort of disgust as she slumped back in her padded seat. She found the facades and false humility of city life to be even more distasteful now that she had to take part in it.
"This isn't right,"
Jack said flatly, shaking her head as she looked about the otherwise empty room.
"We should have heard something by now."
"I don't know," Allie replied with a defeated shrug. "I imagine it probably does take a lot of paperwork to bring someone back from the dead."
"That's not what I mean."
Jack leaned forward, her voice dropping to a whisper.
"Something this big? There should be at least 5 different officials and nobles in here right now, telling you they're going to do everything they can to make you feel welcome in the big city."
Allie couldn't help a sardonic smirk.
"You're certainly catching on to the nuances of high society quickly." "What's to understand?"
Jack said with a disgusted shake of her head.
"Imagine the most blatantly self-serving option, and that seems to be what people gravitate toward."
Unable to argue, Allie just grunted in agreement. It was a mindset she was used to, even shared at certain times in her life. But for someone like Jack, who'd been raised with the ideals of serving others and working toward a common good, the cutthroat selfishness of the supposedly civilized world had to be more despicable to her than they were to Allie on her worst days. "So, what are you saying?" Allie muttered back after a moment. "You think we're being purposefully ignored?"
"Or barred from our goal,"
Jack growled, easing to her feet.
"Either way, I should go see if I can learn anything."
Allie raised an incredulous brow as she moved to follow.
"While I just stay here and sit on my hands? To hell with that, I'm potentially the focus of their attention."
Jack cut her off gently, motioning for Allie to resume her seat.
"Besides which, if we're both found sneaking about the fortress, it will make it considerably more difficult for you to keep your new record clean."
"And easier for General Fathag and her friends to paint me as a threat," Allie finished with a defeated sigh, slumping back down. "And if you're caught alone?" Jack gave a mischievous smirk.
"As unlikely as that possibility is, there are a number of ways someone with your new position can disavow the actions of an ignorant wilderling like me."
Allie rankled at the thought of tossing her friend under the horse cart like that, but Jack did have a point. Of the two of them, Jack had less to lose if discovered.
"No promises,"
Allie finally retorted.
"Especially if it looks like you're in any real danger. Just be careful, all right? And no magic. The entire Samanir Order would be on you in seconds."
"Agreed," said Jack, glancing to the small, glowing apparatuses positioned at regular intervals along the chamber walls. They were markedly different in appearance from the sconces set up for lighting, clearly designed to alert the fortress's defenders to any potential security threat.
"Like the kind of magic that might help someone sneak into places they shouldn't." "Don't worry about me,"
Jack added before slipping for the door.
"I just want to find the right people and ask the right questions."
The old human man wore an utterly befuddled look on his face as he set aside the book he'd been reading, adjusting his bifocals as he looked Jack up and down from behind his desk.
"I'm sorry, young lady. I don't think I heard you correctly."
"I think you did,"
Jack said, her tone cheery but firm.
"The Lady McAllister is downstairs, awaiting news of her business with the fortress, as she has been since just after midday."
"Yes," the old man said slowly, shifting about in his oversized gray-blue robe.
"Therein seems to lie our problem. You see, the Lord and Lady McAllister have been dead for well over a decade, I'm afraid."
"The previous ones, yes,"
Jack replied, beginning to wonder how many times she'd have to explain the situation before the day was out.
"This is their long-lost daughter, Edith, who's returned to make her claim for the family estate."
The man blinked, distractedly stroking his full white beard.
Oh, I see."
His gaze shifted about the surrounding chamber, which positively brimmed with shelves and stacks of books.
And that would be why you came here, then?
Slinking about and dodging patrols all the way,
Jack recalled, her heartbeat still heavy in her chest. Outwardly, however, she managed a warm smile.
Correct. We came to the fortress hours ago with all of the proper documentation to reinstate Edith as the Lady McAllister. But Chief Facilitator Fioro disappeared with it hours ago, and we've received no word as to his progress. Upon investigating the matter, I was informed that your office would be the place to inquire about any sort of records involving the nobility of Falcon Crest. Informed by directories a level down that I probably was never meant to set eyes on.
Ordinarily, yes, said the man, Sagirimal by the name plaque on his desk. However, any sort of shake-up on that level would have to be cleared through the offices of Blademaster Vulcrit himself. Jack stamped down on a rush of panic at the thought of sneaking all the way up to the fortress's top level, coolly stepping aside and motioning for Sagirimal to join her.
Then would you mind awfully escorting me there? This is a dreadfully pressing matter, and the Lady McAllister has already waited a horribly long time.
It was apparent from the sour look that came over Sagirimal's face that he'd very much hoped that she wouldn't request that he leave his comfortable little nook of the fortress. But the man dutifully shuffled around from behind his desk, retrieving a weathered cane propped up against the side of it and making for the door. Of course, my dear. This matter should be seen to without delay.
Thank you,
Jack replied, allowing her genuine relief to show through her tired sigh.
The Lady McAllister will be told of your assistance.
Sagirimal merely grunted in acknowledgement, hardly seeming one for small talk as he led Jack up the very stairs she descended that morning, when she and Allie had been summoned before General Fethag. Even without the support of Ember at her side, Jack found it very easy to consider the sorts of plans she'd have for the dear General, should she learn that Fethag had anything to do with obstructing their progress. The very fact that Allie was so reluctant to take on as much power as the McAllister estate offered told Jack that she was exactly the kind of person who should ultimately be making the decisions for it. Others could handle the financial intricacies, of course, but Allie would think with her heart over a concern for coin. And, though Jack knew better than to shower Allie with unwanted affirmation, the more she saw of Allie's true character, the more she was convinced that Eirnot had played a part in bringing herself and her new friends together. Within a few minutes, she'd completed the climb to the top level of the fortress, glad of the fact that she had Sagirimal leading her. Not because she couldn't have found her way to the right stairwell, but because a handful of officials passed them down the stairs, or, glancing their way through the open landings, would probably have made a point to impede Jack's progress otherwise. At last, however, they ascended the final steps, with Sagirimal seeming as relieved as Jack felt.
Do you need to sit down?
Jack offered, taking the old man by the elbow as he paused, hunching against his staff in the latest of his many breaks to catch his breath.
Thank you, my dear, but no,
Sagirimal assured her, patting her on the arm. After a few deep in- and exhales, he added,
I've a few years of service left in me, and little jaunts such as this one help to keep me mobile.
He motioned down the grandiose, crest-strewn hallway that had opened up before them.
Shall we press on?
Jack nodded, staying at the ready to catch Sagirimal if he fell, despite his assurance that he was all right.
Of course,
thought Jack as she glanced about the familiar passage for any sign of Fethag.
If the worst compromise I'm forced to make in all of this is marching an elderly man up some stairs, I suppose I should count myself lucky.
With a distinct shuffle to his step, Sagirimal reached the double doors at the end of the hall beneath the emblem of the Samanir, heaving a groan as he put his shoulder to the barrier. Jack briefly thought about aiding him, but the hinges were well greased, allowing the large door to swing open without taxing Sagirimal too greatly. As the old man led Jack through the doorway, an office much like Fethag's just down the hall opened up before her. The only notable differences were that two of the shimmering magical windows were set to either side of the large room, allowing for a great deal of natural light. And, behind the large paper-strewn desk was yet another doorway. Seated at the desk was a human woman probably a few years older than Jack, her light brown hair pulled back in a taut military fashion, though her simple clothing gave no indication that she was truly a member of the Samanir fighting force. Startled from her work, the woman looked up, a twitch of annoyance plucking at her mouth as the quill in her hand slipped a droplet of ink from its tip, to splash against the page she'd been scribing.
Sagiramal, wasn't it? The woman said distractedly, rummaging through one of her drawers for a small tubular object. Deftly, she swiped the softly glowing end of the object across the ink blot she'd just made, the blemish vanishing immediately.
"It was," Sagiramal replied with a creaky bow. "How have you been, Redesir?" The woman, Redesir, gave a tired shrug as she leaned back in her chair.
You know how it is, boredom or panic. Any in-between is fiction.
She motioned about the stack of small boxes nearly encircling her behind the desk.
Seems I've weeks of cataloguing before me, what with all the magical trinkets our blade master has brought back from the front.
Jack frowned, taking in the dozens of boxes, seeming sorted by size. Anywhere from a few cubic inches to well over a cubic foot. Some lay half open, revealing that their interiors sported a dull gray metal, seamlessly molded into place. It took Jack a few seconds to recall why this was important. Lead, she realized, recalling a moment of offhand instruction about the outside world from her father.
Many beyond the clan grounds keep their treasured possessions contained within lead-lined containers, whether to hide an item's magical qualities or to conceal jewelry and such from any scrying eyes. What a paranoid use of time and energy, Jack mused, as she had when her father had told of this sort of thing. Then again, she supposed, such behavior was usually learned the hard way. For an order that prided themselves on maintaining the security of Falcon Crest and Covorum beyond, safeguards against magical intrusion had to be considered in every capacity. But just because Jack understood the mentality of it, didn't mean that she considered it to be a pleasant way to live. "Anything of note?" Sagiramal was pressing, a gleam of fascination in his creased eyes as Jack refocused on the present. Jack had expected Redesir to respond with a curt order for the old man to mind his own business, but she merely shrugged.
Honestly, most of this stuff is hardly worth cataloging. Most dangerous thing I've found so far is a ring that's meant to amplify natural pheromones.
Sagiramal erupted in a raspy laugh. "Well, I'm glad to know you're helping to keep the land safe of any prowling Lotharios, my dear." Then, with a playful grin, "Though, do you suppose anyone would miss it were I to abscond with it?" Redesir rolled her eyes, though a smile peeked through her work-weary exterior.
"Oh, but you clearly have no need of it," she said dryly, glancing over to Jack. "Not when you clearly are able to draw such beautiful young women to your side."
"Well, Sagiramal interjected with an uneasy cough, throwing Jack an apologetic smile. "The young lady—" "Jack," Jack offered at the extended pause. "Jack," Sagiramal repeated, "is not a guest of mine. She is here on official business."
"I see," said Redesir,
sitting up straighter in her seat as she shot Jack an apologetic grimace.
"It must be important business indeed if it sees you all the way up here."
"It is," Jack affirmed with a muted smile as she prepared to recount the events leading her here yet again. "To simplify, the daughter of the deceased Lord and Lady McAllister, Edith Joan, has returned, and she wishes to take her rightful place as the head of her family's estate. The proper paperwork signing over the duties as such from the current steward, Delagar Kellerath Ord McAllister, were handed over to Chief Facilitator Firo many hours ago, with the understanding that he would expedite the process of solidifying the new Lady McAllister's claim. The lady has yet to hear of any developments, and no one is able to provide a satisfactory answer to our inquiries. Ridasweir blinked, as though she couldn't quite absorb what Jack was saying. Not a good sign, Jack thought sourly. Everyone who should have known about the situation by now was clearly only hearing of it for the first time from her. Well, said Ridasweir, glancing uneasily to Sagiramal. That certainly does sound like the sort of business suitable to be brought before Blade Master Volkrit. Perhaps I can schedule a personal meeting between him and the aspiring Lady McAllister. The woman seemed to collect herself, snatching up a small book from the edge of her desk and flipping it open to the first page not entirely filled with entries, her free hand locating a quill. What was your capacity in Miss Edith Jones' service? That won't be necessary, Ridasweir. A new voice droned into the conversation, causing Jack's entire body to grow taut with anger. Slowly, Jack looked back to see that a stone-faced General Fatheg had entered the chamber, marching purposely forward to stand between Jack and Sagiramal. Her eyes avoiding Jack's, Fatheg planted herself across from Ridasweir. I will bring this matter before the Blade Master personally. Her gaze swiveled to fix on Jack now. We wouldn't want something this important falling through the cracks for a second time. Oh, well, as you wish, General, Ridasweir stammered, slowly setting aside her quill and book. Then, to Jack. There you have it, I suppose, miss. You have General Fatheg's personal assurance that this matter will be cleared up for you shortly. Jack forced a smile, briefly considering what might be gained from breaking off and bursting into Volkrit's office right then. But she had no reason to believe that Volkrit would have any less interest in keeping Allie from assuming control of the McAllister estate than Fatheg, meaning all she was likely to accomplish would be handing the general the very excuse she was so obviously looking for. To lock the problem of Allie and her friends away in some dark, easily forgettable hole. I'm certain the Lady McAllister will be glad to hear it, Jack growled at last. She tore her glare away from Fatheg long enough to send Ridasweir and Sagiramal both a grateful nod. Thank you for your assistance. As she spun to make for the chamber door, a confused Sagiramal shuffled forward. Will you be needing an escort back downstairs, my dear? No, thank you, Jack replied without looking back. I'm growing accustomed to showing myself out from here. It was a more brittle response than the old man deserved, but her charitable nature was feeling rather strained at the moment. Besides, at her fuming near run from the scene, Sagiramal's aging joints would have been hard-pressed to keep up. Jack could feel Fatheg's cold eyes on the back of her head as she made for the stairwell, could taste the general's superior nonchalance as she replayed the other woman's words. A handful of officials and Samanir marked her furious stride back to the ground level, but none made movements to stop her. She supposed they were accustomed to seeing disgruntled supplicants departing the fortress, and the magical alarms in place would have alerted them if she'd taken anything of value. And, perhaps more simply, their job was to keep people from reaching sensitive areas. They'd be far less accustomed to intercepting people on their way out. In minutes, Jack was back where she'd started, striding into the waiting area where Allie sat and spilling the entire story. She could have relayed it through their mental link, she supposed, but she hadn't been sure how the Samanir would react upon discovering secretive means of communication being used in their fortress. More than that, though, Jack had wanted to wait until she could see Allie's face while giving the news. The shared anger would provide a strange sort of catharsis. Allie certainly didn't disappoint. The other woman's hands were fists at her sides as Jack finished her account, her face flushed a furious shade of pink as she slowly rose to her feet. Come on, Allie bit out, her words a white-hot snarl as she swept past Jack out of the room. We've got a chief facilitator to talk to. Soon the two women stood before the main desk at the front gate of the fortress, the gnomish man behind the desk staring blankly back at them. "Yes," said Chief Facilitator Firo, clearly unfazed by Jack and Allie's cold stares. "May I help you?" "Don't," Allie snapped, leaning over the desk between them as far as possible. "You're not just going to get rid of us by playing dumb." Firo cocked an eyebrow, his eyes shifting between the two women with obvious indifference. "I'm sorry. Who were you meant to be?" Even as Allie prepared to launch into a merciless tirade about the gnome's character, Jack felt her jaw go slack as a horrible realization struck her. Firo wasn't playing dumb. Jack could see it in his eyes. He had no recollection of who the two of them were. A thick aura of magic seemed to shroud the gnome's mind as Jack hazarded reaching out with her senses. Someone had cast a potent spell on Firo recently, and it seemed he had no recollection of it. Or of us. "Allie," Jack breathed, resting a hand on Allie's arm. "He doesn't know who we are." Allie scowled at Jack, her features then softening with comprehension. Jack merely nodded in response. Someone had performed a delicate magical extraction of any of Firo's memories they found inconvenient. And it wasn't hard to guess who. At Jack's interjection, something vaguely seemed to connect in Firo's eyes. "Wait, weren't you the ones asking after that guardsman yesterday?" "Yes. You had that oversized wolf with you." Jack was beginning to wonder if her guess about Firo had been wrong when she caught sight of an approaching figure out of the corner of her eye. Glancing that way, she saw what it was that had jogged the Chief Facilitator's foggy memory. Tavik smiled uneasily as he drew closer, grimacing as he rubbed the back of his neck. "Aye, Jack?" Understanding came over Jack, and she gestured with her chin toward the yawning day-lit gateway nearby. "You're here to escort us out, aren't you?" "Yes," Tavik sighed. "Not me specifically, mind. I just thought it'd be best if I volunteered. Keep any problems from arising." He laughed self-consciously. "Can't regretting that decision now." "It's all right, Tavik," Jack said with what she hoped was a disarming smile. She looked back to meet Allie's crackling gaze. "We'll leave." "Yeah," Allie snarled, spinning on her heel for the exit. "We'll leave, but this isn't over." Tavik winced. "Kinda figured," he muttered. Jack held his gaze a moment longer, leaning in close to whisper without being overheard. "Watch your back, Tavik. I think we're finding that things are no better here than they were with Donaxis in charge of Dragon's Nest." "Right," Tavik groaned, a complete lack of shock on his face. "You be careful too. And please don't go picking fights you've got no way of winning." A bitter smirk came to his face as he added, "Leastways not without me." "Understood," said Jack, turning to follow Allie back out into the streets of Falcon Crest. No, things were far from over. But truthfully, she'd have been happy to leave the city behind as soon as possible. Civilization was proving to be far more predatory than the wilds ever had. Chapter 17 Unsolicited Apologies.
"Are you certain?" said Jotagan, frowning.
Tanner sighed as the looming form of Falcon Crest Fortress rose up before him. "Yeah, seems like Gefnar decided to put off his day drinking for a while." The two of them had plodded through the city streets for hours, Tanner reaching out to locate his gnome friend through their mental link all the while, only to discover, upon finally receiving some sort of pulse in response to what Tanner had come to think of as magical echolocation, that Gefnar had apparently retreated into the confines of the fortress, almost completely back where Tanner and Jotagan had started that morning. Jotagan performed a strange sort of clicking in the back of his mouth that Tanner took to mean his cousin was thinking.
What business do you suppose he has there? Surely there would be better places in the city to acquire imbibements.
A protectiveness flared inside of Tanner that he was curious to find was shared by Okizi. It seemed they'd both understood Jotagan's implied accusation. Gef's not reporting on us to the Samanir, Tanner said tersely, his pace quickening through the crowded streets for the fortress. That's not who he is.
As you say, came Jotagan's demure reply. I only thought the possibility should be considered. In his emotional state, it is not incongruous to consider that he may have decided the noblest course of action would be to notify the greatest protectors of the land of a potential threat.
Tanner wanted to retort that Allie wasn't a threat to anyone, but he'd seen enough of her destructive capabilities to know that this was only wishful thinking. If her power was ever turned against innocent people, someone would have to stand in her way. And she'd want it to be us, he reminded himself, feeling the renewed weight of that responsibility. Instead of attempting to refute Jotagan's scenario, Tanner merely reached out with his thoughts. They might be close enough to the fortress. Gef, he whispered, focusing on the gnome's noble presence in his mind. Gef, can you hear me? There was a notable jolt of surprise back through the link before Gefnar's response reverberated in his thoughts. Yeah, I'm here. Tanner grimaced. The words weren't exactly dismissive, but it was clear that the gnome didn't feel like talking at the moment. All right, well, I just thought I'd check in. We hadn't heard from you since... He trailed off as he caught sight of two familiar figures emerging from the fortress's main gate, and neither of them looked very happy. Shaking himself from his surprise at the fortuitous timing, Tanner caught Jotagan's eye, trotting forward to converge with Jack and Allie. Hey, he started, holding up a hand to block the fuming Allie's path, only to sheepishly drop it back down to his side as she fixed him with a defiant glower. She did stop at least, though. I'm guessing things didn't go well? Allie looked as though she was about to break down exactly why that was such an understatement, and at a painful volume, when Jack stepped in, nodding somberly.
To say the least. The documentation Delegar provided is gone. And Fetheg's gone so far as to modify the memory of those who were meant to be helping us, to ensure that Allie's claim as Lady McAllister never even existed.
Tanner's mouth fell open. Wow, Allie, I'm so sorry. Save it, Allie snapped. And Tanner had to drench his mind in soothing thoughts to keep Okizi from responding to Allie in kind. Allie gestured sharply back toward the fortress. We need to make sure that they're the ones who are sorry. The vitriol in Allie's words confused Tanner only for a moment. Yes, she'd resisted the pull of her heritage at first, knowing that she was ill-equipped to manage the intricacies of running something on the scale of the McAllister estate personally. But she'd come to accept what was being asked of her for the sake of all the good it would allow her to do. And now Fetheg and whoever else had just smacked her hand away. Her anger wasn't directed at Tanner, but at the way fate seemed to be tugging her this way and that at whim. Tanner? Gefnar's hesitant voice came through the link, and Tanner recalled how abruptly he'd ended communication with the gnome. Right, he replied as Allie marched off toward the estate once again, Jack close behind. His gaze turned back toward the fortress, where he saw Tavik and a pair of guardsmen he didn't recognize watching them all closely. When his eyes met Tavik's, the other man simply gave a faint shake of his head. Gef, I'm getting the impression the rest of us aren't exactly welcome in the fortress right now. Seem to have run into a few snags in getting Allie properly empowered. Gonna fall back and regroup at the estate. He paused, sharing an uneasy look with Jotagan. I know you're probably not feeling especially like seeing us, but it'd mean a lot if you'd drop in later. And I've got a message for you from Entohika. It was a long moment before Gefnar responded, and when he did it sounded as though the words were sifted through clenched teeth. Yeah, I'll come by later. Tanner frowned, but he also felt a stubborn smile on his face. Thanks, Gef. See you then.
We should tread carefully,
Jotagan muttered as the two of them set off after Jack and Allie.
Gaining the negative attention of someone as powerful as the General is one thing, but by her recent actions she has set herself as our enemy.
Tanner felt his cousin's eyes bore into the side of his face.
I do not enjoy having an enemy I cannot fight directly, O'Toole.
Me neither, Tanner growled, feeling an extra chill in the air despite the afternoon sunlight. But I'm pretty sure we're not backing down from this. He looked over to meet Jotagan's gaze. We might have to learn how to fight on someone else's terms for a while. Allie gripped her dagger, Biriak, in her hand, eyes locked on the pulsing purple-black gemstone at its hilt with impotent fury. She'd been foolish, a naive child. For a moment, she'd let herself believe that she really could overcome the darkness she could feel snaking about her mind and heart, all stemming from the charade-infested jewel. She'd allowed herself to hope that she could be the sheltering tree her family had once been for the people of Falcon Crest, not the cold darkness lurking beneath. It didn't matter if it was just her imagination. She could feel the murky tendrils of charade's influence taking root in her soul. And always the constant tap, tap, tap from that dark kernel of power at the back of her thoughts, reminding her that she merely had to unleash what charade had already given her to taste something stronger than she'd ever imagined. Teeth bared in a snarl, Allie hurled the dagger in her grasp across her childhood bedroom from where she sat at the foot of her bed, the blade sinking well over an inch into the wood of the wall, only to vanish and reappear, unbidden, in Allie's hand, a distant chuckle seeming to echo in her thoughts. All that kept Allie from screaming at the top of her lungs was the reminder from her moonlit window that it was late into the night, Swidona and her friends all having retired to their rooms hours ago. But of course, Allie couldn't sleep. Fantasizing about ways she might pummel General Fetheg's face in, or relieve her of a few fingertips, had proved far too stimulating. Though her ears had picked up the shuffling of feet from beyond her door, it still caused her to jump when this was followed by a soft knocking. Blood still burning hot inside of her, Allie heaved up to her feet, making for the door and throwing it open. The apologetic look on Delagar's face as she did so made her reevaluate her inclination to howl in rage. "Let me guess," she sneered darkly, interposing herself between Delagar and the room. "It wasn't your fault?" Delagar shrank back at the words, sadness in his eyes. "Allie, you want the chance to explain yourself," she cut him off, stepping dramatically aside to allow him entry. "And you're probably going to ask if you can come in." Clearly unsure if Allie's body language constituted an actual answer to the preempted question, Delagar slowly pushed into the room, admirably maintaining eye contact all the while. "I'm not sure what I can say to convince you, but please believe me when I tell you that I did everything I could to make those documents solid as steel." Allie snorted, swinging the door loosely closed again as she folded her arms. "Not that it mattered. Probably the only person who even looked at them can't even remember doing so." "I heard," Delagar said heavily, hands drifting behind his back. "My mother relayed to me everything you told her. It seems I underestimated the amount of pushback there would be from the Samanir." "Uh-huh," Allie grunted. "Any idea why that could be?" For the first time since Allie had met him, she saw Delagar's veneer of professionalism melt away, replaced with what Allie easily identified as crushing guilt. "I've made certain concessions over the years," Delagar admitted, the words thick with self-loathing. "Concessions I believed to be for the greater good of Covorum." Allie's eyes narrowed. "In other words, they know they can push you around, and they're not sure they'd be able to do the same with whoever takes your place." Delagar nodded. "In essence, yes. But I swear to you, Allie, that I'll do everything in my power to make this right. I have no wish to stand in your way. For a long moment, Allie met his regretful gaze. It's not going to make up for whatever you've done. I know. Delegar exhaled heavily, his eyes drifting briefly closed. And that is something I'll have to live with. Even so, I intend to prove to you that you have an ally in me. Can't wait, Allie grunted, motioning for the door. If there was nothing else? No, there wasn't. Delegar sighed, dipping toward her in a slight bow. Good night, Allie. Allie merely nodded in return, coldly watching Delegar's departure. If she was honest with herself, she knew she'd been a bit harsh, but the frustrations of the day had taken their toll on her. Well, I'll be sure to apologize if he ends up proving himself after all, she told her hackled sense of tact. In truth, she hoped he would. She and her friends were going to be a bit short on allies, if they were set on a course opposed to the entire Samanir Order. With a muted growl, she flopped down on her bed's enfolding surface, not even bothering to douse the nearby lamp. After releasing that final bit of frustration, she decided maybe she was able to sleep after all. Jack smiled as Ember nuzzled into her face, gently pushing him aside so she could continue lacing up her boots. It had been a restful night, all things considered, but she was certain that the wolf could still smell the distress in her. After relating the troubling developments at the fortress the day before to Swidona, none of them had been able to think up a reasonable solution to the issue before them. Allie was attempting to assume control of the most influential estate in the land, in direct opposition to the land's most formidable fighting force. If it came down to it and the politics didn't suit the will of the Samanir, Volkret or Fetheg could simply change the politics. Who was going to stop them? The last thing Covorum needs is a war inside its other war, Jack muttered dryly, scratching Ember behind the ears at his questioning head tilt. And anyway, she added, rising from her bed and making for the door of her room, where would we even find an army large enough to stand up to a force that size? A horrible vision of King Shanadir of the Eaglebloods and the other half-breed leaders of their new coalition laying a bloody siege to Falcon Crest flashed through Jack's mind, leaving her to shudder it away. No, she thought firmly. They'd exhaust every other course of action before they ever considered advocating that sort of escalation. As Jack slipped quietly downstairs, she felt a nameless tension rise in her gut. Frowning, but knowing better than to disregard her senses, she motioned for Ember to precede her down to the main floor. The wolf dutifully obeyed, hopping lightly down the last few steps and peering this way and that, his nose up to drink in the air. Nothing. No snarl emerged on his face, indicating a nearby threat, and the fur at the back of his neck remained calm. Jack trotted down afterward, her hand falling from her bow. Whatever was happening, it wasn't that kind of trouble. Something else was at play. She came up beside Ember, her eyes immediately shifting down the hall past the living area, where a handful of servants milled about the open door to Delegar's office. Then, slowly, her gaze fell to the single occupant of the living area, her teary face lit in the pale light of dawn. "Swidona?" Jack ventured, stepping cautiously forward. There was no response. The woman continued to stare out the eastward window over the coastline, deep sorrow in her eyes. "She's not spoken," came a voice from the hallway, drawing Jack's gaze back to the approaching servant. "Not since we woke her to... Oh, I suppose you wouldn't have heard yet." For his part, the servant wore a drawn, almost numb expression on his face. At his words, Jack let herself grasp what she already knew must have happened, though she still found herself asking, "What is it? What's gone wrong?" "The master's dead," the servant said flatly, something like denial flickering in his eyes as he gave the report. Jack closed her eyes, digging her fingers into the fur of Ember's neck. The how of it almost didn't matter. It was the why that left her feeling as though someone had flayed her belly open. Whatever issues she might have had with Delegar, he'd clearly been more of a reluctant lackey in someone else's game. She'd even thought he'd been a man of admirable, if submissive, character. And now he was dead, mere days after they'd arrived at the estate with Allie. Clearly, subverting Allie's claims hadn't been enough. Fetheg and her allies had felt the need to eliminate a slave who'd begun to assert his own direction over theirs. Unbidden, Jack found her mind drifting to thoughts of Osgur, the orc-raised human who'd inadvertently made himself a target for Tagathis, the orc man who'd sought to claim control of the island of Nizame, in the wake of its captain's, Lenmore's, death. Osgur had only just reunited with his half-orc lover, Bozina, when Tagathis had stabbed him in the back, all for the petty fear that Osgur would lead the people of Nizame into a new age of unity on the mainland, leaving Tagathis as ruler of an empty island. Such evil, Jack thought darkly. Osgur, Delegar, all this death caused by those in power afraid to lose it. Which meant, Jack reminded herself, steeling her resolve, that they were weaklings, unworthy of the power they had to begin with, and someone had to stand in their way. The ways of city dwellers are intricate, she remembered her father telling her years earlier. You'll find that their motives differ so greatly from ours that they are nearly impossible to decipher. Jack gave a bitter grunt. This was one of those rare occasions when she found herself in disagreement with her father. The motives here were simple: greed, fear, paranoia. Time and again the evils she witnessed could be distilled to these petty emotions. Which meant that, if she was going to combat those who preyed on others, she would have to purge such thoughts from her mind. There was no time for self-pity, cowardliness, or dwelling on the fact that here, in the seeming safety of Falcon Crest, she'd foolishly let her guard down once again. All she could do was try to learn from her mistakes, and attempt to atone for them. Thankfully, she knew where to start. Her eyes drifted open, and she fixed the servant before her with a solemn stare. "Show me the body,"